Hello. Hello, all, and welcome. I'm your not so humble game master, TJ, and this is Dice of Ages presenting CrestVahllen, the Argent Flame. We are back from our last Icarus encounter. We're going to get right into it, and we're going to do a little recap for y'all here. Let me just get my information up. There we go. Did we decide on names? I think it was
Oh no, we did
the
not.
Once and Future Blob. No, the Blob.
Blob Part 1 and 2, I think.
I don't think there was a better one we were talking about.
Oh shit! What was it?
I don't think you posted
It was.
We didn't
was
post
just-
it. We were talking about it before you got here.
That's fine.
You came up with it.
I know. Oh god, what was it?
It
It's all
was good. But anyway, there's a blob involved.
I thought I had you write it down. Write down. Yeah. Okay. So, Rivik strikes the fabric of reality, sundering the aberrative Ichor in twain, sending its half, himself, and several allies into the ethereal realm. As Meckel's twisted tantrum form begins to fuse with the sludge-like being he plunged his body into, an essence of madness asserts itself upon the walls of the inner temple, shifting them nonsensically and defying material laws. Shrieks of haunting marauders fill the space as Meckel reaches out for monastic help, soon followed by Kira's arrival. Log's body becomes animated and controlled by the ephemeral resin, forcing friendly fire during an aloof yet fortified state. The Argent Flame struggle to fell the contemptuous horrors, just as it seems to grow more impervious to their assault with each passing moment. The mound of flesh and bone that was once Meckel debilitates all who dare be present, as many are compelled to strike the nearest being with fervor in a rowdy ruckus. As control over the heterogeneous mass continues to be contested and allies erratically batter one another, Zemdak pleads to a winded and reluctant Rivik to return them to their threatened friends. Thraz ponders the efficacy of sealing away this pocket of the ethereal plane to seal these current threats here indefinitely, knowing he will likely be dooming his companions to the same imprisonment. Thraz's sunbeam blasts two of the Icarus foes asunder as Rivik turns the injured, irascible, and inky behemoth into an inert puddle of blackened sludge. Tossing the Eldorum amulet towards Zemdak's outstretched hand, Rivik is engulfed by one of the corrosive creatures, vanishing from the ephemeral realm. Zemdak releases his control on Argus's armor in the material plane, refocusing the energy on the Grandmaster's medallion as the battle in the ethereal rages on. Deep inside the warping maze of walls of the Wa'anaote Temple, Kira summons two primeval spiritual monks to her defense with the aid of their tears, while Trisheni willingly evokes the wrath of the event horizon, summoning forth a gravely wounded yet familiar collection of hands, accompanied by Faceless. Thraz, seeing the dire situation in the material realm, motivates Meckel to renew his attempt to absorb the creature, who booms out a psychic attack that incapacitates Trisheni and Kira, now lying unconscious, as the Petra stone menacingly chokes their surroundings. Thraz sacrifices a limb in order to create the additional handful of catalyst dust needed to temporarily tear reality, forming a portal that pertinaciously reunites Zemdak and Log with their injured, cataplectic, and dying comrades. Thraz, erupting with fluorescent and luminescent light, opens a portal in his chest that consumes the remaining Ichor, as well as himself, hurling them through the well-wall continuum, now locked in a perpetual stagnant fall within a channel of the in-between. In the ensuing ruckus, Meckel finally absorbs the remaining Ichor, including that infesting log, as the tainted human falls, exhausted and overstuffed by his exertions. Catalyst dust is collected and allies are tended to as the group attempt to extract the inky parasites they now host. The more Rai uses her authority to quarantine the hallways as Meckel attempts to connect to the slimy substances. Zemdak begins holding his breath to try and suffocate the creature dwelling within him, while Gaul releases his beastly tome, preparing it to ingest any Ichor that emerges from the band of heroes. Resignedly, Argus enters his fire frenzy as Meckel roasts a kebab over the idol's flaming skin, handing it to a baffled Kira, who reluctantly eats the scorched ration. Kira, with growing worry, reels back to impact the fledgling vampire with the debilitating palm strike, hoping to affect the Ichor as well. However, in that split moment, Meckel sends his massive new resin-like extremity to shove the gnome out of the path of the blow. So we're going to pick up right there. At the moment, I'm not going to do like initiative or anything. I'm just going to have you all kind of understand that in this moment, things are kind of happening in bullet time. But most of you are pretty messed up, if I remember correctly.
We took a short rest, so some
You
of us
did
were
take a
able
short
to.
rest.
I have not taken a short
Yeah,
rest.
I haven't either, but
I believe I did explain out of game, but I will reiterate in game. For those of you that did take a short rest while having a parasite within you, or like this Ichor, you did suffer one
Corruption.
one point of corruption. Now, how, just for your understanding, so that makes sense, because I know it doesn't make sense if the same amount of time passed, you allowed yourself to rest, and seeing as it is like kind of metastasizing but also absorbing and assimilating you, it got to rest as well, and therefore it got stronger. So when you are able to regenerate, recuperate, so is it. It will get stronger as well. And those of you that didn't really continue to push through adrenaline and didn't give it chance to get a firmer hold on you. Does that make sense? Cool. You don't have it in you anymore because you expunged it. Let's just go around the table just so we can make sure that we know what we're talking about. You don't have it in you anymore. You appear to be immune, and it is either in you or part of you, and it doesn't seem to be affecting you in the corruption way. Trisheni is... I know your name is Trisheni. Are you trying to make the deal with me today?
I will make the deal with you,
And
but
so
just
will
use. Yeah,
Me too.
just make sure you use.
Okay, Matthew.
Yeah, but Trisheni.
Why
is,
must you do this to me, both of you?
Argus burned it out.
I didn't.
Meckel's safe.
Trisheni is still infected.
Trisheni is full on affected, but she hasn't rested, so
Yeah.
she's not corrupted.
Log's
It's freaking
body was
It was cleansed.
inoculated by you.
Gall.
Gaul appears to still be affected.
And has the point of corruption.
And it has the point of corruption. You did take a short rest, but as a warlock, you did regain all your spell slots. Adam, you are holding your breath. Zemdak, please take your pick.
Yep.
You are holding your breath.
I short rested.
Roll
Technically
that
have
in
a
front of the
point.
microphone more, please. You did take a short rest, but you are holding your breath.
Yes.
The point I wanted to make clear to you, if I didn't was clear before, is that this is a protracted way. You do have the sense that this will work. The race is going to be, is it going to metastasize and gain control over you faster to, in the medulla oblongata sense, to force you to breathe so it can thing,
Right.
or is it going to starve? You're going to starve its way out now, and that's kind of a race to the finish about what that's going to happen.
Understood.
Who knows how long it's going to take? I'm not saying that it's going to take years, but it is more protracted than trying to do surgery. At the moment, however, you did take a short rest, though, right?
Yes.
You know what? Can I do something retroactively with you?
Yep.
I want you to roll a con save. So you can rest. And I will give you the chance, because you're not giving it you're not serving as its transformer of atmosphere.
It's ideal atmosphere.
Correct. Yeah, or just a way for it to be able to exist. You're not a good host at the moment, but you are a host. You're better than the alternative. I will say that every time you rest, you can roll a con save. If you fail the con save, you will still gain a point of corruption. If you succeed the con save, you don't gain a point of corruption, and it does not metastasize any further. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Because you're depriving it of a resource it needs to regenerate. So we'll make that con save retroactively.
26.
26. Okay, so you can remove that point of corruption.
Okay.
You're able to, while holding your breath, while resting, and this applies to both short and long rests. So have fun. And I think that's a good way to mechanically make that efficacious. So you're kind of keeping it in stasis as long as because you're 1 foot in, 1 foot out of death. Is that everybody? We didn't do Kira. Kira is,
She took. Yeah.
yes, most likely infected. And I believe that's. Do we have any familiars here?
They're poofed.
The Moonchild Boot?
Moonchild poof.
Moonchild poofed.
Okay.
Did Moonchild get touched by this thing?
She attacked it.
Yeah.
Physically?
Yeah.
Yeah, she bit it.
She bit it?
No.
And she pooped? Or did
She was back fighting
She cast
Marauders.
Firebolt.
Oh, I think it was the Marauders.
She bit the Marauders.
I feel
I
like
think she
before
cast-
they showed up, I think she tried. I think she might have missed on her attack.
I think you're right.
She definitely did attempt to attack it because she was right there next to it before stuff moved, and then I think she missed, and then I think she teleported
Can
away.
That thing that we've been taking notes on, it has hit point totals. It will help me find it. Can you hand that to Matt so you can hand it to me, please? It has the hit point damage that it took, and it'll actually be helpful for me because if there's like something where it took like 2 points of damage, that's gonna obviously be hers because it
Fine
was
attack.
non-magical and it's like a 4 or something like
Yeah,
that.
2d4.
It would have been early.
Yeah, I would have been like within the first when I did my first.
It did
Turn.
take 1 point of damage at one point, so
That wouldn't because she does 2d4. So if it's just 1 point, then that
but
wouldn't
it's
be.
halved
Oh.
because it's non-magical.
She didn't do. I didn't roll 2 1s, so it wouldn't have been.
Would have been 2.
But then it split. It was halved and split, wasn't it?
It's halved because it's non-magical.
But it was
Halved
wasn't
and
that
split.
damage split.
Because
Yeah.
you were in it.
So if you did 4 points of damage, that would be correct. Half
That
and
would
then
make
1 and
sense.
1.
it's
Are you
possible it's
okay flipping a coin for it? Because I don't remember. Well, no, this is pretty.
Also, this
If
is a
it-
magical creature,
If she's
too.
poofed, does it matter?
Yeah.
She is celestial.
It all depends on where she goes when she's poofed.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that. Look at that face. Look at that
Depends
face.
on where she goes when she's poofed.
No, you should just keep that.
Yeah.
Okay, for now.
Just make a call. We can.
Moonchild
You can
was
also look back.
logs, not galls, correct?
Right.
Yes.
And Log's body got into it, right? But they were separate on two different.
They were on different planes. Yeah, so they were on different planes, but then after Log came back to our plane was when Meckel took the Ichor out of him.
Can Gaul even summon Moonchild?
We don't know.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Is Moontide Child manifested from a dream?
Yeah.
I can actually. check
She
this.
was an @20 I got once.
Yeah.
So, what happens when you wake up? Is she gone in general?
From the image of last session that I have right here, Moonchild is standing right next to the Ichor.
So she bit it.
So she had a reasonably high initiative.
No, she was. I was almost dead last.
Almost
Thraz and I
last.
were last.
Yeah.
But it didn't. But the walls didn't change until everybody was done, right?
She had a turn before the walls
Yeah.
changed.
It looks like on her turn she moved away from it.
Like I say, because I think she missed, but then she did her teleport
Because it got stunned.
to get away from it.
Oh, she teleported away.
So yeah, because this is what she moved from here to here.
Yeah. Because regardless of if she hits or misses, she can still teleport as part of that action.
Right.
And that's what I'm pretty sure she missed.
Okay.
But-
All right. So then
but,
we'll go with that. If she missed, she missed. Whoo. Okay. That's a big thing though. Okay. Don't at me. I believe that's everything then, right? So we've set the scene. You were not intending to do your interposing hand to have Kira hit the hand, but to grab Zemdek and shove Zemdek out of the way, right? Were you doing that train thing where like a car's going and you push the kid out of the way, but then it hits you instead?
I think it was just trying to get Zemdek out of the way from her hitting him.
Okay.
So
I
push,
think
pull, whatever.
Yeah, because
you said you were shoving, so
Yeah.
I think just because it makes sense this way, what's going to happen is that will succeed because this is all done, and you just do this instinctively. You're going to get pushed out of the way. Her quivering palm is then going to hit the hand.
Okay.
Okay? So
I have all the stats here.
yes.
Hit away.
I'm just double checking that I know for sure
Smack the hand.
I'm doing this correctly because I remember. Here it is. Must be on the same player's existence. Can
she
your
supposed to hit me.
what are you calling it? Your Icarus manipulation? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Manipulate Icar or whatever. It needs to roll a Constitution saving throw.
Does she roll the hit? Or you're just saying it
I
does
think.
Because I'm just pushing him. I'm not.
I mean, my headcanon is like you're kind of sacrificing your AC by successfully pushing them out of the way and taking the hit instead, because this is a reaction, and normally you can't do this type of thing as a reaction. So that's kind of the way I'm leaning. If you feel like that's not right, do you know what I mean? Like that's-
yeah.
I would say like you can. I would say like if you want to leave it up to the dice, we can leave it up to the dice, or you can say as a reaction, I successfully put Zemdek out of the way,
Yeah,
and I'm gonna get, and the hand's gonna get hit.
You let me get hit.
Or we can start rolling some dice.
I'm thinking at this point, well, it's not a reaction. I'm just. But because it happened last session, let's
Sure.
just leave it to the dice and just. go
Okay,
that
you want
route.
to do the dice? That's fine.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So what we'll do is, I'm gonna have Zemdak roll a dexterity saving throw. Just to, because you're kind of caught off guard with this, to be able to kind of go with the flow of the hand and not get hit. And we're going to have the hand's AC is what?
20.
20. I think, here's what I'd like to run this. I think that no matter what rolls happen here, you succeed in pushing Zemdak out of the way, but the AC that Kira will need to beat in order to hit the hand is going to be lower if Zemdak doesn't do well on his dexterity saving throw, because then the hand has to like take extra movement to like grab it and move it out of the way and make itself more vulnerable to do so.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, cool.
Don't mess up.
Disadvantage because I'm surprised.
I'm gonna leave. You know what? I'm gonna do something that a lot of DMs will do. I'm gonna leave it up to you whether you think Zemdak would be surprised by this. She was an ally a moment ago. She said, "Let's find out,"
was
and
she?
she quivering.
But
palm-
she tried to kill me
how much
yesterday.
was it?
Yeah, she was state of execution, however.
but were you surprised by the big hand of Ichor that he hit you?
I think it's more like, are you surprised by the extremely quick action of her attacking you?
18.
You tell me. Are you surprised by it or not? With
I don't think so.
you
I
don't
think he still would have been a little bit on edge,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
a little bit paranoid about being out in the open around here?
I'm one of those. I think like half the time, or like every once in a while, I'd like to let the assassin rogue decide. Do you think they'd be surprised?
No.
You know, because too many people saying you're not surprised, and that nerfs the whole fucking
like,
ability.
Zemdak
I think
is
my
very-
reactions at this point are pretty toned.
Sure.
He's very
Okay.
paranoid in general at the moment. Of course, unless he's too focused on this Ichor inside him, as he's holding his breath.
I just thought of something that I think might be fun.
Uh-oh.
I think because you're giving a concerted effort on you not breathing, there's a chance, should you become surprised, that you could take a breath.
Gasp.
You know, like, you know what I mean? Not this time, but remind me
In the future.
about that if that happens.
Okay.
Because that's an involuntary thing, you know. And you're what? You're 69 years old. How old are you?
Why that
He's
number
only
come
like-
to your head?
Gnomes are
Right.
always 69 years old.
In vampire years, he's probably.
No, I'm
like-
only 38.
You're 38. Oh, you young boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You young boy. Okay.
I ran away like in my early, like apprenticeship.
in diapers.
Trisheni's technically like relatively older
Relatively
than
older
you.
than everyone. Yeah.
No, I'm not relatively older than everyone.
Compared to your species age range.
It's also like
I'm
super
like,
wonky.
I'm like 25 in human years. Let's
Right.
put
Well,
it
that's the
that way.
thing. Like
Yeah.
I always have like a problem with that too. When it comes
Okay.
to
You're still relatively
I'm like
older than
All
13.
right.
how fast
No
certain
years.
races like mature. I don't mean physically, but like
Yeah.
mentally mature as like adults. The elves have the whole thing about like after they're 100 years, then they're considered an adult. Yada yada yada. But their actual age is who knows how long they ever get old. But making it to be like, oh well, you're 18, whatever is relative to 18 makes you an adult, and be like, I think that certain races just mature intellectually, socially, and physically at just different rates, and I think Maitan mature out of necessity quite quickly. They also have the constant support of their twin usually, so they are very supportive like that, and they live in a inherently extremely hostile environment. So they have to grow up very, very fast.
I can't be the oldest
I
one in the
think
group.
25
Well,
relatively is the oldest.
Well,
of
no,
all
no,
of us.
log's about 30.
Okay, so Log's a little older.
Parts of
Relative.
me
But
are
you also
probably
age
older
about
than
the same
you.
rate as humans do,
Right.
if I remember. Yeah.
But he spent so long in, the mines, the caves, that, like, that's when developmentally he stopped, was then, which was, like, around, 18.
Okay.
Because Argus is only mentally 40, and in dwarf age, that's like 18.
Parts
Okay.
of me are probably older than you.
I'm sure the Icarus parts.
All right, so what were we doing?
We were doing the 5-point palm exploding heart technique.
On my
Hand.
All right, so you got an 18. I'll
18
say that's a
dex save.
success. So Kira will have to beat the AC of the hand, the AC
Okay.
of your manipulation, as it were.
We know how his monks roll.
That was last game. This game, he'll roll on fire.
It is a 21.
Sure. You can hit friendlies just fine.
Yeah, sure. No, 21 is or 20 is the number, so you hit.
I'm even using her strength
I'm-
modifier instead of her dex modifier.
Just-
It's insane. I don't
Why?
How would you?
because she's not trying to hurt. She's trying to use key to like, as far as she wasn't expecting you to resist so much. She wasn't trying to like.
I feel like Kira.
You'll find out. I don't want to over-explain.
Can I say? I think Kira would have said something beforehand.
She did.
To explain.
She did. She said, "Let's find out."
No, she would have explained more. I think.
Okay.
I think she would have said that to kind of prep instead of being like, "Boom! I'm just gonna,"
I don't want to step on the toes of it being your previous character. So if you think that she would have like, do you think she would have asked for?
She wasn't dumb. She would have said something.
No, I don't
like,
think
yeah.
she's dumb. Do
I
you think
know.
she would have asked for permission? My reasoning was that she's full of a lot of worry and she's very concerned,
I'm disposable.
and there is a possible
You're already
unstoppable world-ending epidemic starting in her home. the heart of her home.
Well, 'cause
I think
I had
she's-
told her to hit me first, but then she decided to hit
Yeah,
the undead
I think
one.
she still would have said something as to why she is doing it, and it would have taken 2 more seconds.
If I remember correctly, she did say something to the effect of, I'm not refuting you, I'm just saying, I'm just for clarification, if I remember correctly, she did say something to the effect of, will the key work? Somebody, like you guys talking about, like, will the key work? Will the stunning strike work? And you guys kind of looked at her and she said, well, let's find out. And then she, like, was trying to hit Zemdak with a quivering bomb. Do you think that would be enough, or do you think she would have done more?
Let's see if that works. Let's use you first. That's
Okay,
as much
that makes the whole
explanation.
surprise roll, then
Yeah.
him not being surprised
Yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you want to?
No, that would have been enough. Because like I think she still would have acted quickly, but it was not like just
Not on the field.
yeah.
These are people that she was fighting to the death hours ago, or just yesterday,
Well, which is why
and she hasn't known for very long, and these now are a threat to her home. If that helps make that decision.
No. It's why she still would have target Zemdak, but she still would have said what she's doing in relation to the other people, especially the Red Flame, who's present here.
And
that would
on
be-
fire. Pretty much a little bonfire in the corner.
A little?
You're a fat fire.
Stout fire.
That would have.
Stout
And,
fire.
that,
I cast stout fire.
and since Meckel's been paying attention to that, that would have given him the instant to kind of go no, and then have it happen for the first time.
Right.
As the
I
hand
think
kind
you
of
have
forms.
that bullet time of like looking to Argus being like, you're okay with this, and realizing that Argus is like, I'm a fire, and you just pulling your okay, cool.
I can still talk.
Is there? I want to make sure I'm not stepping on your character's
That's
toes.
enough. That would
Is that okay?
That would have been enough. Like that would have been what she would have done. That's it's fine. I just wanted to clarify
Sure,
that she
sure.
wouldn't have acted that flagrantly quickly without telling anybody what the fuck she was doing.
Hey, let's kill the vampire. Bam.
Yeah, exactly.
If it helps, do you remember how panicked Kira was when she was in the chamber with where she got the tears?
She was panicked, but it's also been several months at this point. That's also,
No, I'm not trying to.
Just
I'm
thinking
sorry.
back pain.
PTSD.
Yeah.
It's a character trait.
it's a player trait.
Let's put in the idea of Kira is now at the point where she's deciding who she needs to protect, these people or everyone else.
Yeah.
So she made the decision. I don't think she's happy about it.
No, she's not. She's not happy about it. She still would have just let other people know she was about to do it. That's all that I'm saying.
Sure. Is there anything mechanically you want me to put onto that?
No.
Okay.
That's
Okay. Great. So I do hit then. Con saves.
Yes. One thing I don't have, so this automatically fail. I don't have a stat for a con.
Your manipulation should have numbers for each of your stats.
Nope. I just have the strength and the dexterity.
It does. It does. I'm almost darn sure it does. But hold on.
Unless it just uses yours because it uses your hit points.
No. Hold on. It only has a strength and dexterity score represented.
Right.
Because it is an extension of yourself, all the other stats, those stats supersede yours, the strength and dexterity.
But the
all
others
other
don't.
stats will be represented as you because it's just an extension of your own
Okay.
body. Does that make sense?
Yep. Con save is a 14.
14. That is a failure.
Okay.
So you see the hand that gets hit by this vibrating palm just as if somebody is waterbending and they just stop waterbending, like their cheek gets blocked, it just falls to the ground into a puddle, and so does Meckel. You're at 0 hit points.
Okay.
Is it you're learning this for the first time? When I said, "Fuck around and find out,"
Okay.
when this thing gets hurt, you get hurt.
Right. It just dropped me all
You're at
70
zero.
my hit.
One of the effects of the ability is that if you
Okay.
fail the Constitution saving throw, you are reduced to 0 hit points.
Okay.
It's like the.
I'm-
That means that you technically. It doesn't say that you are stable, which means that you are dying.
Okay.
And you're still on fire.
Am I? When did it happen?
No, he did it in the short rest time, so
Right,
you
it's
would have
only
been
lasts
done.
7 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Time
so
is
he's-
wonky here. You can have it do whatever you want. If you want it to be dramatic, where like you are done with it at the moment that it's like this is happening, and then you like this is what brings you out of your fire frenzy at the end of it. That's fine too. It's cool. I'm not trying to be a dick about it. You can do whatever you like. Is it still something that you can do though? Do you still have spell slots?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Help me.
Since I'm right there, though, I can also just
Like again,
cure wounds.
I don't want to get into the chronology of this because some of you have already gotten your short rest and gotten your spells. So I really don't want it to be too much this. So just bear with me.
Okay.
You would be faster than I would. So if you would run over there and heal him,
I mean, I'm right there. He just pushed me out of the way, so I can reach up with one of my syringes and.
I think, yeah, and I think for the sake of just understanding, the fire frenzy might be something that might have happened on the tail
well,
end of the
it's
short
also
rest.
gonna mess with my brain a little bit since it was just I did
You
70
just
some
boiled his
damage to
brain.
myself.
Oh, that is true.
Yeah,
Plus,
you're pretty messed up. Right now. You're, like I said, you have like 3rd-degree burns on the inside that have like
Right.
metastasized so much that they're showing like melted cheese on the outside.
and everything
Ooh,
smells like
Noel, I
teriyaki.
saw that shoulder cringe.
Yeah.
12 points
12 points? Okay.
to bring you back up.
It's fine. It'll be fine.
I'm going to turn to...
That's good to
As he heals me, then I will attack her.
So, one second, because all this stuff happens very quickly. I just want to double check that it isn't still active on you.
I think it's a single trigger. Once she.
Right, but she didn't activate the trigger. This is just from the failed thing. Here we
Yeah,
go.
doesn't he not drop to 0 hit points yet?
When you
Isn't there another turn for her to activate it?
oh
Yeah, it's a second turn.
that's fine. I don't want to retcon this. I think all that happens, you move Zemdek out of the way. It gets hit. There's like this ripple of just a vibration that reverberates across the hand, and she just kind of pulls her hand back, and there's just kind of a moment of the hand still there, and you're on the floor, and you're like, and everybody's just kind of in shock for a moment of just like what happened. And then she kind of like the palm that she had, she kind of closes the 2 fingers, and that's when the shit falls. So it's like 2 different turns. Does that make sense?
Okay.
If you wanted to attack her in that moment,
No.
That's
I
fine.
just was trying to get him out of the way.
okay,
But I'm saying once he heals me,
okay, cool. I think there's this kind of this like everybody waits to see what happens as you're like on pushed on the floor, and then it splats.
And then, no,
Yeah.
you're back up.
all right. As soon as I get up, I don't even have to stand up. I just turn to her, not thinking about everybody else around me, and discordant shout at her.
Okay. Is that one of your tantra abilities, or is that one of your bardic abilities?
That's a tantrum ability. So
You have access to this now? Did I give it to you access to this now?
this is the one thing that he can actually do is just the
Oh,
discordant
right.
shout.
That when we made this.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Cool. Sorry. 1 second. You said you healed him.
Yes.
Does your syringe have any of your blood in it that you use to create that serum?
No.
Okay. It's just stuff. Okay.
So yes, everybody that is within a 30-foot cone of her being the center of it.
Yeah, I'm gonna say you can just get her if you want.
Okay. I need a
Mama's
con
chicken
save.
noodle soup. It's mom's chicken noodle soup boosted by my magic.
Right. Right.
So yeah, con save.
right. Mom's chicken noodles plus extra.
Yeah. mushroom noodle
Con
soup.
save, okay?
There you go.
So it went down to 0 hit points, and you did, which means you can't do it again today.
Until a long rest. Okay.
Right. Just
Okay.
so you know. Con save, 9.
All right. I wasn't actually expecting her to make it, or to fail it.
You got a 2 on the die.
7 points of sonic damage.
Okay.
Or sorry, thunder damage. Does that put us in initiative?
She rested with everybody, right? If I remember
Yes,
correctly.
she took a long rest.
Short.
Short rest.
Short rest.
That's why she's got corruption.
Okay, so she's still up. Does that do anything else to her? or just
No,
her?
I just shouted at her.
You see she puts her hands to her ears and kind of like reels back, and you see there's a little bit of blood on her palms as she pulls them back. And
And of course, my mouth has
Yeah.
opened up 3 times.
mummy style,
Yeah.
it does bounce off these rock walls quite a bit. There's still this. She doesn't seem to be retaliating.
Zemdak steps between everybody and is like, just take a breath.
You hear me breathe in and my jaw reconnect.
Takes her robes, rubs it.
I don't mind being the guinea pig. Just not don't do it out of nowhere next time.
Okay.
Also, because of my unique situation, I may not be the best test subject. Like, what works on me might not work on everybody.
I believe I mentioned this before. As far as making your vocal cords work and having to have air move through them in order to vibrate the air and all that stuff, I don't give a shit. That's fine. You can
I'm
talk
breathing
without.
just enough to talk.
Yeah,
Essentially.
yeah. I wouldn't. I don't care. You're fine. I'm not gonna do that to you. She does say, however, well, I mean, it looked like it worked. I hit what I needed to hit, and
It died.
yeah,
Try it again.
can
Somebody
you
else?
pull it back? Whatever that was. And do you feel okay?
I'm really tired. And kind of hurt. As I'm like peeking her.
Can,
Are we not worried about this?
I'm not.
About what? His.
He's just kind of like that.
Sorry, I can't help but just keep, every time I look at
what?
imagine Kenton's hair just Super Saiyan style.
But it just flames.
the best we can tell, he's the same but different.
You guys rested an hour. It's been.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you do that to yourself?
Yeah. So then maybe we can get it out of you and you can be.
I mean, I can try to do it to myself.
do we wait
but
till
then I
last?
can't do anything else if I
You
stun
can't do it to
myself.
anyone else.
I mean, you can just try me. Like,
I can meditate. I can have
The other two talked about going invisible.
ki go
to
through
see
my
it.
body.
Yes.
If we can make her invisible and I can see it, for a brief second, I can target it.
I can make both of us invisible. I took a rest.
Yeah. Why don't you?
Yeah.
Let's do
I
that
only
then.
have
Huh?
so
Okay, but
much
we're not
power
worried
left.
about the fact that
No.
That's
the
a later
thing that
problem.
we just tried to get rid of that we were fighting that almost killed all of us, and that
That's
He's
also that I mean I'm sorry, I was just processing everything while we were, but you turned into something and then turned into something else and made me do things I didn't want to do.
He's an ass like that.
I've dealt with asses. This is different.
It's
he's
called
kind of the same, but not.
yeah. Crisis management. We're figuring out what needs to be taken done first, and
You
this
had
is not
mentioned the
that-
doctor
yeah.
before.
yes.
Doctor? Yeah.
He doesn't like articles.
I don't know what that is.
Part of
The-
Aren't you
Member of the-
fire?
As
No,
one of the
it's been a
members of
while.
the monastic temples, it's my duty to seek out articles and therefore archive them.
part
want
of
the
what
You're
artic-
talking about grammatical.
Yeah, not yeah.
Sorry.
I was just saying to ignore.
part of what Doctor put into him is this stuff. but he's also something else.
Okay.
We know that Doctor.
And now he's something more because
Yes.
are you in control?
As in control.
Do we
as
need to
he gets.
quarantine you? It just came out of you.
And went back in.
Is that what's going to happen to us if we let it grow?
No.
No.
No,
He can.
not from what we've heard.
I think this stuff just hurts you guys.
Doesn't take over from the inside.
It does, apparently.
From what we saw earlier, he absorbs this stuff instead of it absorbing him.
I almost forgot. Where's Rivik?
Oh,
But, yeah.
he's gone.
What happened to him?
Were you the only one who was up there?
I mean, Thraz saw it too, but Thraz is gone
Right.
too.
Log saw it, but Log's passed out.
Usually I can feel him around, but recently he wasn't here.
Do you know where that was that he sent us? I mean, it was a different.
What do you mean?
Different reality on top of
If
reality.
you remember, I wasn't here for the first part of the fight.
Do monks have the ability to go like just a little bit off reality?
Some, yes.
That-
Most notably
so-
those of
He took us there,
the Southern Temple.
and like half of that creature got taken with us,
Well, I think
and then Log was awake.
I think the thing that you're looking for looks sort of seems like this, and I'll actually start doing. I will start singing and doing my performance of creation.
Okay.
And so the now that you guys can actually see this, what he's doing, it looks like his hands are sort of like as he's singing, and you actually see the ichor come through his skin and start forming into this sort of
Gak.
yeah, basically kind of thing. And he makes what looks like a metallic like bird sculpture kind of thing, like a small statuette. That's still kind of like it does that oily sheen thing. So depending on which way you're looking from it, and I set that down, and so it's about this big. So it's kind of like I mean I can do that, but I could do that before. So it just now is sitting by itself on the ground.
Do you have any specific... I'm going to ask Matt. You don't have any specific statue-esque like figure this is supposed to be depicting, do you?
No, I'm just trying to. She asked, "Can you let it out of you again?"
Okay.
And so he was thinking, "Oh wait, I've done this," but
You
he
can just create an object.
right. But he never really paid attention much to the process,
Sure.
and now he's sort of like showing the process, and so you can see the ichor, which he didn't pay attention to
Sure.
before.
So there's this Gak like kind of like melting clay, little statuette that gets put on the ground as it snaps from your fingertips, and it does start to change form. Sorry, is there something else you wanted to say?
Oh no! So this is the performance of creation. So
right.
I create.
It's
maybe
inanimate, correct?
right now. Yeah.
Okay, so it starts to shift and form and become a little bit more defined, and you kind of feel just a bit of a connection with it, just because you kind of have that whole. Ooh, you have a bunch of little DNA and bits and from everything else, so there's kind of this genetic memory across mycelial network or whatever it may be, that it does seem to have a shape it wants to go into, like a mold it wants to inherently naturally go into. And before your eyes, all of you see something form that looks really familiar.
My book is out right now.
Uh-huh. Your book is out right now. You feel something gall. I will be referring to you as gall until Log's body changes. You feel something skitter up your back, which is probably not a new experience.
Just so you know,
Uh-huh.
this is supposed to only create non-magical items.
It's supposed to.
Okay. I'll mark that.
Supposed.
I mean, well, technically, it is non-magical.
All right.
It's fucked up shit.
It's all bio. You feel like kind of like ow, something crawling up your back, and fangs kind of like dig into your shoulder, and you see out of the corner of your eye this like leaping eyes wide of the book, the beast, just kind of like slow motion leap over your shoulder towards what looks very much like an exact replica of a fetish, if not an actual fetish, that is now sitting there on the ground of this coiled up, like 8-limbed, maybe 8-limbed with the spine for that head that Meckel has created from nothing. And Log's book just jumps and
Whose book?
Get that point. Get
Damn
it.
Gall's
It is Log's book.
No,
It's not
no.
Log's book
Gall-
anymore now.
Log's
It's
Log
It
doesn't
came
have
out of
it.
Gall's hand. It came out of Gall's arm.
We're getting-
Book is out of the eye.
We're getting to the point where like the reference of subject to object and possession is so murky.
I mean, I tried
It's
to have
not
you remove
really.
the articles.
Here we go again. It is flying through the air, very Harry Potter Book of Beasts kind of.
Yeah, so like he took us to this other side of the realm, and then Law got infected. Like
This thing just jumps out.
Do I think I can pull the thing back, or
Do you have a
dismiss it?
reaction to do so? This is now like we're
No,
now
that's
in
fine.
reaction
I'm just
territory.
wondering, do I feel like I could?
Is it part of your ability to reabsorb?
Law got infected.
I
Well,
think-
no, because
And then
at
he
this
woke
point
up,
I'd
right?
created something, so it disappears after a certain number of hours. So,
There's one way to find out.
all right.
So Law got
it
infected.
disappears after a
and
number
then
of
he woke
hours.
up.
Does it?
Careful.
If
You
it's-
might start making canon that you regret later,
Well,
or I might.
I think
Depending on what it is.
Yeah.
now that it's separate from you, it's something different, and it begins to solidify. No longer Ichor, but more like stony and orish.
Nope.
I'm just telling my story because I don't. If it gets eaten, I don't care.
So, if anybody has a reaction, wants to do anything while this is happening,
For me, it's a good thing when the book eats this shit. So
yeah. What did you get last time?
that's when I got Ghostly Gaze, and I got.
Oh, right, we did flavored it for
yeah.
that. Yeah.
It's not necessarily a spell, yeah.
Kira, it's like
That's
just there's this living book that has a bunch of fangs and weird like shit attached to it. It looks like it has pieces of leather that are attached that are kind of like trailing off like tails that fall off of his shoulder as it leaps off.
We've all helped him write in it, so I don't think it phases.
Yeah, we're just like, this is normal.
I am like
So
looking
this
at it.
this
the four of
looks
us are
like
just
carnivorous.
You've seen my book
menacing,
eat shit before.
just feral living book, bestial, like has jumped off of Gull's shoulder and has its like maw, almost the spine almost turned all the way around so that the seam in there kind of rips and you can see the little stitching as the stitching snap, like the stitchings in Hocus Pocus that close the mouth, and you can see the teeth of kind of like a mimic that, and it looks like it's going to fully devour this thing in one bite.
Oh, there's nothing I can do about it.
Okay, yeah, I think
And
you.
nobody else
unless
seems
anybody
concerned.
has a reaction that can do something and wants to do something, this is happening.
But see, Log was attacking us. Like I don't know if he could tell that we were us.
How many times can you do this creation?
Only once.
Once a day?
Once long rest. Yeah.
Okay.
And then he split, and there were two, but like one was an Ichor log and the other one was regular log. And then
So
the
it-
Ichor log.
But the
So-
book is the
But he
same.
took the Ichor out, right?
Of log, yeah.
Yeah.
Took the Ichor out
This
the
is
log.
above the table talk, right?
Yeah.
Took the Ichor out a log. I feel like
The Ichor log hugged Rivik, and the two of them disappeared. Like,
Right.
It was just another Ichor humanoid.
I know.
For Log's
You didn't,
body, it
you
looked
didn't
like
see
it was
log.
Gull.
Log only saw Gull, Ichor
No,
Gull.
I
You
saw
just
one.
saw an Ichor monster.
It wasn't you. You saw a
An Ichor
humanoid-like
creature
Ichor creature
divide
wrap
out of
itself
log.
around Rivik and
Yes.
disappear.
So it eats the thing.
Yeah. So it struggles with it as it starts to choke it down.
All right, let's not make anything new right now.
But
Your Ichor, your
book, good
your
book.
Ichor stuff's a little much. Right now. Let's wait till we learn a little bit more before we play with Ichor.
What's the material component for this?
there isn't one. It's a bardic ability.
What would Meckel want to use? Just kind of like how a snowflake concentrates around a piece of dust to
Oh.
get something to glow on.
Like, what's your seed? Crystal.
Matthew, focus.
Let's just say it's sandstone.
Okay, cool. Like a grain
a
of
chunk of
sand or
sandstone.
chunk of
Yeah.
sandstone. You got it. Just like spitting out a chicken bone, spits out the piece of sandstone.
Good book.
So, Ichor creature hugged Rivik, and they both disappeared from whatever side reality we were in.
Well, they didn't appear in this one.
Could we talk to them?
Can we
Few
talk
cents.
about the book?
We've
Oh,
talked- that's
Gauls.
normal.
It
That's fine.
Yeah. That's my book.
Just
Last
don't
time
keep
there
repeating
was an idol in there, you guys destroyed it or you recalled it.
was still in there, wasn't it?
It's
It was
still in there.
still in there.
Yeah.
Or it was like crosshatch. etched
Yeah,
against
it
something
fought
like moving
the other
around.
one, and the one killed the other one.
No, that was
That was the-
Baker's
oh,
dozen.
That was
Yeah.
Baker's dozen.
Well,
That's how that.
we'll
that
see what happens now. You know, there's two. Of them.
That was two of them in there, right? Okay.
Do I sense any loss or
Do
anything?
you see like the book? It's like that cartoony thing where two fighting characters are inside an enclosed space, and you see
Explosions are going off inside.
Do I feel any loss or sense anything weird, or it's just like any other creative object I've done?
it doesn't feel like it's on the same plane as you anymore.
You can sense that.
Then Thraz like ripped off his own arm, or like blew up his arm. I couldn't tell, and like opened a new portal, and Log and I got sucked back out here. And then Meckel sucked the Ichor out of Log.
Okay.
I saw that part.
I go over to the book and try to grab it.
Don't touch the book.
Don't
Hey,
touch
Dad.
it.
Gaul, what would the book do?
Bite him.
I mean, if he was, stranger danger, he would.
He's got a reactive
Nips
book.
at you.
It's all right.
Okay. If it doesn't connect, I'm going to try to.
It looks like a guard dog that is very stranger danger, and if you like persist, is going
Oh,
to bite
I'm-
you. Oh, you
I
can do it
don't
anyway?
seem to have the normal fear thing going on.
Okay, sure.
So,
That's,
yeah,
I'm just saying, like, yeah.
I'm going to try to pry open its mouth.
I'm going to stop you.
Oh,
Okay. Yeah, that's. I'm just trying to get the vibe of what's going
How?
on.
Punch you.
Oh,
Get away from my dog.
it's going to
Right.
We're just going to go home wash. All right.
Yeah.
Punch me?
Don't pet my dog.
Yeah.
Right.
I won't pet that dog. Oh, God.
Gotta ask permission first.
It's 18 on the die.
The hell? All right. I don't tantrum.
That's good.
You can tantrum again after you've already.
Gaul was still
lost the whole
infected,
tantrum.
correct? Or kill corrupted?
Yeah.
So you hit me. Mm-hmm. So probably roll damage or something, I guess?
How much did you?
Well, it's
heal
just an unarmed. Is that just one? Is that a D4? Is that
It's
just
unarmed
one?
strike is D4 plus your strength.
Yeah, because I have limited hit points at the moment.
Unless you want to do minimum damage, it's up to you.
He's fucking touching my book.
Okay.
Don't touch my book.
Plus strength.
Yeah, so Thraz
5.
sucked us back out into this reality.
5.
Okay.
Meckel sucked the goo out of Log's body, and he fell back unconscious.
I'll look at Argus, who's no longer a.
Rivik did have some sort of talisman, but that also got
this is
sucked
this
in.
is all in your
No, I
territory
thought-
now. I mean, you guys decide how you want to react to each other.
Those
did.
things are.
I look at him and be like,
He
it
got
ate
sucked
my
into
thing.
everything else.
I put the book back in my arm.
I go. Those things are dangerous.
What are the books?
No,
Oh,
the
yeah,
idol
that's-
thing you made. has caused us a lot of problems in the past.
Don't
Okay,
make
first
more
of all,
those.
that was not my intention.
Well,
I know there's a lot of things that aren't your intention that do happen, that do hurt other people. So you need to be aware that your intentions aren't always what happens.
Kira speaks up. The road to the hells is often paved with good intentions.
also based off of the timey-wimey stuff that we've heard from Osfer and Bast, maybe you are the source of the idols.
Wait, was that in character?
That was Adam.
I think it was both.
Yeah, I think it was both, yeah.
So whatever this world's Jesus is.
Yeah.
Then.
Yeah.
Argus.
I had used it before, so.
Not when you were Ichor boy. Yeah, but Ichor boy yet.
Boy.
Can you, if you can make things, can you unmake them the same way?
Right.
I don't know. Have the thing spit out the thing, and let's see if we can.
No.
No.
It's contained.
And based on what happened in my sister's group, that they could maybe fight each other and kill one of each other
It
at
also
least.
wasn't around long enough for you to see if there's anything written on the bottom of it.
Right.
Was there a specific reason around a bird?
I was just trying to
It was just
make
a
something with
shape.
specifically with the Ichor. Trying to, or I was trying to see. I was paying attention to what I had done before.
I was just wondering, like, specifically that shape. Did that bird mean something, or was it just,
No, I
just a bird?
just a bird.
What's the connection between the Eldorm and the Ichor?
Whatever the space alien creature things are.
Because weren't the idols made out of Eldorm?
Yes.
Yes, they were.
So if he made it out of Ichor, how did it become Eldorm? So there's a connection.
They're kind of the same.
Could we gather anything from just seeing this turn and like crystallize, basically?
Like solidify? Sure.
Yeah.
Gather, like, more information about it?
Like, intelligence-wise, can I
Like-
I understand what you're
suspect
saying.
that this?
If steel
Yeah, if
could
you want to
come
roll,
alive.
I'll say, I think this is going to be up to... Actually, I think each of you have a unique perspective on what has happened here. This came from your body. This was something that was constructed and, like, created, very forged-like, kind of...
and stone stuff.
and
with you.
stone stuff. This appears to perhaps not magically, but super wibbly wobbly wonky type of stuff, which is, and dimensiony, which is your type of thing. This has some eldritch stuff. So, and you're the only one that can read that type of script. So it definitely feels a little bit of a home for you. And Zemdak, something was created that wasn't technology and wasn't magic, but biological, and became something inanimate. Inanimate. I think each one of you is going to have to roll a different check here. You're going to roll an insight because this is something that has to do with you. This is going to be,
So tired.
I think, more on a like architectural level. So whatever. So like some sort of forge check, or whatever you roll for forge stuff. For you, this is going to be either medicine or you haven't gotten an update from your sister since
For a little
what
while.
happened with them recently, with the death warden stuff that happened with them recently. I don't think so, right?
I mean, we can.
It's fine. It doesn't matter.
It's been at least since the space station that we've had a full, true, blown connection.
so I
it's
don't
been a
think I
couple
can give
weeks.
you like a history or arcana
days.
check.
2 weeks because December.
I'm gonna say,
1st
like, yeah,
was-
stone-
or not
you can do
December
your
1st, but
stone check thing.
Achiel or first was-
Argus, you can do your stone check thing.
Okay.
You can do your stone check thing. You're just gonna have to be rolling a straight intelligence check for me.
Sure.
I want you to roll charisma with proficiency. Same thing for you, Zemdak, straight intelligence.
Okay. Not a check, just a intelligence.
Yeah, straight intelligence,
check.
because
Okay.
this has to do with your like I have ancillary information, but I'm trying to
Well,
put
it's
things
still-
together and problem
It's still
solve.
an intelligence check, though, right? Like,
Yeah, it's
Not
straight
a
in
skill check, just an
this,
intelligence
so no
check.
proficiency,
Okay.
just
Yeah,
straight
that's fine. That's
intelligence.
what I
Yeah.
That's a natural 20.
15.
15.
I'm so perplexed. Nat 1.
Been a while since I actually checked what my stone stuff it really is, but we'll go with the 14.
I think you get your.
It's proficiency, right?
I think it's proficiency plus something. But we'll just go with 14 for now, because I rolled a 7, so I'm just going to 7. I'm trying to look it up real fast.
Stone cunning.
Double your proficiency bonus.
So it gives you
Proficient.
expertise, basically.
Yeah, whenever you make intelligence history check, it says history, but this is just. We'll make it a history check for you. You're considered proficient in the history skill and add double your proficiency bonus to the check instead of your normal proficiency bonus. So you have
Okay.
expertise in history when doing stone stuff.
So plus 9, so yeah, 16.
16. Insight?
7.
7. 7, 16,
rechange this.
nat 1,
15.
15,
25.
20, 25.
With the natural 20.
Okay.
Because I didn't get any proficiency.
All of you have no fucking clue what's going on. You see that this is happening, and the connection, it bugs you so much, Argus, because this is your bailiwick, and you're like, how did this liquid become solid? And they don't seem to they seem to be completely two different things, but it's just not computing for you. Zemdak, you got to look at the exterior of the double tetrahedron that was on the moon. Pretty good look while you were floating in space and dying.
That's what you'd focus on.
He's like, oh, architecture.
That material, if this would be some sort of stone or metal, the type of thing, the refined version of it could possibly be what these ships are made out of. If this was the raw material, the hull, almost everything that these ships appear to be made of, almost all of their tech appear to be made out of this somewhat innate, naturally biomechanoid or material, but refined to be perhaps something to withstand the shear and stresses of space travel, maybe. But there's something different in the sense that this material, the thing that you're getting, unfortunately, your insight was very low. The feeling you're getting is just as similar as you're realizing that this thing needs a host to survive, it also needs perhaps something to be that isn't it in order to survive. Like it solidified itself in order to not have to survive in this environment and become something. Almost like it wasn't this material. The Ichor wasn't this material until it found a material that it could become, copy, mimic, and then appropriate to be now it's this thing. And all iterations of the previous thing could also be its thing.
So whatever process refines it into a building material wasn't the process he used. So it found a different pathway to become something.
I think you are a very smart crafter, and you've learned a lot from Argus. I think what you're seeing is the Ichor seems to have been trying to mimic the refined Eldorum, and it became raw Eldorum. Meaning refined Eldorum, what existed before the Ichor had a solid state that it could manifest, and it's how it becomes Eldorum is a way of kind of like how a transformer would scan a big truck and then being like, oh, that's what I'm going to disguise myself as. Gotcha. Or like that's going to be now my other form. It didn't have another form to be able to exist in this universe/world, and it's stone, and then being inside of a host is something that it kind of like was chose. You also then recognize that the well walls, as it's Zach Galifianakis, all these equations going by your head. You see the well walls are also made out of Eldorum. You're making that connection too. If you remember, Trisheni and Masheni had a connection moment where they had gotten an update of that massive mass of Ichor that was surrounding one of the well walls on one of the moons. And it was constantly like siphoning itself into the event horizon of it. It seemed to be inextricably linked, but were originally like Log is unconscious, correct?
Mm-hmm.
What did Gaul get?
15.
15? Okay. I think the only thing you get from this is that there's something about this that you feel not necessarily kinship for, but a similar effect of, oh, if I, like, what dreams may come. If I dream it, it becomes a thing, which you've experienced with, like, Moonchild and all these other things, and as Gaul, you are a manifestation of it. I think you being in his space and getting at 25, realizing this thing doesn't exist. It's one of the reasons why I can break all the rules. It doesn't actually exist and only gets represented as things that exist in this universe by pretending it is. So it takes the form of it is a thought. And as such, the closest thing it can become manifest into physicality is an amorphous thing physically, like an Ichor that can become literally anything. Thought given form must seek reference. You know, it's so hard to come up with an original idea. This is that dangerous. Matter coming out of nowhere, manifesting. However, it's not a dream, not quite a nightmare, but closer to a nightmare than a dream. Something that lives off of thought. Something that lives off of dreams.
So I'll look at you and be like, will your book eat soot?
Eat what?
Soot.
Like, ooh, what?
Like carbon ash. Soot.
No, no.
Yeah, but Gaul doesn't
No.
understand the word soot.
I will pull out the torch, light it,
Oh,
and use the process to animate. Also, paying attention to see if the Ichor is part of this, animating the torch.
I think there is a small part of, perhaps you're the only one that notices this. There's a small part of it where the flame part of it, it's all physical. The torch just looks like Vanta Black, and then the flame just looks like Vanta Black as though it were just the silhouette of it, like if the fire was solid, and then the chameleon bit changes and the fire looks like fire.
Because, I mean, I have to have the torch in order to do
but there's
it.
like there's a split second where the Ichor is the flame before it becomes actual fire.
And I wouldn't notice that?
I'm gonna say that's up to you.
Do a perception.
You have a very high passive perception. I think it's up to you.
I think I'd notice.
I mean, I am making.
I'm very connected to flame.
Well,
For that
yeah,
not to
there
be
is
a
that.
real
Yeah.
flame. And high
I'm
perception.
putting a lot of this into your hands because I think it makes more sense for you to what it is you think your character would notice and feel from these.
And
these
I
events that are
am
happening.
purposely going slower, like I said, to kind
Sure.
of examine the process. So
Yeah, which is why I think it's entirely up to you guys.
I think I'd notice. I mean, I have some of your memories and stuff too, so it's like
you see it coming
I'm
out
not
of
going to
me.
say anything
Right.
necessarily, but I notice.
So
Yes.
I do a lot of that.
Kira, do you guys have any of the wooden
soot stands up.
coasters? The
It's more of a hob.
the negotiation, the forced
The harvest
negotiation coins.
The bartender's armistice?
That thing.
How do you know about the bartender's
Oh,
armistice?
we had one
We've
once.
used one.
Came in handy.
One thing Bass
My
said.
sister used to run a bar.
Okay, that makes more sense because I mean only barkeepers, innkeepers, and those who are allowed or dedicate their lives to hosting those who are traveling and in need of a roof over their head have any means of getting them, and there's kind of an unspoken rule where you can't really get a hold of them, and it's pretty. I mean, I've used one before because it doesn't matter. No, I don't have access, but I
Does
know a
the
friend
temple
who does.
have any?
No, we don't have a bar here.
That's sad.
One thing Bass said.
I'm sorry, we're not that much of an open community as far as we don't welcome everybody. We're a bit of a closed
One thing
community.
Bass said is somehow war, aggression, violence makes this worse, makes this spread faster. Do you have a way of forcing peace?
Yes. We, in our meditations,
Like the
we exude, some of us who are very well trained can exude an aura of peace that makes it very difficult for those who would want to harm us. There are still those that can overcome that aura of peace, but yes, we create our own sanctuary around ourselves.
Okay.
But it is only for the individual. There have been tales of more, but it's very difficult to do.
You don't have anything exterior like that armistice.
Like a magical item?
Or something else?
Something that would be more of a third party, you mean?
Forcing peace upon a creature.
I hate to be that person, but if you analyze that sentence, it's a bit oxymoronic.
That's
I mean, that's what those things do. They force peace upon creatures.
they more cast sanctuary.
It's
It's more of a
It removes aggression from the situation. Do you see?
there. Yeah, we don't use them, obviously, because we don't have access to them.
I know. I'm asking if you have anything like that.
We have a technique, like I had said, that we can do it for ourselves.
Okay.
We don't believe in controlling the minds of others
And
and wills of others. That's
it's-
kind of
if it's
the antithesis of what we are.
if it's just for you, can you do that?
I can, yes.
can you cure yourself?
After meditating for a day, I can do so, yeah.
For a day.
Every time when a new day comes, I am able to have that about myself.
Okay. I can target one of these creatures if you make it invisible and I can see it. I only got one more today.
So who do we do?
Kira.
Soot is currently
Kira's more
5 feet
important.
up dancing or just moving around in the air.
She's more important than any one of us.
Books and fire don't go together that well, so I don't think the book would want it.
Her.
The Soot actually sort of
Patricia
stops
Shiny.
dancing, turns towards you
outside
like
of
it's
you,
listening
she's
to
the
you.
one that's going to get rid of this the easiest
I
from someone else.
But do you have anything that you can target if you see it for a split second that you're preparing?
I
Because Gaul can make 2 people invisible.
Yeah.
yeah, I mean I can try to do the thing with like separating what I was trying to do with you.
I can actually do
failed.
more, technically.
But like the separating the creatures, like vortex
Yeah,
warping.
but-
Yeah, that's kind of used.
I only have so much power right now.
Tomorrow-
I'm a little drained.
How many people can you turn invisible?
If I burn my last slot.
Use all your power.
Right. So then
I only got so much. I can only.
When I can think straight tomorrow,
4
I
people?
might be able to.
I can make 4 people invisible.
You can
There's
make
4 of us that are infected.
But I don't have that much power.
I know. You can cure 1.
but I can still see more, right? And I can cast that particular thing. I can at least separate entities from each other a little bit more. So if you can do
But
it,
it
for-
goes invisible too. It just is not as quickly.
Right. There should be a moment where you can do something to it.
But we've seen this thing manipulate something. So if it happens once, it can probably then not be visible again.
Yes, we won't get a second chance at this.
Right. So I don't want to do too many people at once, because then it's going to be immune to that.
Right.
What I'm saying is, you can cure somebody. You might be able to cure someone.
I should be able to blight the object once I see it.
Meckel, if you could see it, do you think you could, like, stab into someone and extract it?
You know, I'm not sure.
Are
I
you
think
full today?
I'm not full. I'm just really tired.
Yeah, we all are.
No, I'm finding it. I'm so tired. It's hard to concentrate at this moment. Is what I'm saying.
Gotcha.
So I don't know. I just don't know.
You could maybe get somebody tomorrow, though, if you're hungry or can concentrate on it.
Maybe.
So you do invisibility. You two heal someone each.
And tomorrow I can do a lot more, but
Why don't you just read the book and have it eat it?
eat the Ichor
Yeah.
out of somebody?
Yeah.
How is the book going to get into somebody to eat it out of them?
Zemdak was flaying his skin earlier.
I can hold it off in me.
Okay.
I don't know if you can blight her creature while at the same time she's casting a spell.
I only need, it doesn't matter. If I see it, I can hit it for the next minute.
Right. But if it's dying inside of her, is she going to lose concentration on whatever she's doing?
What
not-
she's doing, she can do that first, and I can do it later.
Mine is not concentration for that either. It would just be a separation. Then we have this thing we have to, like, incinerate.
If I've seen it, I can pinpoint it for the next minute.
So you blight Trisheni. Trisheni, you cure Kira.
Oh, but no, but as soon as you cast something, you're not invisible anymore.
But he doesn't have to see it anymore. Once he sees it once, that's all it takes.
And it's just in me at this point that you would be doing that thing too. So
So you, Invisible Kira, and Trisheni,
Yes.
she uses her spell to focus it out. When that's all done, I'll heal Trisheni.
Who heals me?
can you make yourself invisible or like
But-
wait an hour and then we do it again? Like I can at least.
Listen, wait,
Power.
I can do.
You have more power.
Yeah, I can do more spells. Yeah.
Oh no, because I can do 4 of us all at once.
But there's only so much time.
And there's
it
only so
appears
many of
for
us that
half a
can
second.
do something with that.
But it lasts an hour, right?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
the thing's going to follow us invisible.
It goes invisible too.
Yeah. It adapts.
So
It
that's
goes invisible with us.
So you don't invisible yourself until Trisheni's ready for you.
yes.
right. And then I will separate
Because you
it.
can cast it twice, correct? Gall?
Can you do less people?
No, because
at
I
times?
did the healing earlier, so I've only got one more.
Can you wait? You can typically wait about an hour ish, right? And then we can do this again, right? I'm
Yeah.
willing to stay up. Do you have some coffee? I'm willing to stay up. Let's do
I always
this.
have some coffee.
All right.
I have a,
Isn't it like, don't we
have-
just wake up?
We have pounds. Of coffee. We bought 28, I think, when we were in town last time.
We wanted to make sure we didn't lose
Yeah.
coffee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
We've got like a year's worth supply. of coffee.
Okay. So if second after you rest, you cast it on both you and Zemdak. I can get you, and then I can get you real quick, and then we have to just incinerate whatever the fuck it is that comes out. Because it seemed to work with you with just burning it, like most things.
Can we tell that we took what the 1 point of corruption is?
Does it feel?
Because if we have to do another rest, then it's going to be another.
I am going to leave it up to. This is about mindfulness and body awareness. I'm going to leave that up to an insight check. It is very difficult. One of the reasons why this thing spreads so fast, so quickly, and so powerfully is because it makes it very difficult to know who is and who is not infected.
7. So, probably not.
After that short rest, you feel great, Gully.
Yeah.
You got all your shit back. You ready to go.
All right, let's get this
All
done.
these scrubs can't get their spells back on a short rest.
All right, all right. So, Trisheni, Kira. Invisible. Okay.
That would be
Wait,
my
touch
vote
the shinies
for
ready.
who to heal first.
You're doing one at a
Just have to
time.
find the right page. Hold on.
Well, they're going invisible, but since I
So he cast
I understand.
invisibility on both of them.
I'm
see
letting
it,
her
you've
do
got
her
light.
thing first before I heal her.
She uses
Within
that
the next
second.
minute.
It's going to be easier if we say, this is what happens, this is what I do. This is what happens,
Yes.
this is what
Yep.
I do. And then we'll just resolve them one at a time. Sound good?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. I'm ready. Sorry, I was checking if you could use something, but you can't. So
Okay.
Okay.
You
get
can-
ready.
You can hit more than one.
Am I only doing 2 or am I doing more than 2?
just 2,
Okay.
because otherwise it will adapt and it will
Okay.
understand. And
So I will cast invisibility on Kira and Drasheni.
I have to ask this one question first. What date is the Baker's Dozen on right now?
give me one
They're
moment.
behind us, I'm pretty sure.
They are. They're not
They're
too far
behind you?
behind.
Okay, that's all I needed to know. Meaning that
Let
Trisheni...
me, let me just double check real fast, though, exactly. Like, I think. Because it won't take me long.
I thought they were ahead of us.
I just need to know
That's
if
why.
Trisheni would, because of the connection that was made between the twins, if Trisheni would be aware of the encounter they had in the void between the well wall channels of the in-between with the endless creature of hands.
They are around the 8th of Achiel, so about a week ago, but Trisheni and Miss Sheni have not had that full-blown connection yet.
Were
again.
you in the well wall continuum when that encounter happened, though, and didn't make that connection?
No. The encounter happened. The hands in that happened after. That was when we were. That was like the 3rd of Achiel, when we were trying to get back from Tamarin's
Sure.
realm. That was after the 2nd of Achiel, which was when the twins had that full blown connection, because it only happens during Trisheni's when it procs for
Got it.
Trisheni.
CNN breaking news
Is fully that.
is only can be jump started from Trisheni's side.
Right. And that's why I have to keep track of that. And I'm like,
I think that also helps too, because if rather than having to keep track of both of them,
Yeah.
we only get updates from one end. It's one-sided.
yeah,
Okay.
exactly. Because you said that Trisheni comes 90%, Miss Sheni comes 10%.
Okay. Then
So
do what you're gonna do.
All right, let me get back to the
Okay.
thing. All right.
Tim, you get a 25, right?
Yes.
My question for Zemdak is going to be, given all you figured out, is that something you can't flash of genius yourself, can you?
Yeah, I can.
Is that something that you would want to be like, no, I want to know more?
Have you
Yeah.
met him?
Yeah.
Do you have any left?
Yeah.
Okay. So what would that make it, a 30?
30. Yeah.
Make it a 30? Okay. That epiphany is going to come to you in amidst this endeavor. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, like
So, invisible.
on Kira and Trisheni.
Yep.
I'm
Okay.
focusing on Trisheni.
You're just casting it at a higher level then. Yep. Or I'm
Yeah,
sorry, you're
I'm-
casting.
Log
it
is
at a higher
casting.
level.
I'm burning a slot
Okay.
to do it on multiple people.
Can we see the Ichor for a second?
Because it takes a second, I want you to. This is about you looking at the right place in the anatomy of the person for the split second before this thing only has a fraction of a second lag before it adapts and then also becomes invisible. So we're all going to roll perception checks here to see if you're looking at the right spot.
I mean, we are. Argus and I are
I'm
focused
so
on our
tired.
particular targets really hard. So it's not
Yeah.
even like a.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying like,
Yeah, I get it. I'm just flavoring. Perception?
what?
Um,
Flash of geniusing?
no, perception. I'm focusing on Trisheni's.
Oh, you're focusing on Trisheni. Okay, cool. What was your perception roll?
27.
27. Okay. Wow. You have. How do you have
Expertise.
golf?
And I rolled an 18.
Every time I say log in my head, and then I say no.
So I'm the one who's casting on them. I rolled a 1.
That makes sense. You're focusing on the spell because you're concentrating on it.
Yep.
8 on Kira because I can't see myself, and that's all I can see, even though
20
I was practicing.
13.
Okay.
I think just the jarring moment of you becoming invisible is like you look at yourself for a split second instinctually, and then you're like, oh shit, I missed my moment.
15.
15.
2. I'm really tired.
Yeah. I think you're just watching Soot dance. He's like, haha, cute little dance. Oh, wait, what? Who were you looking at? Trisheni? Okay. Nobody was looking at Kira that noticed anything? Or nobody
She got a
saw-
13.
13 because Flash of Genius.
It's not enough. You do see it inside of her, though, and you're the one that needed to see it.
Did you see it?
I got a 15.
Nope.
Because I am not trained in perception.
Even though you're observant.
Yeah. So it depends on if you want to.
Here's what I'll say. You were focusing on Trisheni. Your passive is much higher than the roll, correct?
Do you see me point at it?
I was going to say he notices something that he wasn't focusing on better than the thing that he's actually focusing on. I think you do... I think you're torn about this. You do see something out of the corner of your eye in Kira. You don't know if that's enough for your ability. And the only way to figure it out is to try it out. You do see it inside of Trisheni before it is no longer in the spot that you supposedly made. It wasn't said where you made contact. I guess in your shoulder, you said, or something like that, because you put your hand on her shoulder to heal her or whatever.
Well, you gave me a good berry.
Oh yeah, in the mouth and everything. It doesn't look like it was in that area. It appears to be wrapped around her heart.
I've got heartworms. It's okay.
I didn't even think about the dog having heartworms.
She's not a dog.
I'm not the dog.
Canid adjacent. That's what you guys see.
I didn't see it.
You didn't see it in Trisheni. You're not sure what you saw, Kira.
Why didn't you use your spell?
I was going. I did. Like I was going to. Like I was
Is it a
ready.
reaction?
It's
Well,
not
she
a
was holding
reaction.
it.
I was
Oh,
holding
you
it.
were
I was
holding it?
yeah.
To do it on what?
On Kira.
You didn't see anything. You have a
I-
target.
Yeah.
Guys, I have an idea, and maybe it's just the sleepy me talking. As I apparently get distracted for a second, I think I'm out of kebabs. Anyways,
Great.
I think I noticed something in Kira though.
You
What-
heal Kira.
is it?
If you didn't see it in her, do what you can. All right. You only have a minute. Do it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna close my eyes and focus.
You can use the. I can give you the scroll for what I was going to do. You can use that. I know you can.
I'm gonna reach out and cast blight on the object that I perceived in Kira.
I'm gonna let him.
You see your fingertips start to do that. Just like when fire burns for a long time, and it becomes that blackened kind of charcoal, but it has cracks in the wood because it dries so much, it shrinks. You see your fingers start to crack as ash kind of moves from you and towards Kira, and kind of like, and she gasps. All of this is very fast, and so nobody's really expecting a whole lot. Everyone's kind of taken off guard by pretty much everything that happens. It's long moments of discussion, and then lots of action that's like, wait, what? And then long moments of discussion, and then lots of action. So you cast Blight. Do they need to roll a save?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a con save, isn't it?
I think so.
It's a con save.
I'm going to say, as far when we're talking about these, nobody can willingly save, because although the entity is inside it, it is doing its best to also influence the instinct of self-defense. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. It's an 18 on the die.
Okay. So
So
they take half damage.
okay.
Jesus.
It's 8d8.
Yeah, but I've seen you roll lower.
It's necrotic, right?
Mm-hmm.
It says plants. That does
39
double too, or that's
halved.
39 halved to
19.
19. Right? Yeah, 19.
Or round up to 20.
Okay. You see as the ash kind of enters her nose and mouth as she's gasped, parts of her skin that shows under her robes around like the nape of her neck begins to crack like burnt parts of wood like charcoal and ash away, and she looks at you like almost like her face is why, but she understands what's going on. It's very jarring.
She's technically invisible.
Yeah, but you with your eyes saw her, so you kind of see.
Okay. Just curious. If the ash like poofs in her face, and you like.
I think you just then perhaps you just have like a sixth sense with it
Yeah.
because it's your spell. You
Yeah.
just kind of feel that as if you're like the ash pieces were parts of your perception.
Yeah.
Not mechanically, but
Just
dramatically.
curious.
Description was
Yeah.
kind of fun. But yeah, you're right. You don't see her facial expressions, so never mind. Forget about that.
Unless the ash. I can
But
see.
you felt like it did. It made contact. She gets hurt too, but you feel like you made contact with it. It's hurting. Do you do it again?
I don't have any more spells.
Okay.
That's
You
a
can
4th level spell.
With her invisible, does it do it like? Do we see it necrotic, necrosize,
Do you see it like
necrotize inside of her?
flinch and kind of like become visible for a moment? That type of thing?
Right, sort of.
That's a good question. Here's what I'm going to say. Roll a religion check for me.
Wow.
7.
7. You know you can do this. You know you're going to have to be a little bit more incorporeal, but you know you can... don't feel like it's all the way gone, but you feel like you heard it. You know you can do this. But you're going to have to... You might have to give in a little bit. You don't know what that means, though.
Do you want some arcane?
This is all happening in your mind right now.
I can hear it.
I hit it, but it's not all gone.
Do you want to let go or do you want to hold on?
To the connection to it, like to what? To this plane?
To yourself. Are you going to let the fire, just like how sometimes smoke ignites and ash can sometimes ignite because of the small particulates that are flammable within the vapor?
Backdraft.
Okay.
Yeah, kind of like
I'm
that.
going to.
Are you going to do that or are you going to
Cleanse the unclean.
keep the flu controlled?
I'm going to hold my hammer and burn my soul mark and let go and bust through it.
Bust through.
I'm going to let go, but tether myself with the soul mark tied. The soul still tied to my hammer.
You want to use the released soul mark as an anchor, as a tether to your. You
So
want to
I'm
let the
gone?
soul mark that's in your hammer inhabit your body to use as like like a meat hook or an anchor into your
Into my, so I can go back.
into your like earthen shell.
Yeah.
That's fucking cool. That's super cool. You have a mark to
I
expend
have
for
one
this?
mark. Yes. I have
That's
one
not
soul.
one of the abilities I gave you, right? This
No,
is just some
well,
fuckery.
I mean, yeah.
What was
The-
what was one of the one mark abilities? Just so I remember.
Well, or it's
The head of the hammer itself becomes an anchor.
Sure,
that,
yeah.
Like drags.
I mean, it's all.
I just
what
wanted
we
to know.
want, right?
You just got to remind me. 'Cause it's been-
Well, I mean, the main thing of it is we used it to increase my fire damage.
sure.
But
okay, that's fine.
you can also use it to cast like a shield, or
Something like
First
Speak
level
with Dead or
spells
something like that. Or
it obviously lets me end my burning of my
Right. Oh,
And,
okay, cool. So this is really cool. I think you see this, like, this is all, again,
And
happening
it lets
bullet
me
time.
succeed. I have an extra, increases my ability to revive someone. So I was using it kind of in a way that's
Like a
tied-
soul anchor.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
cool. Okay, so I think what happens is that you take your soul. This is all happening because you have to make this decision in a split second.
Yeah.
You say,
It's not.
I hit it, but it's not enough. And then you kind of like your eyes crest a little bit and you purse your lips and you pull out the hammer and you take it and you shove it into your sternum as it goes, as it melts into the metal of your armor and that is no longer magical
Yep.
and embeds itself into your chest as it starts to glow this bright platinum white. And your body exudes fire from your ears, your mouth, your nose, your eyes. And the ash and smoke from that fire follows the line of that ash as if your soul is screaming to get out, and like reverse camera style enters inside of Kira, and you see Kira now, her ears, her nose, her eyes now flaming with bright white and orange light, and your body goes limp but is locked in space by the hammer that's just kind of floating there like an immovable rod, vibrating as there is this kind of plasma whip that's attached to the handle that also is attached to Kira's sternum. And you're like locked in this moment right there. There is... You guys all witness this happening. Argus's body looks unresponsive.
Remember where we are. I'm more tied to the primeval here.
There's some sort of just... It appears to be in a moment of stasis. How do I...
Go, Argus, go.
I will
Burn,
like
baby,
be in
burn.
awe and be like, oh, and give him, if it matters, the bardic inspiration.
Okay, cool. That's a D8?
Yeah,
Okay.
it changes also with.
So here's what I'm going to
what
have
is
you do.
at.
Nothing. Sorry. I had an idea.
You're going to roll your divine intervention.
Which I don't have yet.
Or do you?
This is your first act of divine intervention.
It's a D100.
You as
You
yourself
evolve.
deity, you as yourself deity are, of course you're going to roll the metal one and just make this massive boom on the microphones. Of course you are.
But it has to.
It has to.
It is a big boom.
It has
What-
to be a
is it
metal thing.
Is it an ability?
You're going to roll a
check?
D100. Hold on. You're going to roll a D100 because this is your first deific act of divine intervention, trying to control what you are into controlling what somebody else is and burning something out. You know, the whole embodying. You became flame. You let go of your corporeal shell, but tried to give yourself kind of a
way
cheat
back.
anchor back. And yeah, you can add his inspiration onto it. This is a follower. You have a follower of you as a deity.
I perk up a little bit.
Detract, not add, because divine intervention is your.
Yes, essentially,
Okay,
yes.
Cool, cool, cool.
And you get to
just-
roll.
And the chances are real low.
Well, no, you
Divine
have to roll
interventions-
your level.
It
or
would be.
below,
It would be.
right? So you roll.
at this moment.
your
You'll be
level
10.
plus
So I mean,
9.
so whatever you roll, you could then subtract.
And you can roll it twice and take.
But I have to
whichever
get
one you
lower
want.
than 10.
You have to get 10 or lower.
9
Yeah.
9.
or lower.
We're only 9th level.
He's 10 now. He's doing his thing. Now. This is what's happening.
Gotcha.
He's breaking through to the
Yes.
other side with this
So
ability.
10 or lower minus.
Whatever the D8.
So if you
I'm
got
going
a-
to be treating this as kind of like how I do revivify ritual type of things, where if you want to, you can
help?
You can help.
Haha.
But this can't.
was the thought I
The
had.
thing that you can help with has to be very quick. It cannot be something that's protracted. There is a moment of stasis here, but your anchor is only going to hold for so long. Does that make
There's
sense?
only a one soul.
With my new connection to blood, I can make people begin to bleed from eyes and
Correct.
ears and mouth and nose.
You could
and
cause them to spontaneously exsanguinate.
try and pull it out through her blood into the fire.
Cool.
You want so like part of the iron that it is trying to assimilate, you try to pull out. I see.
Into the fire that's inside of her now.
Get the Ichor
Right,
out.
like a plumber's hook going in and pulling out all the hair.
Oh,
Like a plumber, like you're plumbing, you're
I know
plumber
it's gonna
snaking
hurt
through
her.
exsanguination.
I know it's going to hurt her, but I'm like making her hemorrhage so that like she's bleeding
Right.
faster.
I take
You're
two of my
bloodletting.
hands.
Interesting. Cool. So spend the spell.
Cantrip.
Okay. Then
But she bleeds for 2 minutes. So
you have to. Do you have to roll damage for it, or
No, it's a con on her
it's a con, and
on her
then
point, but it doesn't do damage. It just makes someone bleed.
right, it's not a condition or anything. Make someone bleed so that
It's a-
blood is now on the outside of their body
Correct.
for more of your effects and other things that could be more
Yes.
fun, fucky stuff. Okay. She
in effect.
got a 14.
Spell save 17.
Okay, so you see her start to. There's baked blood now coming out of all of the orifices because the fire, and there's all this.
Boiling blood.
Yeah, it's kind of like that, like when cheese melts so much and becomes hard. It's like boiling and then caking and charring.
Yum.
Do you want to do something?
What's your health at right now?
30.
I want to create bonfire on you, but I don't know if that's a good idea.
What would that do?
Your fire? Yeah, it just makes you more fire.
I am in a hurry.
You are fire. Fire.
I don't even know
More
if
fire.
it technically hurt me.
More
Because you'd
fire.
have to do, because I am my.
What health is she at? What health is Kira at? TJ?
What's Kira at?
Yeah.
How does she
I'm
look?
telling you.
Beforehand, was she
You hurt her with the
Scream.
discordant scream, but other than that, she was looking okay before that. And you did the blight thing. I mean, she looks hurt, but she's not. She looks injured, but she doesn't look hurt.
Because, I mean, all I got are cantrips, so.
Roll it.
Unless you can just.
You guys, fast. You guys gotta.
Come on, roll
What are
it.
you doing, Shay?
I'm going to cast slow on all the Icarus creatures within us because I can cast it on 6 creatures, and so I can get every single person that is.
You don't have to see it.
I don't have to see it, and it's not something that I can adapt to.
Correct. However, the way they are right now, they are not creatures. They are just an extension of the creatures of which they are hosts of. So you could do it to the hosts if you'd like, and it would also then affect it. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I'll do it on Kira still because I was gonna do the thing, but I couldn't see her, so then that makes sense why I would. It's not a reaction, but I could still.
All right, you want to
with
slow Kira.
slow cure it. Mostly the creature that's within
Okay.
her, but
That's a 16.
fail.
Okay.
Did you a second?
You see the fire and the blood curdle and come out much slower. What are you doing, Michael?
I'm giving him the inspiration.
Okay, cool. What do you say or do?
I'm basically narrating in a kind of like a sing-songy voice the actions that are going on, kind of like contributing to memory or trying to contributing.
And then he made her burn from the inside.
Well, look at this cotton. It looks like there's some people on fire here. Log, what are you doing? God damn it.
Yeah.
I guess fuck it. I'll cast bonfire on Kira.
Okay, it's a save.
Yeah.
Oh my god. She Got a 4 on the die. That's not going to be enough.
Flame rises
So
around her.
plus 6 plus.
It's-
She has a plus
yeah.
10.
I think so.
So 14. Is that your spell save? It's 14 your spell save DC?
Shit.
No reactions.
I think it.
You have a -2 penalty to your dex saves, by the way.
So it'll
right
be a
now.
12. So it won't. That won't do it.
And the save was a 15 anyway.
There you go.
So whatever it is takes. Wait, is that the right number of die? It is.
The great flyer cleanses.
2d6 now because of.
Well, it's 2d8. Okay, yes, that's right.
So I
it's,
need, I need
6.
the damage here. Yeah.
6. Yeah,
6 points of damage.
6.
Okay, so you can add that or subtract that from your roll. You bleeding. What is? Does that specifically use? Does that cantrip still use your intelligence modifier, or is it using your?
Yeah. So it imposes a -2 penalty on the creature's intelligence, charisma, wisdom checks.
Okay, so that's another 2. You can do it by
Oh,
And the creature might attract the attention of blood drinking organisms.
like you. So
Yeah.
you smell cooked blood,
Yep.
and you're like, I'm so thirsty.
Essentially just makes them start to hemorrhage.
Okay, cool.
so when I cast the
The bardic thing.
bardic thing, I can also then give Soot a command at the same time. So it's going to start dancing and then occasionally rhythmically hit her
With the
with the flame. So with the slam, its slam attack.
right, because it can actually do damage.
Yes.
Can
Yeah. So let me roll
Sure.
and see if it.
it? You keeping track of all these
Uh,
numbers that I'm giving you?
18 on the dice.
At 8.
Yeah.
So
Plus
18.
minus 2, plus minus 6, plus the D8,
Another 4 points. Or sorry, 7 points.
7. So we got 6 plus 7 is 13, plus 2 is 15, plus the D8.
It's not much, but does the -2 to AC help with like? A
Yeah, I'll say that
-2?
will. Yes, I'll say that it will as well, and minus 2. So we're talking.
Do you get my 7 in
13
there?
plus 2 is 15. So we're
15,
to
yes.
7. So 17. Margin of error was 17 plus a D8. Good luck.
Plus your
27.
27 or so it's actually not terrible.
Plus your what? What?
His 10 levels is the base
Right.
of that. So
I'm
27.
yeah, I'm just saying if you are
Plus.
you want
you
how
roll
about
your
how about
inspiration?
why don't you roll your D8 now?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the inspiration, yeah.
1.
Roll it again. You get
He
you
gets
get
you
it
get advantage.
twice.
2.
Hey,
That's very
29.
that's very Kenton of you.
So you need to roll 29 or below.
29 or below.
29 or below.
all right.
Good vibes.
89.
After all that,
Use your inspiration to re-roll. No.
you see
2 minor interventions.
as it's slowed, so the pathway from Argus at some point gradually gets slower, so you get to see this because otherwise it would happen too fast, like a flash paper. Your fire dies down, and the plasma begins to like pull the hammer out, and the mark of the shining of the platinum of the soul that's surrounding the flame of the head of the hammer. The plasma gets sucked into her chest, and the hammer physically like plops up against her chest and falls, but the platinum flame doesn't. And she's still. The platinum flame floats there like a Poe ghost in Legend of Zelda, kind of like right in front of you, right in front of her for a moment before it solidifies and becomes like concrete, like physical. And it's small, and it looks similar to how you've seen her tears that she spreads. Kind of like that, kind of the same type of material, but not, hers are more like blue, like water, tears, and like clear, with like a tint of that. This is like a platinum flame that appears to kind of be bashed into her chest and has melted a part of her skin to be kind of embedded halfway into her sternum, as if kind of like Raven has that diamond spell gem in her forehead from Teen Titans. It's now, there's this soul mark that has become solidified crystal stone, whatever you want it to be, that's basically solid flame that's bedded and melted into her sternum as you see the fires begin to die out and some non-baked blood begins to leak out as she falls limp to the ground, and so does your body. Argus, for all intents and purposes, your soul is inside the gem that's inside of her. And as the Morhirai, probably one of the only people that would be able to contain a sliver of an elemental. Your body is pretty much mechanically the same effect of what's going on with Log's body. Not cataplectic, but completely catatonic. It's not breathing. Log's body's not breathing.
No, I thought
Really
it
was
was.
stable.
It is breathing,
It's just
or it's
stable.
like it's just
It's in stasis.
yeah, the autonomic life signs are just so low that they're almost barely imperceptible, that type of thing. Yeah. And you're inside Kira now. Your brain, what you are, is inside Kira. And she's like, begins to collapse. And like, she blinks and puts her eye up, and there's blood dripping from her. And you're really fucking thirsty, my dude. Why don't you go ahead and roll a wisdom saving throw for me?
I'm still tempered.
But if I remember what happened when you did your deep thought, you're like, I'm so fucking thirsty. I'm so fucking thirsty.
That was just,
Yeah.
I was playing off of being like a brand new vampire.
Put it this way. You are a brand new vampire that through your powers made somebody bleed for the express purpose of being able to feed off of them.
Like-
And you're trying not to immediately feed off of them.
Sure.
Does that make sense?
Yes. Wisdom
Like
save.
instinctually. Yeah.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Okay. I think... Who's... Tersheni, you probably got the best eye on Zemdak right now.
I did just say like, hey, use this
I
instead.
think you see him go and take that like kind of like shudder double take step towards Kira as Kira doesn't notice. So you see that he's wanting. Kira notices this and begins to shuffle back. Looks at her chest, pulls her robes away, tries to put her hand. Looks at all of you and says, "What did you do to me?" And that's where we're going to take our break. We'll be back in a little bit. Stay safe out there. We'll see you soon.
I go running at her with the dagger.
Let me there pry him out from him.
This is Argus.
And welcome back. Hi. So,
That's Argus.
Kira's on the floor asking, "What did you do to me?" We're going to now talk about Zemdak,
What did I notice?
your epiphany. You learn things about Eldorum, about how this material seemed to be refined around these ships, or whatever they happen to be. You know that the thing that Mekkel created seemed to look identical to the Eldritch Idols that both you and the Baker's Dozen had interacted with, including what was called the Long Death that Bast and Osfer had interacted with. You also then make the connection of what's Tweg made out of? Tweg, if you remember, was
Old
made
Tweg.
out of like also quite Icarus from the before, from Log. And how that is a familiar summon from your patron. And if the Ichor has something to do with Eldorum, and it has to do with copying things or whatever, and trying to exist, there's a tie there as well. And something that Log has to do. Log seems to be tied into whatever the Ichor is, and perhaps Eldorum as well. You remember the conversation that where Log had one of those big idols in your dreamscape on like the Rubicon Plateau steps when you were asking it questions, remember?
I don't know if that was ever described as being Eldorum, though.
It was
just a large
described as
statue.
Petra, I believe, like carved out of the stone. But it was, if I remember, was it in the shape of the Eldritch Idol, or was it in
No,
the
it was a wolf statue.
It was a wolf statue, that's correct. Right.
Which I think we all took as more rock.
To that point, the door at the edge of Log's
Yes.
dreamscape perception, there's one person who's gone through that door,
He didn't tell us.
other than most recent. Right, Cole didn't.
He
say.
cooked that. He took that
He took that with him.
to the grave.
Well, he's not technically dead.
Not done yet.
He took that to the hole.
As a scientist,
Take it to the hole.
Did you find the button?
as a scientist,
Not yet.
Oh, I caught it.
as a scientist, the adaptability and just learning constituent material of what this is fascinating and extremely powerful. To that end, if it can adapt so quickly to those types of changing environments, but can't seem to adapt to the environment that's living in, there's limits, of course. Its key being one. There's things that it can't seem to adapt to. The environment itself as a whole, just being overwhelmingly everywhere, as something they can't seem to adapt to. But what's to say that that adaptation cannot also extend to what it actually is, like physically manifested as? What's to say that manifestation can't then be an adaptation of how it's understood, what it thinks, its recognition of reality? You've seen firsthand what Log can do when he manifests it, and then you make the connection. Log is a dreamweaver. Why is he a dreamweaver? Why is he able to manifest objects that are only ideas, when this thing is a dream and an idea that is only mimicking being in the realm of the physical and the material? If his patron has something to do with this, seeing as the familiar that he was granted is somewhat Icarus at that one point, do his Dreamweaver powers, was he a Dreamweaver before the patron chose to grant him that support and that sponsorship? Or was the fact that he was chosen to be sponsored by this patron what made him a Dreamweaver? These things are too close to be coincidence. This thing is an idea, a dream, can manifest, can create just by thought, but can't itself exist in the material. You remember the cephalomorph Pinky in the brain space saying a Dreamweaver woke up and everything, and a bunch of the parts of, like, you know, existence in the world as we know it disappeared. If we're getting closer and closer to what Log is as a Dreamweaver, what happens when Log wakes up? What happens when... Is his patron asleep? Is his patron a Dreamweaver? What happens when his patron wakes up? How many Dreamweavers are there? I'm gonna give you one more roll here. Unless Adam can figure this out.
Bast and Osfer told us that this had been around for a very long time.
Mm-hmm.
The same way that Log's dreams can be manifest into reality, this seems like a nightmare that has been made physical.
And what is a nightmare? Just a subjective
Yeah, it's a
judgment that
it's,
we
it's
create.
just another dream.
It's just a it's just an idea, a thought, a subconscious, if that we then put our own judgment, moral code to and say that was bad, therefore it was a nightmare. They're all still just thoughts, dreams, something without corporealness.
Okay.
But perhaps, yes, as far as the way you're understanding, yes, it's probably closer to nightmare. Continue.
That was sort of my thought. Like an ancient dream weaver had a nightmare, and this is the result.
It could make if a Dreamweaver would to be have a nightmare, and somehow, whether it be through intent or not,
Like
in
Log
some
had
way-
that one ghost nightmare, and we had to fight that. Could this be the result of a similar thing in that it just got out of control?
He had to, when he was still old Log. Every time he went to sleep, he rolled
Yeah.
to see what dreams would manifest. See what it was a nightmare. Was it a dream? Was it something else? Was it a wet dream? Who knows?
Only a couple of those.
Those are the nat 20s.
Now we know where Adam's values lie. Eye on the prize, right, Adam?
Don't roll a 1.
It's happened.
Womp womp.
Those are the ones where you're on the other side of that equation. Am I making the connection you want me to make?
Perhaps. I'll give you a hint. There are entities that have reached into the skein and the web and the tangledness of fate and have pulled through their observations that don't always make sense to you. There are beings that perhaps never existed before, or will exist, that perhaps time is not so linear. Perhaps things are viewed in different order. Perhaps existence is viewed as more of a manipulatable fabric rather than just a single line that's moving. And not all of it has made sense. Sometimes when it comes full circle, we you start to make connections. There are names, numbers, prose, statements, beings that you have encountered that have not made sense. And that's what makes you think of these beings, because this thing does not make sense. Which, in a very funny way, no pun intended, kind of makes sense, because it doesn't have to, because it is a thought, a dream. That grabbed really hard onto your interpretation of physical reality. Tosheni looks like she figured something out.
Michael is snoring.
Well, I'm just going back to the fact that
Actually, he's not. He's
Log's patron, everything seemed to be at odds with what happened with Cole and Druganok back and everything too. So they are not of the same entity. They are brothers. Was one of them the dreamer?
Betrayer.
The other, maybe one woke up. I don't know. There's that too, because otherwise it would it'd all be the same. It's not, but it's not though. Your Ichor likes to eat that Ichor.
Right. Yeah.
So
Well,
There's a thought here. It's not a bad idea. We can talk about the table for a little bit of a moment, because this we can kind of. It's almost like Zemdek has a manifestation of Trisheni as one of his representations of his consciousness, as of his subconscious,
in the
representing
split-second mind
a lot
palace.
of logic, reason, and also just maddening chaos that's somehow just. I don't know why, but I want that around. And it's there's that part, Trisheni in your mind comes out, and it's well, something about these brothers and something about something being at odds. And then you think of her and what she's pursued by and the things that she's experienced, and how you've made this connection of how there perhaps are two different factions of Faceless. That are also, one appears to be helping you, one appears to be a little bit more hostile, and you're not quite sure. And you've witnessed Thraz having, as you have witnessed Zemdak yourself, quite a few attributes and qualities of a Faceless, as though he was slowly transitioning into one by being overexposed to the continuum that is the well walls and the in-between. Those that spend too long within the horizon perhaps lose themselves and are torn apart because of it. The hands,
that is my sandwich.
as they have come apart and regenerated themselves in Icarus-like flavor and form, yet still damaged the entity that was here when this wounded one was pulled through. The well walls reach into a realm and create safe havens of channels throughout an in-between that is, other than that, a vast emptiness of space without stars. And you see Trisheni enter the whole Mind Palace moment and just and there's this big personification of Lammy that's just tapping her on the head.
Good wizard.
Exactly.
Good little wizard. And then you pull back. And you focus on the eyes. All this conversation of the eyes, of what the ability that Argus has to be able to see things, eyes of the faithless, being able to see how it sometimes is reflected in a sheen for a moment, being able to see things that you just saw for a split moment and still be able to focus on them. Not having faith that they exist, but knowing that they exist. It's not a dream, it's not a faith, it's not a thought. Knowing that they exist, and therefore not too dissimilar about how Trisheni controls the universe and can cast her spells, convinces the universe that it is what she wants it to be. You see this, like, where's the line between a cleric and a wizard? Like, it's actually not quite as dissimilar as you may have thought. And you focus on those eyes for a moment. Those eyes, the flame coming out of Kira's eyes, those eyes. Log's eyes being a literal window into his soul, his dreamscape. These eyes. I'm going to give you a history check.
Masha's eyes.
Masha's eyes. Eyes being windows to the souls. Eyes being
Eyes can see.
See what
being able to
can
control others, seeing what will be, what has been.
I'm rolling great tonight. That's a 23.
23. And it hits you. You've seen Masha's eyes before. Not on Masha. You've seen this eye that, I believe, because either Bas or Osfer had one of them with them, didn't they? And they
No,
had,
we have them.
you have, right, you have them now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So and you had seen them because you were in that, like, closed off tomb.
Yes.
You've seen these
Ripped them out
eyes
of the-
before, and they weren't on Masha. You've seen them on an old lady in a hut in the middle of the Fothid ruins who turned where her gaze turned purple, her voice changed, and she told of, to you they've traced a bond of 40. Protect you from those deemed Stragorti. The eyes of a old primeval entity such as what you would perhaps call a hag now have found them way somehow through space, time, parallel universes, timelines, and probably passing through some iterations of those that kind of like how some vegetables or materials go through several different cleansing of washes, several different features of saline, and like citric acid and all these other things. But these washes are time, space, perception, thought, dream, possibility, and have found their way somehow to Masha, but have then also found their way to here, as time is just this weird soup. And that's what sticks in your head. You're thinking like, we Dreamweavers, when they wake up, like part of the universe disappears. Why? Why is that so tied to these creatures? Like if Log is a Dreamweaver, maybe his patron also is, or maybe, I don't know, something. Does it create Dreamweavers? How many are there? When they perish, leave residuum as stem from well continuum. To you they've traced a bond of 40. Protect you from those deemed Stragorti. When time, so I'm just gonna say the whole thing because this is exactly what you mind palace back, and your perfect auditory recall kicks in. Born from stars and reckless plight, most push back darkness with the light, but many stray from path and wind to find themselves lost and blind. When time spent long and in between, the warbling walls then do careen. Into the essence of those remained, and therein where their air contained. You hear Moonchild's cough off in the way. You're like, wait, I didn't
She's
summon there.
pooped.
Yeah. So it's weird that you hear that.
Well,
Extra shiny.
Hold on. When they perish, leave residuum as stem from well continuum. And after that lime, these purple eyes flash and glow as this voice that was not hers begins to grow. To you they've traced a bond of 40. Protect you from those deemed stragorti. And you think, wait, so what do all these, why does Kira know this, like a cock with the dawn, the hair, the rodent?
40. 4 lines.
Why did they know all of these things? Why did they each know a piece of something? Log knew one. Kira knew one. Shade knew one. And who else knew one?
Meckel.
Meckel knew one. What do they all have in common?
Weird as fuck.
Yeah.
Conclave.
He's like Zemdek's like fully. His eyes are glazed over. He's fully fiddling with a little. He's assembling and disassembling a tiny clockwork, just trinket that he's made as a kind of like a fidget toy for himself that he keeps absent-mindedly doing it. But he's not here right now. He's somewhere else, kind of behind the crowd where the camera looks at everybody else reacting to Kira. I was thinking, like, what do they have all in common? What do they all have in common? Why do they know each a piece of this? What do they each have a piece of? How are they related? It's all blood.
I mean, it's all the conclave.
Is it more than the conclave?
Meckel's creation of the Doctor.
Shade and Kira are technically creations of the Doctor. Of Doctor.
Thank you.
No articles.
Which makes Shade and Kira genetically similar. And if that is true, then that also lumps Meckel into that.
Yep.
And if that's true with Meckel, then by transitive property, if he has Ichor in him that was constructed in it, so is then Log. All of them seem to have some piece of this thing that should not exist programmed into their DNA. Literally programmed into the deoxyribose nucleic acid, the code, their genetic code. And then you pull back to reality as you see, I believe, Meckel. How would you react to the now?
I
limp
go over and try to
lifeless-
wake him up, and if my shaking doesn't do that, as I'm doing a medicine check, I would call for help from.
So you wake up as just kind of like a flashbang as you wake up from this completely dissociated internal space. The rest of your senses, like your hearing, starts to slowly, gradually pick in as you hear, "Wake up! Wake up! Wake up!" As you start to hear the screams and been like, "Come on!" of Meckel, and it kind of jolts you back to reality.
So I'll do a medicine check.
Sure.
Uh, 13.
13.
13.
I think you vaguely realize that Argus is alive, but his like heart and his breathing is like happening at maybe the 10th of the speed it should be happening for somebody who's like conscious.
Okay, I will
but
try.
it seems to be they seem to be catatonic at best.
I will try to pump a healing word into him and see if that makes any difference.
Okay.
Although I know he's already hurt, so maybe.
Yeah. You can go ahead.
Right.
Make sure you keep track of your spell slots.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
You doing just first level?
Yeah. Six.
The body seems to respond positively to this, like because the body's pretty beat up.
Right.
He did heal himself quite a bit, but then he got hurt again, and it's back and forth. The body's health as a shell, a vessel, an earth package, as it were, seems to respond to this, but doesn't seem to be anybody home.
Okay. I will then start to wordlessly wail as I'm trying to continue to wake him up. I'm starting to panic pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think like during like you're panicking, and that's when like Zemdak kind of starts to fade in and like gets hit by the reality of like shit's just gone weird. Part for the course for you guys, I suppose. Kira does stand up as you start wailing. I think Gall, you're
Awesome. Amazing.
familiar with making flames argent.
Mhm.
I think you barely notice just kind of the flicker of the glass, this like now solidified piece of flame glass now embedded into her, which is mostly covered by her, but as she moves, sometimes her robes move about. It seems every once in a while the flame, at least you catch at the corner of her arm, seems to like flicker or move a little bit. You also then see kind of that shimmer within her eyes as well. Like there's something else behind there.
I will telepath into the gem. You in there?
You want to telepath into
Anybody
the
home?
glass, the flame, the glass of flame.
Yeah.
We'll call it the glass fire droplet or whatever, something like that.
Just Argent fire droplet.
Yeah.
Argent's jewels. Jewel?
The Argent Jewel. Okay. Telepath into it.
Because I mean, if he would speak, he would have spoken. But
Yeah. Ooh, that's super interesting. Go ahead and text Kenton what you say. But also tell.
Us?
Nah, whisper it to me.
what I say?
Telepathically, yeah.
What? I
So,
just said it.
You missed it, but the
Oh, I'm sorry, what was it?
Are you in
Michael
there? Like,
tried to
Oh, you are.
figure
That's
out
it?
what
That's it?
like,
was up with
until
the
unless
body
until he
was-
responds.
and
Sorry.
realized that there's no.
If you don't get a response from are you in there, would you say anything else more protracted? And that's what you're going to do. And just tell me and text him.
Okay. So Michael
Well, I
realizes-
mean, because I would
Argus
say that
isn't-
if
isn't
if I
home,
there is no
and he
response,
starts to wail.
I'd move on.
Okay.
Okay.
If there's no response, I'd move on.
All right, why don't you?
So yeah, so I'm texting him now.
Sure. Yeah.
While he's
I think you feel it like connect to something, but
my wailing is getting worse
okay.
as I'm trying to revive him somehow.
Trisheni, still invisible, comes over and it's okay. Tries to give you a hug.
While you're invisible?
Yeah.
You give
because I
Michael a
haven't
hug?
been. Yeah.
I guess Michael's the only person you can hug.
Yeah.
Does she become visible when you do that then?
I'm not attacking, I guess, but unless you
I
want to
don't know.
consider it an attack.
At that point,
Is
I
it a
don't
minute
think I
or
would...
10 minutes? You 10 minutes thing?
An hour.
Or is it? Oh, that's right. Like, is it an hour
For what now?
invisibility?
Yeah, it's an hour.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, because at this point, I think it's
Didn't you cast slow?
I cast slow on Kira.
Oh, so
After
that
you
would've-
became invisible,
So you would be visible.
so you'd be visible,
Okay.
right?
Mhm.
That's
Yes.
how that works.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
You immediately feel me tense up. But I calm down a little bit.
Sorry, didn't mean to personal bubble. Thought this helped.
Both Adam and Zemdek are reaching deep into their mind.
You're
palace
trying to
right
tell
now.
me something. I am not
You should text him.
hearing it.
Yeah, so I feel like whatever I have is stuff that would be burn end stuff.
I mean, but most of it's pretty laid bare there. Now it's your choice to try to make some more connections there. A lot of that was already like
I know.
epiphanative, but yeah, there's still a lot of information to process. I'm sorry.
But no, I was saying that anything I would have to add would, I feel like would be more burn ends, speculative
Sure, that's fine.
stuff.
I will detect thoughts on...
Are you like at risk of throwing a tantrum?
I did roll, but I didn't roll.
Okay.
that. But yeah, it was... And then she called me.
That makes sense. It was a very
So
stressful.
I got a 7.
Yeah.
So I need a 1. So
Yeah.
I was getting there. I will detect thoughts and kind of like try to see if there's anybody home in that body.
In Argus's body.
Uh-huh.
As you cast detect thoughts on yourself and you focus
Right.
on
I keep forgetting that.
Yep.
But yes.
yeah, it just allows you to have surface level telepathy, and then you can press if you want to. As you scan over the body and try to focus deeper, there's nobody home. Seems to be a empty husk that is barely keeping pace with autonomic functions.
Not touching anybody other than Meckel, because I know he's okay. Can I try to make a religion check to understand what happened with Argus as he was burning and looking at the gem?
Sure. I'd say this would be kind of
Basically.
like delving into the lore of the primeval religion that Argus has kind of been having this character development journey with you and you're all kind of learning together with. Yeah, I'd say that's fine.
Okay. I'm rolling trash today. 12 total.
12. You've heard of spirits of things being able to occupy others. You remember at one point you fought some ghosts and one of you was possessed by them.
A lot of us aged, yeah.
I think you hope that's what the case is here. That there maybe is something of him there. But you also know that he said no. Cole was the other one that was there, but he let you know what happened when he met the Immolate. He seems to have exited his body and turned into pure flame and like did a what is it called?
Astral projection? Like that kind of
No,
thing, or-
I mean the
Elemental projection.
Yeah.
No. What is it called when there's a containment breach and you press a button to like purge, kind of like a purge. there was some type of like him letting go and becoming this pure piece of primeval fire and purging Kira of it and allowing himself to let go of a bit of himself and you don't know how soul marks work. You don't know if a piece of him remains in that Argent glass or if it's just, I think that's what you hope, but you have no way of knowing.
His hammer is still on the ground. I'll go over and pick it up and then set it down next to him. So, what now?
I guess we wait. I guess we see. Pray, I guess, to Argus? For you? The Diva returns to his body. I mean, I would think that that's what would happen. But,
We probably need to burn it, I'm thinking.
I mean, that would make a whole lot of sense. But we don't 100% know if what we were trying to do in the first place was get rid of the thing that was inside your body, right, Kira? So I don't know if it's completely gone yet, yeah?
So he's like, I'll point over to a log. So
Give him one of your inspirations.
I think he was pointing down like it was a body.
yeah, no, I was
I was just kidding.
yeah. I have no inspiration.
I have no power here.
Yeah. So same state.
Maybe. I think.
I mean, so he had the Ichor in him, and it got sucked out. He was fighting the Ichor, and now he's like that. So like, maybe that's like a part of it.
What happens to you after you fight the Ichor?
Yeah.
Oh, I have an idea. I will spend a 3rd level spell slot to reactivate the animated performance, which then crumbles. The torch will go out and fall to the ground, and I will.
See it kind of like dissolve into.
Well, I mean, he's an axe or a torch.
Yeah, and so the torch clatters to the ground, and what was the flame kind of dissolves as if it were liquid, and the flame turns into liquid
And I'm
kinda like
going
acid,
to.
or alien xenomorph acid kind of eats away at the stone for a little bit before it evaporates.
I will try animating performance on Argus's body.
Is there a size limit to what you can do with?
Not at my level. I can add. Well, I don't know if he's considered an object at this point, but large or smaller non-magical item.
I mean, he's
within
not
30
dead.
feet. Right,
He is
but I'm
still
seeing.
alive.
I'm seeing if this. You said, "Oh, it's the Ichor," so I'm thinking.
Ooh,
Bringing
man,
him
we're
back.
really riding the line on ethics here right now.
Well, Meckel
because
isn't.
technically a vegetable, not a corpse, but like a.
But I'm trying
Michael
to.
doesn't know what
a
ethics
brain
mean.
dead.
Yeah, yeah, but I'm trying to revive.
But if they still have vitals, then they're not.
with zero brain activity other than autonomic functions.
You're trying to reanimate him.
Yeah.
That's- Oof. Why don't we leave it to a roll?
Okay.
Right? But your intention is to like what?
Bring him back
marionette
to
this individual?
No. I'm trying to, for all intents and purposes, because when he said, it seems to be tied in with this Ichor stuff, my intention is to have Argus as himself wake up, pretty much.
Oh, you're trying to pull them back.
Well, no, I'm trying to. Meckel doesn't see it that way. He sees as in.
I understand.
Use the power of the Ichor to bring back Argus.
Matthew is just kind of animating the body, but
Meckel is trying to.
Meckel is like, I want to bring him back.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, cool. So I'm gonna leave this to a roll because I myself am not going to be held accountable for making an ethics line position here. This is a.
You're not
always
gone.
a hot
Move.
button.
You're not
Come on,
going.
wake
Yeah,
up.
yeah.
Move.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think why don't you roll a charisma check because that's where your power comes from.
Okay. And is this a straight roll or is
D20
it
plus your charisma roll.
is it with disadvantage because I have exhaustion?
It is an ability check, so it
Okay.
would be.
Oh. On the ability check, I rolled a 1. So that's a whole 4.
Whole 4. You, as the excess air in the lungs from being shifted by the spell exits, you hear, "To burn."
To blaze.
What did
To
I say?
blaze!
To blaze. To burn. To burn.
And that's about as much movement as you get out of it.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
So I guess we burn him. I tried to bring him back, but
I mean, that's. Yeah. It's not quite the same, I think.
Liar. He said throw love.
He's only mostly dead.
He was bluffing. It was a game of cards. Not a witch in your wife.
Has anybody tried to heal him, or?
I did. His body seemed to absorb it, but he looks pretty beat up anyways.
But you just, like, shouted a nice word to him, right? You didn't touch him.
Well, I did touch him.
I think you sense that like the spell had a very weak hold on the target.
Right.
Because it works differently with Meckel, could I ascertain whether or not him touching Argus, who was already cleansed, would cause him to be reinfected?
Meckel?
I've touched most of you guys with like handshakes and stuff.
No. But, like, after you got the...
Oh.
How would you like to discern this?
Turn me in.
As we have established many a time, it is nigh impossible to know if somebody's infected unless you have the logic of contact tracing or are able to make a visual
Well,
confirmation.
no. So we know that Argus was not infected because he burned it away.
Mhm.
Meckel seems to be immune.
Mm-hmm.
But just thinking from like an Arcana perspective, whether or not it would make sense for if he, even though he's immune, is he still a host body basically?
Am
Is
I
it
a
still
carrier?
Is he a
Yeah.
carrier?
So it's interesting that you bring up Arcana because as we talk about this, there is no magic involved in this entire process. It appears to be entirely scientific and biological. There's no, even the perhaps inherent magic that you may view of this thing to be resistant to, like non-magical sources, is just magic's way of circumventing natural resistances, like evolutionary types of things. So
Would it be-
Arcana wouldn't be medicine, perhaps.
Am I smart enough to understand? Is basically what I'm asking.
I
You know, it's not that. So it must be something else.
I know what you're asking.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, this is one of the features of this creature that makes it so dangerous, is that it is, however nigh, impossible to tell if somebody is infected or not unless you witnessed and you know the chain of custody as far as how this infection works, or
It's the
you
thing.
do what you've done. Like that's what one of the things. That's what makes it spread so fucking fast. All these things about how realizing what Osfer and Bass had said, it makes a lot of sense of how this thing took over the world, being so fucking
Oh,
strong,
yeah.
growing resistance, because nobody fucking knew who was infected and who wasn't. That's one of its huge advantages. There's no way to know unless you kill the person. There's no way to know.
I might know.
It's like trying to find out who a doppelganger is, or who, like, there's no way to know until you kill them, or tear them open and try to keep them alive with stuff that you have done before. But that's still very, very difficult. So the only way to check the hypothesis about whether Meckel's touch would possibly be able to infect another person would be would be to do some of the shenanigans that you guys have already done to try to discern that. There's nothing, no internal thinking about it's going to really be able to help you at all on that.
Okay.
I think just innately, Trisheni's smart enough to realize, fuck. Yeah. She knows that that's what she has to do. But I think that's what happens is Trisheni has the wisdom and the intelligence to know that. I think that probably makes her a little bit more cautious too, realizing that at any given time, literally anybody in this world could be infected and not know until they die or are pulled apart.
Yeah.
Put them in water. If they don't die, they're infected.
I'm not a witch, I'm your wife.
Wish trials all over again.
So
Yeah, that's the kind of vibe I was going for with that. It's like, yeah, it's you don't know until if they die, then
She
they
just
weren't.
becomes more paranoid.
Yeah,
great.
that makes sense.
Yep.
So at some point, as things are going on or whatever, when there doesn't appear to be an immediate danger, or a direction to go in, Michael just sort of like sits up against Argus's body and just passes out from exhaustion. 'Cause he's still tired from everything that has gone on.
Okay, you just start sleeping.
I try to, anyways. Well, I don't try to.
Probably
do,
like
His
yeah.
body's just like done.
quiet sob yourself to sleep. That
Yeah.
whole
Tears are burning off of Argus.
I think what Trisheni does, again, would like no way to confirm, but I think what Trisheni would hope is seeing that Kira underwent the same type of flammable inoculation that Argus did. Trisheni would like to hope that whatever was in her passenger is perhaps incinerated.
Yeah.
But again, by nature, impossible to confirm unless you actually confirm. There's just kind of this moment where Kira realizes that this area is still under quarantine. Everybody's still pretty beat up. Zemdak's done that whole kind of like frog squat thing where he's just like looking at one piece of a chiseled wall and just fiddling with the thing. It's just completely lost in thought. Really thinking, but you know what Zemdak looks like when he's thinking, and he's thinking hard. And this is also, usually he's out of this state in like a number of minutes or seconds, everything, because he usually comes to some sort of conclusion or solution quickly. But Zemdak is like, there is the largest ball of red yarn in the world wouldn't be enough to connect all of the things that are going on in his mind right now.
I've already got my mad scientist idea.
Just let me sleep first.
How about my addiction idea? So I've got arcane. Now Argus, he burned it out from the inside.
Yeah.
What if I do some arcane?
What type of substance do you have? Red or?
I've got orange and black. I don't know what either one of them fucking do.
Okay.
This is Halloween.
Oh, what's orange?
I mean, I could take a little bit of time and try to identify them, but
Black's probably necrotic, dude. Like,
Yeah.
it's just going to rot you.
Well, no, that's brown, because that's what Thraz had. He had yellow and brown. He said that brown was necrotic. Not that we know
still
this,
have
but-
all of the potions.
you do. But they're they're healing. It's not necessarily
I,
like.
I don't have a
The
problem with
doctor's potions.
Yeah,
during
Yeah.
all of your travels
that's right.
there being a like, you know, a possible 5-minute conversation about arcane and be like, oh yeah, I have this type of this, and you're like, what does that do? Like, oh, this is chronic. And this
Well,
is-
Kevin was saying that he wasn't as Thraz wouldn't have even brought up arcane
Oh, okay.
unless he saw me actually doing it and talking about it.
Then there
So
you go.
yeah, because Kevin did say that
Sure.
last session.
You got it.
So yeah, orange or black. But I mean, because that takes how long? Like 10 minutes to identify.
Yeah, it does. 10 minutes plus a little extra.
I mean, and really, we actually have 4 doses because there's some in Log's Eye. So we've got extra if we need.
But I mean, the downside is it could potentially blow you up, right?
I mean, I rested and I did my prayer healing shit, so I'm good.
I mean, I'm not going to tell you what to do with your own body. You do what you want. But I could at least figure out what that orange does, I think.
Okay. I go over to Log's Eye and I take out his orange.
And I will cast Identify by chilling with it for 10 minutes and, you know.
Point of order. Orange is not one of the colors that I had listed on what I
But that's what you told me
I
I
did.
was given.
So
Right.
I like that. It's pretty par for the course of just chaos. See what fucking happens.
So,
Because fuck, what was not Bill Grar? What was the fucking bartender's name?
Bill
Was
Brown
Bill
was the
Grar.
name of the fucking bartender.
Why in my head I'm thinking that was Argus's dad's friend. What was his name?
yeah,
Oh,
it was very close. Bill Grar.
Grekgor, or what was his name? It was
No.
like Gorgrum.
For some reason in my head I was convinced that Bill Grar was that guy and not the bartender. But if I'm wrong, then cool. Then we can move on.
Maybe it's like the dress. It appears orange, and then you look
Don't
at it
even
again.
get me started
on
that.
We had a.
Because I'm one of those people that can't
wait,
see
nope,
it.
don't.
All right. Moving on.
He sees it the wrong way. Is all I'm going to say.
You see a lady or a duck?
It's almost like I take things literally.
So if I were to take that 10 minutes, what would we
Grogrug.
find out?
Grogrug.
It was
The
bar-
orc.
That was okay. The
The orc human that we met that was working for the Flame Beards.
Grogrug.
Okay.
Grogrug.
Grogrug, yeah.
so,
Grogrug.
Yeah, I feel
An
like
old
they
family
were-
friend.
yeah, they were kind of similar sounding. Okay, so
Yeah.
Belgar is the right one. Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
they're the one that's still taking care of your worm poop platinum
Yeah.
situation.
Yep.
Wow.
Supposedly, but now the family's gone, so they're probably just going to run away with the cash.
Yep.
There's nobody to take it back to, so I guess it's mine now.
Holding
Writing
on
down
to
the
us for
TJ's
safekeeping.
writing down the idea.
Processing.
So if I take those 10 minutes, what does orange do?
To identify it, orange appears to be a bit of have essences of a bunch of different things. Sometimes you feel the magic telling you. Imagine it's like that big wheel on The Price is Right.
It's chaos magic.
It
It's-
never fucking slows down.
Oh, okay. So this is like, all right. So this kind of came from like, kind of well-wallish, where it's like you never know which side you're gonna get on.
Because orange,
Yeah.
so brown
Yeah.
is just darker orange. You know what I mean? And brown is a mixture of pretty much like all of a lot of
The
colors. I mean, well, as
But-
far as certain color theory is we're talking about white light and everything else, because all the colors present make white light, and lack of color makes black. But when we're under white light, it doesn't matter.
I thought that somebody wrote down that the brown was
That's what I'm saying.
necrotic.
Brown is necrotic.
Okay.
Because it's like if all the stuff went together and it went tits up, and well, now it just sucks shit from you. And orange is like right before it goes tits up. And you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right before it sours, as it were. So it has the possibility, kind of like stem cells. It could be anything.
So kind of a roulette wheel, if you will. You can get whatever you want out of this. Like, not exactly what you want, but like, something that is.
Gambling's fun, right?
It kind of is, a little bit.
Forged chaos.
So
All right.
maybe that.
Bill Gryer.
I mean, I can
Was the
take
whispering
another
wolf.
10 minutes, but I am a little anxious about what's happening with all this.
All right, so
Grumgrim, Grogrug, Bill Grar.
If he blows up, will that
Three
mean
different
I don't
people.
get my full long rest?
If he blows up,
Will it disturb
Oh, is it-
Meckle?
you get awoken by an explosion.
Yeah.
well, I don't think we can take a long rest because it hasn't been enough time.
No,
You
Yeah.
can't.
I was just joking.
All right, so I'm going to do some lines or what?
You would get your spell slots back. You would do invisibility again, right?
I'd have if I live, I have the option to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could do it on Kira again, just to make sure that we don't see anything in her other than obviously Arga, like the
If it
gem.
evolved, it's not going to work again. It's going to shift as quickly as she does.
Which means it won't work on me either, because we didn't do anything for me. So,
It migrated directly to your heart.
okay, that's good to know. All right.
And we know where it is.
Suddenly, Trisheni, you're far more aware of your heart rate as it begins to increase a bit.
Just try to take a couple of deep breaths.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I mean, good try.
Zemdak, please roll an intelligence check for me.
Another nat 20.
The fuck, man?
Really?
Plus 5, so
Plus
25.
The style of the Argent glass teardrop thing that is embedded in the Morhirai sternum. Now, just to be clear, this is not always visible. She's not just being like, "Look at my chest." Like, no, she's like, she covers. She's not like an immodest or modest individual. It's just
Like
that's
a
what
shy
it was.
Care Bear.
And she just
It's like it's a V-neck, like something like that.
no,
Yeah,
it's
not
like a gi. It's like
yeah,
a gi. It
yeah.
crosses like this,
That's
and
not-
she has the tie around, but in a really cool monk monastic. Anyway, it's not always familiar, but from what you saw from that, and the glimpse of what you saw from the medallion that Rivik had given you, that apparently was only brass, copper, bronze, or gold plated, and was actually made out of Eldorum, appear to be the symbols of which appear to be in the same fashion, same style. Like the glass appears to be, it almost looks like it was made naturally,
In the same
almost as
shape.
if like molten sand was dripping from a stalactite, and and it just now has like kind of a shimmering argent flame within the glass of the interior, whereas the kind of style of what was under the plating of it when it was Eldorum appeared to be very harken back to like organic and natural, like how something would form naturally, kind of like how slime mold always chooses the most efficient path to something. Nature knows best, kind of type of feel.
Okay.
Them both being of primeval origin.
Without touching her, I asked Kira if I can study it a little bit.
You ask her if you can look at her chest.
Yeah.
There's just this moment where she's like,
Can I?
and she's like, oh,
I need to. It looks like the amulet.
yeah, she doesn't. She's not bashful about it. She's like, "Oh yeah, no, weird stuff has happened." I think you don't. You do sense a bit of a hesitation, but I don't. It's not. You get the sense really quickly.
It's because of vampires asking to look at
And
like
she's
her
still
skin.
bleeding.
She just bled. Yeah.
That's about it. It has
Yeah.
nothing to do with her modesty or immodesty or anything of whatever that may
This
be.
thing could bite me.
She's extremely comfortable in her own skin. That has nothing to do with that. It's more of that she still has
I'm a
blood
wild animal.
and somewhat wet and not entirely dried blood on her body, and a vampire is asking her to bare her skin in a close proximity. But eventually she does. You also see this is all very, I want to say off-putting, but she feels out of her comfort zone because usually she is the one that people depend on, and she's kind of a little out of her depth in this situation. She doesn't know what's going on. It seemed like Rivik knew what was going on, but she doesn't seem to know what was going on.
Is there any sort of script on it?
On the glass?
Yeah. Does it form any sort of like natural?
No, there's no script.
Pattern?
It's a three-dimensional kind of teardrop flame shaped thing. But similar to how you sometimes see like bubbles of air inside a solid, what is it called, a Prince William's teardrop or something like that, where it's like super strong and it can
Yeah.
take like thousands of pounds of force. Well, it's perfect one doesn't have teardrop, but like the abscess of like air in it is what creates that illusion of what looks like a flame. Does that make sense? It's kind of like a 3D representation of the abscess of air, like within it.
And the Eldorum piece inside of the talisman was the same or a similar,
So the
very similar shape.
The talisman itself was like almost solid Eldorum. The only thing is like it was made to look somehow plated with bronze, copper, everything, like very thin plating.
Yeah.
It wasn't like it was Eldorum. It was just plated to
Yes.
make it look not like a piece of stone, but something more like a shiny monastic.
And when I
medallion.
hit Blobby, that was pulled off of it, and I saw
The whole thing
Eldorum
was
beneath.
absorbed. Yeah, if you remember, the whole medallion was absorbed
Yes,
during the whole thing.
but I saw the Eldorum beneath, like as it was
Yes.
torn away. I
Correct.
saw what was underneath.
Yes, the plating did not change the design or the style of what was engraved or what was like.
Okay.
It was the same thing. It just didn't have the shiny coating over it. It wasn't. It was like a car that still has its mat and didn't have its like a paint job or like that vinyl or exterior, whatever they call it.
Okay.
The symbol harkened back to Trish, were you ever able to read the script that was on the ship? Remember the script that was on the pods?
I could a little bit.
How it was all referential. And I think Trisheni is the one that could figure it out. I think Log and Trisheni and Zemdek kind of worked together to try to figure some stuff out. I know Zemdek went around and tried to study it and was able to figure it out a little bit, but it was really, really, really difficult. And Zemdek did not roll well.
No.
I think the most you get from this is that there's some similarities between whatever, if you can call it a symbol, is on this thing related to perhaps some of that script, which is very difficult to understand, and the kind of style, almost as if they were from the same font package, and the style of this glass thing that's in there, representing like a 3D view of perhaps what a symbol or a letter may be in that kind of like font, but kind of like flamey. They seem to be like pictographic yet referential, but also still somewhat script-like. There's dots, curves, but some seem organic. Like, it's very hard to explain. I'm working on actually having one made out for you. So, script on the ship. Bead that is now in Kira's chest, and whatever script or engravement or embossment was on the medallion all seem to be related.
So a short time after Meko lays back down,
Sure.
he probably comes to with like a start or whatever, goes over to Trisheni. He goes over to
die
you.
back so I can throw it at you again?
No. Do you have any paper and something I can write with?
Yeah, I've got an extra little bit. What? How much do you need? Non-magical, I'm assuming. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
I just
Cool.
need
Cool.
to
Cool.
write
That's
some
fine.
stuff down.
That's fine then. Yeah.
All right. I'll grab the sheaf of paper or whatever with the parchment, go over, put it right on Argus's chest, and start writing my first page of the Book of Argus, detailing out.
You're Martin Luther writing your 99 Theses.
Yeah, but I'm
while
actually
it's still
literally
pinned to the fucking
I'm
door.
literally
Yeah.
like writing.
Perfect.
Using him
You're
as
Martin
a table.
Luthering this. Okay.
Or did you
What-
watch him
Can I
do
just
this?
get? What are you writing about?
So I am writing pretty much from
Give me very broad strokes. We don't have time
very.
for this.
I'm starting with kind of like trying to remember some of
Because you
his
were bonded, right?
yeah, some of that, but I'm making that very, very brief, and probably more detail starts when he met me, because that's the most important thing.
So you're writing the Book of Genesis.
Pretty much.
Okay,
No,
you got it.
his Genesis.
Yeah, the book of the Argus Book of Genesis.
Right, but
The
as
Tinder,
I'm
as it were.
right as I'm writing it.
Oh no, the.
Are you watching me at all? Are you like the handwriting looks very similar to Doctor's handwriting. Like I could probably the script is the same.
Which is also interesting because only in game a few days ago you couldn't even read.
Yeah, like with no problem I'm writing it out. But the weird thing is I'm switching between I don't know what languages you speak, but it's not all in common. Mm-hmm. Sometimes it's in another language, and there's no like Meckel isn't purposely switching languages. It's just kind of like, his thought stream is going in between 2 and 4.
Yeah.
Inadvertently bilingual.
Right.
What do you know? What the other language?
I do. It's between, but I don't know if you know Deep Speak.
I do not. I know Maiton and Celestial.
So in a language that doesn't
Yeah,
look familiar to you.
but yeah. Okay.
Trisheni and Zemdek, I'm going to have you roll a history check as you see this. Is that another nat 20?
No, it's a 17 though. I've been rolling above
get a
15.
No, I got higher than that. But I'm still rolling trash today, guys.
I'm not mad. I'm stealing all your.
Yeah, it's all right. He does it to me all the time. So history, 14.
Your battery, baby.
What?
Your battery.
Your battery.
Your
We
battery
just
as
steal
well.
all your numbers. Because I got a 22.
Nice.
You should be cherished. 22, you said? And what did you get?
14.
14.
You might notice though, I'm not using any ink.
Interesting.
I'm
Okay.
writing it in.
Just like the Ichor is pure ink.
Yeah.
Just kind of filling the fountain of the pen.
Okay.
Meckel doesn't really notice this. He's just because
He's just
Just
writing.
tame
Yeah.
the consistency and the mellifluousness of it to make it more liquid in order for it to be ink. It's fine. So you're writing this in Ichor, correct? Okay, a bunch of shit happens. Drasheni, there's something oddly familiar about what he's writing. You do recognize, yeah, it's like, okay, it's kind of like weird moving between two different languages.
But I
also,
recognized Doctor's handwriting.
Yeah, you recognize Dr. handwriting. And then you recognize Doctor's hand. I think that's the big thing from this role. You recognize, like, there's some definitely Doctor's handwriting here. But still, like, Doctor seems to have been, like, either invented their own language or just kind of taken pieces from everything, or the reverse. Every other language was somehow a branch off of whatever language they're using. Zemdeg, as you look at it, and you're specifically thinking about languages and scripts, you notice, like, she's like, oh, it's very similar to the Doctor's language or whatever, and you kind of grok that as well. Not dissimilar about how language changes over time, but still can be pulled back to some of its roots and have different. This looks like a derivative of all of these things that you're thinking of. And you kind of like put the two, when you're making two puzzle pieces and you can finally now connect them, something about the Eldorum language or whatever it may be, and pretty much every other language that exists and the Doctor's language seem to somehow be tied together.
Like Eldorum is kind of like the root language almost.
Primordial ooze of communication.
I paused. Suck in the pen for a second, then continue.
Meckel.
As you suck on the pen for a second and you say Meckel, you see some kind of like shadow, shade, start to just kind of like that Necromunda kind of pull itself superimposedly like off from the shoulders of Meckel. Kind of like a copy of it, but like ethereal and blackened and wispy. Just very, 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 very subtle. Go ahead.
Yeah.
The shape of this flame, does that look like a character? Like, does it mean anything to you?
I'd look at the flame. Or the symbol on the flame. Does it...
Roll an insight check. You get this advantage, so it's just a straight roll.
Oh, okay. So that one doesn't matter.
Yeah, I forgot you were at exhaustion. Sorry about that.
Well, I got a 2 on the dice that time.
Oh, jeez.
I didn't need to join your club.
I know. It's because you're sitting on the same table with me, right?
You want to switch?
Well, then I should be getting all the 20s. What the fuck?
3. I got a 3.
3.
Log, you read the weird symbol.
For a moment, you're illiterate again.
I'm Gaul.
Yeah, apparently.
Gaul, you read the weird symbol language.
Yeah.
Does this look like anything that means anything?
Does it?
Which one are you? Are you trying to read the glass piece?
Or my handwriting. Okay.
Whatever he's asking about.
Yeah.
What is it?
Glass.
I'm asking about the thing in her chest.
Okay. So just everyone's huddled around Kira's chest.
No, I just looked at the symbol, said no, and then went back to writing.
Now Kira's started to be like, okay, that's
This
a bit-
means the shape of this means something. Does it mean like? Do you understand it? Meckle doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah. Do I?
So Gaul does this. Gaul, I want you to roll a insight check, please.
And roll higher than I did.
You also get advantage at this.
Ooh. Advantage?
I don't think he's good at insight, though.
10.
You're taking everybody's luck, is what it is. Let's just have him roll for everyone for the rest of the.
That's if fucking 10 on a die was an emoji, it would be like meh.
Unless I burn an inspiration, it's gonna be 10.
Do it.
How do I want to do this? You're still writing?
Make it a 15.
Okay.
Oh, thanks.
Okay.
It
know
wouldn't
if
have
that
done anything
helps.
for my insight check.
You think that you can get a better, like, you remember how your reading of Eldritch language, for lack of a better term, is entirely instinctual, and you're not like fully conscious of it. You just kind of understand the gist of it and you don't know why, but the actual, phonics of it doesn't really proc for you. I think your instinct of like how you can't see something because it's kind of in the way is you want to pull this thing out so you can see it from all angles. You know what I mean?
Let's do it.
I'm not saying you reach out. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying
That's what I.
you're like doing your body automatically does the like I can't see like that type of thing.
Can you just like
You think you're seeing it from the side, and you want to look around, but there's
Right.
a wall there.
Yeah, that's the type of feel that's happening. But you feel like you could if you could get a real full vantage of what it is, but because it is inherently three-dimensional, you have to view it three-dimensional for you to understand it. Whereas like when you were reading it two-dimensionally, that's all it ever was, so you were seeing all of it. Very similar to how the referential language of like in the ships, like you had to know all of the language of everything ever written, and for you need to see the whole picture. You can't do it piece by piece.
Can I prestidigitate a small illusory copy of the medallion?
Interesting, like just how like our eyes work of like reaching to the back of it and
Like
then
a
turning it inside out and
holographic.
and creating a
Of
little
the medallion,
illusion.
not the.
No, the medallion.
The medallion. Yeah. What I'm going to say is, why don't you roll a intelligence check to see if you can remember exactly what the medallion looked like, because you saw it for 6 seconds total.
I mean, I held it in my hand.
For 6 seconds total.
Should have heated it up first.
There's my luck. 9.
9
That was
total?
intelligence?
Yeah.
14.
14. I mean, you feel like you got it pretty down pat. You make something similar to that.
Golly, you look like you're squinting a lot. Have you like used your extra cool sight today? Like I feel like you.
You know,
like
that's
that?
how I saw him sucking out the logs. That's how I saw him sucking log.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, I will. Yeah, add a detail into the
As you add
narrative.
another detail, the shade around you gets larger.
Oh, I've been continually writing this entire time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
When did the doctor teach you how to write?
Log's the only one that sees the shade? No, we all see the shade. Meckle, you might want to stop
stop what?
writing.
Yeah.
Why?
Something's happening.
He's no longer writing on the piece of paper, but now carving the words into his wrist as he begins to bleed.
You need to stop. This is some forbidden knowledge.
His hand is
happened
on
to-
the quill now.
Happened to what?
This happened to Scoop. Michelle
Does
was
that-
telling me about that.
I
It
do
commits-
damage to myself.
Does Gaul
Good. I didn't.
does Gaul also have the fan?
I
I
think
do
so, because that was a while ago, yeah?
It was with It was
Yeah.
It was just right before.
I just remembered I can still make shit invisible.
Ow, ow, ow.
And I'm gonna go over to Meckle.
I think your
and-
conscious mind is not, and your body's just on.
Oh.
Just carving.
Okay,
Continually
apparently
carving
I'm
the
just-
Book of Tinder.
Meckle,
because-
stop.
The
because-
book of what?
The Book of Tinder. The Book of Genesis for Argus. The Book of Tinder.
but-
So
I'm not going to call it the Book of Tinder.
Okay.
because
the
I
Book
know
of Kindling, then. How about that?
because I
I
know
swipe
that
right.
when I've been disguised before and I've started using this, first it takes away the disguise and then things
Yeah,
become
layer
invisible.
by layer by layer.
So I'm going to go over to Meckle and fan Meckle.
Okay. You fan Metal, go ahead and roll damage again, because it's still happening. As you continue to carve, it starts going up his bicep. He's continuing to carve the book. Stream of consciousness.
I got a 5.
Okay.
I only have 1% chance, unless you dictate.
No, I mean,
otherwise.
you're taking damage from this.
Oh, what am I rolling then?
D4s.
Oh,
As you
okay.
carve into yourself.
You are daggering.
But yeah, that too, I suppose.
I'm not looking good.
You wave the fan at him, and you see his skin, muscle, bone drift away, and then you see the Ichor that seems a little more bloody, like it has a little bit more of a kind of a dark auburn, deep crimson, but more black, like kind of dark brick kind of thing, like if Ichor and blood were mixed together, in the shape of if Meckle was completely hollow and a husk, and Ichor in the shape of what Meckle is, and each like fingers constantly roiling like inside them, is what you see there before. Then you continue to wave, and that goes away as well. The shade persists. It seems like a silhouette of Meckle coming back, but stretched in an otherworldly type scale, and just grotesque as such.
Well, that's fucked up.
I don't seem to be
Repeat.
paying attention. I'm just carving, apparently.
And try to take the quill out of your hand and see what.
Okay. I'll roll a contested athletics.
This should be too hard. It's with disadvantage. I got a 1. Can you beat that?
Yeah, I got 18 on the die.
Okay.
Here's that.
Wizard's
like,
dink. You pull
So-
it out. You pull the quill out, and the hand stops for a moment before it grasps the wrists. And then you start carving with your fingernails.
Is that more damage?
Same thing.
Ooh, I actually got a nat 20 on that one. 2.
Go
That's
try and
enough.
mage hand it
The
away
shade
from him.
begins to grow.
I try and mage hand the quill away from him.
Oh no, she has
Quill's
the
gone.
quill.
Oh,
He's doing it with his
Oh,
fingernails.
right.
now.
Yeah.
I'm going to try and use my beguiling presence for the first time.
Okay.
Like the voice from Dune. Meckle, stop.
Meckle, stop. You got it.
Oh, I thought you were just making, just repeating that.
You're being Betty Gesserided.
So, wisdom save, please.
Glad these are at disadvantage because now I'm starting to roll really well on one die. 5.
So you are charmed. You regard me as a friend, and I am telling you to stop.
But you're a friend before, so
It's just a little bit more compelling. What I'll do mechanically is that I'll allow you a moment to try to snap out of this willingly.
okay.
This will be a wisdom saving throw for you.
Same thing. 5.
5. You see the hand like go back and continue to scratch and try to pull back. It looks like they're struggling. This part of the body feels like it's very torn and struggling, but still carving. Whereas like his head and his legs seem to be like completely calm.
I tear out web from my backup spell book.
Do it again. damage to yourself.
And basically hold him completely in place with the web.
You want to restrain him? You got
Yeah.
it. That's a save for him, right?
Yeah.
Dexterity saving throw?
I believe
Right.
so.
Kenton responded.
Yeah.
We need to get this Ichor out. is
So
what he
you
said.
say, you in there? And you say, and so you hear, we need to get this Ichor out. As you're studying, like, three-dimensionally this thing, as it kind of, like,
I
glimmers
got
and...
an 8.
Fails.
Well,
Kind of like how
Yeah.
Bob from the Dresden Styles, the eyes just... As the louder it gets, the more the glow does, and it fades.
The way he spelled it, though, it almost looks like he says we need to get this liquor out.
Where was he again?
People say Ichor, people say Ichor. It's spelled I-C.
Oh, I thought he said liquor.
Oh no, the way he spelled it, it looks like he wrote liquor.
Yeah, capital I. Capital I, so it looks like
Like
an
looks
L.
like an L.
Maybe wrong thread.
We need to get the liquor out. Start drinking.
I do not look
Because
good
maybe that was meant for
at
Nicole.
all.
We gotta get the liquor out.
All right, he's restrained. He's just completely
Sure.
webbed.
Webbed.
So you can no longer hurt yourself. The script. You are bleeding badly. It is all up and like surrounding your forearm, up your bicep, and like now in part of your here. It is all on the paper. You're bleeding very badly. Zemdak, you've been paying attention to this script quite a bit, right?
And the
It's
blood.
And it's blood. Roll wisdom saving throw for me.
So yes, I've been paying attention to it. 17.
17. You see some of Zemdak's shadow on the ground start to get like siphoned up like smoke into the shade that's behind you as well. It starts to become quite large and seems to be now moving of its own, having some more of a more solid face that doesn't mean anything but just like this Vantablock vastness.
And you suddenly realize why Doctor didn't want Meckel to be able to write.
Ideas.
I'm trying. I'm thinking.
Oh, well,
This thing gets so large now as you see it begin to put what looks like hands and palms at the back, and the whole area gets darker, almost as this thing is, its shadow seems to be imposing upon the actual light in the vicinity.
Could I polymorph a shadow?
Technically, it is a creature, so you could try. Yeah.
Do it.
Let me just double check one thing. I just want to make sure it doesn't have something like immutable form.
at least it's not a tantrum.
Yet.
Shape changer. I don't know if it's considered that, but it would succeed if that's the case.
It does not. So you could do so. Yeah, you want to polymorph the shade,
Yeah.
the shadow.
Yep.
You can do
Ripping
so if you like.
Ripping spells out of this backup. This is. We don't. Argus is down. We don't have like.
I think
This is risk management.
you can.
Thank you.
Trisheni, I think, recognizes this because she's got a scene and she knows because what happened to Scoop happened a while ago.
Yeah.
And so Trisheni kind of
No,
like
she
has an
knows
idea what this
that's
is.
why she said that this happened to Scoop.
This phantasm of forbidden knowledge.
Yep.
What's the saving throw for me?
Yes, please. It is
Is it a wisdom saving throw?
Do. Yes,
That's a 20.
it succeeds.
Has a +5 to wisdom.
Am I myself again?
Can
Or
I
am
use
I
an
still-
inspiration to give a
No,
disadvantage?
the only reason why you're not carving into yourself is because you're currently restrained.
Okay.
You can make a strength saving throw at each of your turns. We're going to enter initiative in a second. What's up?
Can I use inspiration to give a disadvantage?
A world inspiration?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see why not. Mark it down. Log.
I just got another one.
That was a
No, he did that on purpose. Oh wait.
It's free.
that brings it to a 15.
Fails.
What do you want to turn this phantasm into?
I think just a little mouse. We can then just hold into like, you know, a cup or something like that, right? So we can at least
Whatever you like. What do you?
Yeah.
A mouse. A little mountain mouse. Little hillside mouse.
Yeah.
Okay. You see the shade condense. The area is still dark around, but it all kind of gets very, very dense. All the shadow, the lack of light gets very, very dense until it turns into the silhouette of a Vanta Black type mouse.
Web will drop
The concentration on web will drop. Okay.
because they're still
So
both scrolls. But
that
it's
was
still
that was your
concentration.
surprise thing. That was your surprise thing. We're done. We're rolling initiative now.
Okay.
This is going to have to be theater of the mind, but
Yeah.
I mean, I could pull out stuff like that if you really want to. I have it, but I don't.
fine.
It's.
There's
I
a lot
don't
of
think
stuff to
any of
move.
you are going to be moving around, and the terrain doesn't really matter, so I don't see an issue. It's mostly just going to be saves and stuff.
Did we roll initiative already?
We're we're doing that right now.
Web does drop, so on your turn you will continue to carve into yourself.
It was a hope that by
We'll make sure we
removing
put
that-
a content tag on self harm.
That wasn't my intention.
I know
9.
this is because of what
Yeah.
it will try to scribe as much as it can with whatever it has.
11.
11,
15.
15.
17.
So it literally goes this way. Super easy.
What'd you get?
Did I go first?
15.
15. You got
No.
You mean it goes this
I
way?
got
The
11.
phantasm has a
11,
10.
and then he got a 9, right?
Yeah.
yeah.
The
so-
phantasm has a 10.
Okay.
So who goes first?
I do.
I look awful.
Can I catch the mouse?
Yeah, with what?
Oh, that's right. You
My hand?
That's what
You just want to grab it with your hands?
Just want to grab it?
Sure. Why don't you? Yeah, I think it's just an AC to try to hit it. Yeah.
Not trying to hit it.
I mean to grab it. Just
You did?
grab it.
Okay,
Unarmed
just
attack.
make it-
Unarmed strike
Kinda.
without any damage. You just
Yeah.
try and
Yeah,
grab it. Yeah.
okay.
Just like chasing a rodent
Just
around.
trying to be.
If he rolls too well, maybe he hurts it.
It's only an 11.
It's a mouse.
What's the AC of a mouse?
Not high, my dude.
I guess it's a rat. Yeah.
Sure.
It's
fine.
half
it's
a rat.
It's a desert mouse, which is so sturdy it's like a rat, you know?
Has an armor class of 10.
Cool. So I catch it.
And it's just it doesn't have like features in 3-dimensional. It's just void space. Like it's the shade lack of light has condensed so much where it's just a rat or a mouse made out of Vanta black. You know? Does that make sense?
Yeah. So it's not like a physical.
It's physical.
Oh.
It's physical. You could touch it. It's just because the shade, how shade still has some light in it, has now been condensed to the point where it absorbs it because it's gone
Okay.
to a much smaller creature. It's just-
Still.
it just doesn't have like you don't see
I guess,
eyes
for
or
my
ears or
plan.
anything. You see the outline of that, but it's all Vanta black.
So the plan I had: pull out a jar from my bag and stuff the mouse.
The same jar where you have the
blue
poison
terrazine.
instincts, the poison insects, or the
Blue terrazine.
the blue terrazine.
insects.
And the blue terrazine insects. So both. Okay.
Yeah.
And you want to shove the
The mouse into the,
mou-
jar.
the mouse into the jar.
I was thinking it was more like real mouse.
It is.
So-
It is. You polymorphed
I
into a
know,
real
but
mouse.
It's shadow mouse, not like.
Yeah.
Imagine
once
a
it
mouse that
loses-
was painted extremely thoroughly with Vanta Black.
But it's still a creature. It's still
Still a creature.
Still a creature.
I just don't know if it's like organic or not.
That's
at this point,
the question.
Which is the
But,
question.
and also, if it drops to 0, to revert back to your same form.
But if it's
Or
turning
is
to
it not really
Terrazine,
alive
Right.
because it's Terrazine?
Right. This is where it gets super wonky.
But if the jar explodes, I'm immune to blue Terrazine, so it's okay. I'll just pick it up and put it in a new jar.
You shove it in the jar. You close it.
Yep.
Okay.
Shake it up.
Please
Make
do
sure
not-
everything touches.
Please do not shove animals into jars and then shake the jars. Please do not do that.
This is not something I would do in real life.
I
This is
totally
an
would
evil
if it was
mouse.
just a black
This is an
boy
evil
mouse.
mouse.
evil shadow mouse.
There are no evil mice. Evil shadow. Shadow mouse.
The shadow mouse.
The shadow mouse.
You just call him Mickey. It's fine.
Doing lots of do's today.
PETA, this is fantasy.
I
What
don't
happens
know
next?
how to resolve this.
I know. How about a
Then
dice
we
roll?
win. Then we win.
How about a dice roll in the Tower of Terror?
I broke your
I
logic.
think that's fair.
I broke
think
your
that's fair.
logic, so I automatically win.
Yeah, I think what's happening is that because it is such an ephemeral, mostly incorporeal
Right.
being,
That was what I was
and
worried
it's
about
like
once I
more
figured that out.
phantasmal than it is because it is technically an undead, but it is more phantasmal than that. So,
But now it's a real mouse.
but now you've used magic
I'm a
to
real
make
mouse.
it
Exactly.
corporeal and organic. So I think it's going to be up to this to decide what happens. You know what? I'm going to do it right here. Okay. Put that right there.
Okay.
Whose turn's next?
Me.
Gall.
So Meckel's still. It's
What's happening right now is you're shaking, so you can't really see what's happening in there because it's moving so fast.
Right. The only enemy right now is just this
The
mouse.
web is dissolving off of him.
And
he's-
immediately trying to.
As soon as it comes to his
back.
turn, he's going to start carving.
I have manacles. I am going to attempt to manacle Meckel. Manacle Meckel.
Yeah, you got it. You can do that. The only thing you just have to be aware of, although that puts their hands together, it doesn't mean they can't then reach down onto their leg and continue carving.
It's
You would have
But
to
it
like
helps.
bend-
Hog tie. I'll use my action to help him hog tie because I'm immediately after him.
Okay, cool. That's fine too. This will heavily help ameliorate the damage. He'll just then be carving into his own palms. You know what I mean? Unless the hands are, he will carve into whatever he can reach. Even his own fingers can carve into his own palms. Unless, imagine like this thing is determined by any physical means possible, will create script on whatever surface they possibly can, preferably on something more permanent like scar tissue.
so yeah. So first restrain and then
You can
figure
do that.
out
You
next
can,
turn.
you can do that. It's just like I'm just letting you know, like literally what's happening here is like the,
After he's restrained, we
It's
can put
pea
mittens
soup
on.
for everyone.
yeah. You need
Yeah.
almost nothing short of a straight jacket to start preventing this type of thing. Yeah, you can do so. I guess that's going to be.
Shade goes first.
Or the
No.
shadow mouse.
I believe it's a
opposed
contest.
athletics?
Yeah.
Huh?
It's an athletics contest.
And I'm being
to
assisted.
grapple, essentially.
But for him
Oh,
to put
oh,
the manacles on you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And I'm being assisted, so I've got advantage.
It's the hog tie time.
That's fine. Yeah.
I got disadvantage because I'm tired.
Yep.
So
How many manacles do you have?
I have one set of manacles.
I only have
may
one set of
another.
arms currently.
Let me double check real quick.
Dexterity.
Strength. It's athletics check. Opposed athletics.
I've got another set.
Is that what
like
manacles say? by the way?
Chinese finger trap.
I want to make sure I'm doing that.
No, it's probably not what they say.
Because, of course, this time I rolled high.
Give me 1 second. Let me just.
I thought it was an opposed. I could do dex or.
That's grapple.
I thought that's what they were trying to do.
Ew, I pulled right to the page.
Hey, nice.
Doesn't say anything about putting them on.
Doesn't say anything about putting them on.
I would assume.
So I would
you
think
have
that'd
to
be more
grapple
like
me
a
first.
like a grapple and then do.
Yeah,
it.
which is the opposed athletics.
Yeah.
So that's fine.
All right.
I mean, you can. Yeah.
I'm okay with it because you're.
Yeah.
I
You gotta
got a
hold them down to get them
Yeah.
clasped.
16.
18.
18. You got it. Okay. Manacles on.
And we have 2 sets of manacles between the 2 of us, and I'm helping him. So,
Okay, so
Get-
1 manacle per turn.
yeah.
If you want to do that on your turn.
Well, I was helping him restrain. This was the
They're doing
with
it
my
together.
turn.
I think I'm gonna give you a thing. You can just do all because it's like brrr, you can just be doing click 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 click.
Yeah.
So if you want to, why don't you roll your opposed athletics as well?
So I'm helping her.
I think only 1 help can happen
Okay.
because of how we're doing this.
I would like some help.
Nope.
no help for you
You're
today,
getting
sir.
locked up.
I get a 13.
Are you doing wrist to ankle and wrist to ankle, or wrist to wrist and ankle to ankle?
How flexible is Michael?
In this form, not as flexible as I am otherwise.
Squishy. Gotta decide quickly now.
I mean, when I first thought of the manacles, I was just thinking, you know.
Yeah, but behind the back.
Right, yeah.
Okay,
Behind. Okay.
got it. Ankles and behind the back. You got
Yep.
it.
Well, you won because I only got a 12.
What'd you get?
13.
13. Okay, there you go.
So we just have
One.
his hands cuffed.
So that was
just-
just an athletics check.
Yeah, so just his hands right now.
And then it goes.
Then it's
Yeah,
the
now it's the shade.
It got the
Phantom's
phantasm has got 10, so it's now its turn.
He's-
Um,
You do be a mouse in a jar.
Does he get a save every turn?
it is
That's
in
what
a
I'm
jar.
double-checking.
I
I think only if it takes damage.
You shook
or-
it.
But he shook it. And if it takes damage or.
Yeah,
Well, but like,
against sharp crystals.
But it's also terrazine. Blue terrazine.
And bugs? Something about bugs?
They're crystallized,
yeah.
basically.
Oh.
That's what's blue
Oh,
terrazine.
hey.
let me double check if it gets to save.
So it's like almost like little sand, like pebbles in there,
Oh.
but they're actually bugs.
No,
No save?
no save. If it failed, it's done
Until it gets hurt.
until it gets to 0 or dies. Yeah.
Is that concentration?
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
That's why I webbed
it's
out.
just. I think, based on what I rolled, I think the entire mouse gets encased in blue terrazine, and it gets stuck there. But you see a portion of its body. You see blue terrazine in the mouse, and then, like, an abscess of like pus in a solid thing begin to kind of leak out. And you know when you burst an egg yolk while you're cooking it, and then it goes out, and then it cooks, and then more of it goes out and cooks, and more of it goes out and cooks. It's that happening. It appears like it's in the middle of reverting back because it took so much damage to the thing, and it starts to pierce through it and to fill almost the entire jar with kind of like smoky quartz terrazine as the tail of the mouse is becoming back into the phantasm, but eventually does fill the space and kind of gets locked in that stasis. That is what's happening to it right now. So it appears to be dealt with in a very precarious situation. I will say you're smart enough to know that since it's now locked in there by terrazine, you could drop concentration and it would still remain there. But should it have a sliver of way to escape, it would be able to get out. Meckel, unfortunately, is still trying to carve.
All right. So
What
Right.
would Meckel think is the most permanent way to put information down on a place that you have available to you right now?
With
Point of
his
order.
hands
With
are
your hands behind your back.
Point of order. Would Kira do anything to try to stop this from happening too?
Yeah.
Oh, good call.
She got a 8 on initiative. So,
So
So
after.
she's last.
yeah,
she's after.
last.
Okay.
She got another 2. That's the third 2 for her today.
You're monks, man.
Don't know why.
Unless they're doing something bad for us. And then they're rolling great.
Right.
I have nothing other than to keep carving.
How would you do so? Your hands are behind your back. What would be the most efficacious way for you to carve something as permanent as you possibly can?
If I've already been carving with my fingernails, then I
Doesn't
will...
necessarily mean on you, just whatever is getting
Right,
available
right.
around you. To get this script down.
What happened to the pen that she was holding?
Probably still has it. Probably
Well-
probably pocketed it.
Oh, did you pocket it or whatever?
Yeah, I would have totally.
She's got utility belt.
Okay, I will cast Mage Hand, and since there was a whole bunch of blood and everything pouring out of me, then I always use Mage Hand in that puddle to keep doing the script.
Counterspell. I get to use counterspell.
Yeah, it just works because it's a cantrip. Yeah.
And I barely get to counterspell, but I always have it prepared.
That'll work.
And then I take damage again?
You do realize like the more script that he writes, the stronger this thing gets. Meaning
Yeah.
like if more script gets chance to, it's gonna break free of that prison that you put it in there. So that's your turn then, because that's your action. And you're currently grappled by the manacles, I believe. So meaning you can't move.
So I don't take any more damage then?
No, because that's what you tried to do. You tried to, and she countered it.
Oh.
That's how you tried to carve. That's how you tried to write.
Okay.
It's then
Kira.
Kira's turn.
Yep.
She's gonna stun
Sorry.
you.
She's going to hit me?
She's gonna stun you.
Well, she has to hit me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she does.
What's the
She's
damage?
got four
chances
chances.
to hit you.
And
Oh,
you're
go- she
restrained.
couldn't do, or I guess it was Revik who couldn't do
I think it's
shit.
what she's gonna try to do, just because to give everybody more time to try to figure this out.
A little bit.
Oh my
Advantage.
god.
Can she hit with a weapon?
Is he
and
restrained or is he
stun?
grappled?
He's restrained.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, his hands are behind his back.
Also,
Restrained creatures attack rolls against creatures have advantage.
I'm not sure of the condition. I pulled right to it before. I'll see if I can do it again. Here we go. It doesn't say. I'm gonna say.
You can just give me
Metal restraints
disadvantage.
bind.
Yeah, you
It
can.
doesn't say.
Just,
Yeah.
I mean,
'Cause you can still move when you're in manacles too. You just
but
can't
he's
use
also
your hands.
holding him.
yeah, but that would be a grapple. So
Yeah.
just
Okay.
make the call. It doesn't
Yeah,
really.
Okay.
just roll
Yeah.
your. Just
Yeah, I think.
I don't
I
think it'll
it's
matter.
just- I don't think it's gonna matter.
Wait, can you do it with the weapon?
don't touch him.
Don't touch him, but stun him.
You see her like back heel kick her blade that's attached to her long braid, and it appears in front of her, and she does like a spinning windmill kick and hits it with her heel and sets it right towards you to try to like hit
I
you.
dodge.
You do dodge because she rolled a 9, and then she pulls back and then hits it with her elbow and tries to hit you with it again. That's a 23. That'll hit.
That'll miss.
Con save.
How much damage does it do? Okay, let me.
8 points of damage.
Does it do more than 1?
Yes.
I'm down.
Oh, you're unconscious.
I only had 1 hit point this entire time after I
I only
carving
gave him
my
a single
stuff.
cure wound.
Yeah, I
He's
only
been
had
on,
12
like-
hit points when I started
Okay,
writing.
yeah, so you're down. So that'll stop it. That'll stop everything. We're out of combat.
Oh, even the mouse.
Well,
The phantasm?
You haven't been able to carve, so as long as they stay down and bleeding out and unconscious, there's no reason.
Bleeding out and unconscious.
Do
guys.
you
Do I keep bleeding?
tantrum?
No,
Oh, okay.
I checked that already.
That would have been fun.
Yeah.
I mean, need to save him so he doesn't die. Mage hand a good berry to him.
You can, if you so choose.
I mean, otherwise he's going to die.
Yeah.
So
He's got death saves.
He does have death saves.
And I'm stunned, so I can't eat it. So I'm all.
What did you
We
get
can
for that?
feed it to you.
What?
What'd you get for that con save, by the way?
I didn't. Oh my god. I rolled 1 on the die. Oh, and that's. Yeah, 1. So my
Can't get lower
con.
than a 1.
2.
I mean, yeah, you're stunned as well.
Okay, so we
I'm
wait.
stunned that I'm dying.
So we wait a moment until we see you breathing again, and then can't let you die. And all right, you're gonna be full. Here you go. Mage hand it over.
Okay.
Okay, roll wisdom saving throw. At advantage because you've been interrupted in your hyperfixation.
But I'm also disadvantaged because I'm still exhausted.
Exhaustion, 1 point of exhaustion does not give you a disadvantage on
that's right.
saving
That's
throws. It's just
ability.
ability checks.
Wisdom save then is going to be a 22.
22. So
Oh.
you
Yeah, 22.
you snap out of it. You no longer want to carve and write.
How much do I get back for the?
1 point.
Ow.
Perfect.
But the mouse is still the phantom.
Contained. He appears to be contained.
Is it growing still?
Doesn't seem to be.
Okay.
However,
there-
Zemdak, I need you to roll a wisdom saving throw. This entire area is
It's covered in
in blood. Kira's blood, Argus's blood, Meckel's blood, so many people's blood.
10.
10.
Licking the floor.
That's gross, man.
Ow.
Kira looks at you all and then looks at him and is like, see what I mean?
He's a freak, but he's our freak. Like, you know.
He's
I
going
am
to figure out
never-
the way to stop it. It's eventually.
For how long?
Okay.
Well,
How long is he a
Yours
freak?
freak.
He's always been a freak.
All right.
But, like,
No more writing about
I don't like
Argus.
that word.
It's all going to be an oral transit.
Just
Tradition.
don't. Just don't. Just don't.
Just don't.
Or
No.
oral. Okay.
Well, don't use Ichor.
Oral's
in any
always
way.
okay.
I didn't use
It
Ichor.
is.
You did. That's what you started writing that in.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't think Meckel was aware of it. Matt's
Meckel
aware
wasn't
of it.
aware.
Yeah. Okay. So the ink you started to write that with
Yeah,
was
she gave me.
no,
the-
it
No.
was from yourself. You used your own goo as ink.
I just gave you a
So
clue.
I look at Argus's body. The script that I've written in Ichor on him, has that done anything?
You read it again?
Yes, because I'm Meckel.
You guys start to see the shade again start to peel off.
What does
Smack
it say? Can I tell what it says?
On this day, the 19th of Achiel, shall the book
18th still.
shall the 18th of Achiel, shall the book of Kindling be written, and so it shall be.
Yank by the manacles. Just
Oh, you don't actually do damage. Okay.
yeah. No, just
Ow. What's the name of the book?
can I press to digitate?
I mean, you could be whatever you want. I was just thought it was clever to say the book of Kindling because
Can I
it's like
press-
the genesis of fire.
can I
Okay.
press to digitate and like smear
Or the Book of Ember. That might be fun.
You smear the ichor all over him.
Can I smear the
Sure.
writing?
As you glance at it while you're smearing it, go ahead and roll a wisdom saving throw. Because you had to look at it at some point too when you recognize what its form was.
Should we all
19.
Well,
do
then
that?
I think
Then-
you were the only one that didn't look at it.
19.
Zemdak was the one that was looking at it most intently
But-
and actually reading it. You just kind of saw it at the corner of your eye,
Okay.
I believe, because you guys didn't roll very well.
I recognize, yeah, but
Recognize the
there was a
doctor's handwriting.
So that would have meant I was actually looking at script enough.
I think I'm gonna make a judgment call about basing on how well you rolled. It wasn't your intent to perhaps read the data and the information that it was trying to.
I was just like,
Depict.
oh, Meckel can write? Okay.
Yeah, I think it was more to you. They just looked like etchings more than language for that moment. Go ahead.
19.
19. Okay, you do feel there's a part of you that says it's insane. There's a part of you that is in the moment as you look at it, you're like, how long would it take to bleed everyone in this room dry? Boy, am I thirsty. And then you swipe it and the thought's gone.
Yeah, let's not do that again.
What was that?
You.
It was Ichor on Argus too, right?
Guess. I'm so
He's
tired.
reinfected now. Okay. Okay. Cool.
No.
All right, am I doing drugs or not? We never quite resolved that.
We haven't resolved anything today at all.
No, we haven't.
I'll look at my arm.
We've been going
Don't
in
look at your
circles.
arm.
Oh, yeah, I look at my arm.
Well,
You
we
can't.
should-
You can't. It's
Argent
behind your
your
hand.
arm, yeah.
they're behind your hand. You can't.
Also,
Oh no, but I
They're
mean I've
behind-
got this area.
did
right?
we get up that
He's
high?
got up its forearm on the back of his forearm, ulmus and radius, up his bicep and part of here.
Yeah.
Kind of like the rock tattoo.
Yes,
But
exactly like that.
Since they're back here, you can only see just. a
That's
little bit.
true. I don't think you could get a proper
Okay.
look at it. I think that was smart of you to put his hands behind his back. Yeah.
I'm okay with it.
We still need to heal you so that doesn't actually scar at some point too, because then you'll read it and. But unless you want to barf, like I can't give you more good berries.
Zemdak goes
Cure wounds in the arm.
and then stabs him.
Oh, damn it. That just heals me, right? It's not like I take that point of damage I can't lose.
No, it's more.
Yeah, this is 8 points of healing.
Boy, you guys are all the resources.
Right in the arm. We are not all the resources. We are almost none of the resources.
Good to know.
Can you cast Healing Word on yourself?
You can cast Healing Word on any creature that's within range that you can see, I believe.
That includes you.
All
Or
right,
that can
I
hear
will
you. I think it
use
is.
my last spell slot of 3rd level to cast
So,
Healing Word.
so I got a short rest and all that, right?
No. You just had one.
I know, but I want another.
Okay. I think. Okay, so if you want to do drugs, you can obviously, because better. But what's the game plan? What would you do with the extra power? Because it's already.
Well, it's okay. So Argus was able to burn it out of him from inside out. So I put this in me to then do that, but I don't know if it'll burn or cold or what it'll do, but it'll do something.
Yeah, and I mean the target would be yourself. Do you think, or who would you go for?
Well, right now him, but that's just because he's being a shit. But
He but like
but
you're
no,
kinda
just
one-healthy
like
guy.
myself, like yeah.
Okay.
Or if not, then I would just try to into the void.
Like your spirit goes into the void? Like what?
Ooh, I could try something the flame and try and shoot it in there. I don't know. That seems complicated.
Yeah.
then I at least get a spell slot back if I live, to then make someone else invisible again.
We can try something tomorrow.
I
when
don't.
I'm not
I
so
want to.
tired.
I want to spend as little time with this thing inside me as much as possible.
Yeah.
I'm
Do you want to do drugs?
I'm kind of tempted, honestly, at this point. But I mean, I have magic still. It's okay. But I don't know how to do the invisible thing like you do.
It is pretty cool.
It's super cool.
Well, you can borrow my fan.
Ooh. It'd be like back in the old days where I get to fan myself. It'd be great.
It appears to be vulnerable to my channeling spiritual energies. If I can help in any way, I'll do my best.
Can we see if it's out of Kira first? And then maybe you can, if you can do it, take it. We can try to excise it one by one from each of us with your abilities.
Are you asking me for my permission?
Asking your permission so that we can see, use the fan on you.
That's
Didn't
a
open the
one.
right way there. There
Are
we
you
There
go.
sure
we go.
you know how to use that?
I
No,
do.
it's. I mean, it's really his, but I still have my own, and just, yeah.
Just see if.
Sure. If that works, yeah, I'm okay with that.
Can you take these off me now?
Nope.
Nope.
No.
No.
Sit in your corner.
You can still take a nap, right?
That's
I'm
what
not-
you were trying to do to start with.
Well, I'm not sleepy now.
But you've got the full
Whatever we're
belly.
going to do, we need to do this.
All right.
Okay.
See her garment, then her skin, then her muscle, and then her bone.
Is the
What you
creature
see
still
under
there?
that is the same thing about how liquid filling an empty shell, like you saw with the Ichor under him. Her is a conflagration of just roiling flame.
Okay, but no creature.
We don't see any before that finally snuffed out, pushed away by the gust. And as you stop, then they all reassert themselves.
Okay.
So you're clean. I think.
I think, yeah, that's how.
If that's what you say that I am, yes, then I am, I suppose.
I think so. All right. Once I'm stunned, how are you going to get it out of me? I mean, I can give you. Sounds like you know the spell. You could figure this out. I wrote it down in a language you can understand. I can tear it out of my book and you can use it. The vortex warping, like moving things, separating entities.
Yeah, I can do vortex warp.
Okay.
So we're doing that on you.
Yeah. And then we're gonna have to be ready to kill it with fire or whatever.
I can absorb it.
I'll pull my book out.
It's in tatters.
It's been beating itself up this whole
like
time.
Kind of flip through the pages, see if how much of it is intact.
Very
Stuffing
few
it.
of the pages remain.
Just stuffing it back in your arm.
You know how it did have pages of vellum that were mostly blank until you wanted them to be something and were thinking of something. If I remember, most of the pages are torn out and shredded as crushed by a stampede and torn asunder by horns and spines and claws.
So since Gaul has everything that log has, he'll feed it 100 gold of paper, of good paper.
Okay. You open it up to re-glue a bunch of paper in it and have it rather than it gluing it, just kind of the spine of it, a little tongue kind of comes out and licks the paper, and you see little binder clip fangs try to grab onto it. And as you're doing so and finding a good spot to go through it, you do see there is one page that appears to be intact that does appear to have writing on it. Not script, but sketches. A gruesome, grotesque scene of gore in black and white crosshatch. Non-identifiable limbs. Unidentifiable, lumpy, liquid flesh, tendons, sinew. And in the corner, what looks like slowly, imperceptibly almost, rocking back and forth. It's too small because of perspective. On the paper, it's like only like this big, because it appears to be like far and away in the corner of the room, whatever is being depicted here. But something is there, huddled and rocking.
Okay. Putting that back. Still contained. Still contained.
Okay. Anything we should be worried about?
No. I mean, no. We're all good.
No. No.
Okay.
When I'm trying to put it back in.
You put it back in, and the book just kind of like whines.
Okay, if we get Ichor out, I'll pull him back out. But I think he needs to rest.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so Van, you're doing the thing.
Kira's gonna stun me.
Okay.
You'll do the thing.
Stun, fan,
What do I do?
fan, stun,
You rest.
warp.
Yeah.
What are we
Sleep,
doing?
and she chops you in the neck and puts you to sleep.
What are we doing with it?
Just knocks you unconscious with like.
I get that I'm tearing it out, but where am I putting it?
I mean, just over in that corner over there, and we can then just like.
I'll create bonfire.
Yeah. There you go. That's a great idea. Put it in the bonfire.
Is
Burn
there
it.
like a hearth or like a fire going? Torches on the wall?
Not here.
Okay.
A lot of the misalignment of stuff and reality. There usually is some abscesses where there's tiny little things of oil that seem to be just perpetually cared for, that appears to be tiny little flames. But in all of the ruckus and sound and reverberation of
Everything's
this,
been broken.
a lot of this stuff has been broken or extinguished. Most of what has been giving off a lot of the light there, for those that can't see, are the people that are on fire and other types of thing. You had a torch open for a while. You guys can have torches out if you like.
There's a torch on the ground, but it's not lit.
Yeah.
Ken says 7:30.
Okay.
You got it. And so I think, yeah, you also see Kira is becoming extremely impatient. I don't have a whole lot left in me as well, so we're going to do this right now. And she puts her hand on your shoulder.
Wait. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. That's the whole point.
So right before she puts her hand on the
Yeah.
shoulder, you say, right.
Do not touch anybody that might still have it within them. And I tear out the scroll, give it to Zemdak. I'm trusting you with my heart.
Your blade has key in it. Use only that.
Grabs her braid,
Start fanning.
goes for that like kind of slugger home run hit, and just
All right.
hits you up in the jaw.
I try to like. I think I can dismiss mage armor as well, right?
It
as an
won't
action.
matter, not with this one.
Okay, never mind.
You do take 17 points of damage.
Okay, I'm still up.
Do you
'Cause-
tantrum?
No, I just
She's
go,
not
"Ah!"
holding back because she doesn't. Just not sure if it's going to work if she holds back.
Right.
Yeah.
Constitution saving throw.
Yeah, hold on. 17, you said? Okay.
Yep.
Con save. That is
You're fine.
a 5
Just
total.
like
Yeah.
Yay!
did a Vulcan neck grip, like kind of like sleep right now because you're a lot and you're trying to be bound by everybody, and she's just like level 20 monking, being like quiet.
The heart.
Yeah,
you
but-
can wake up at any time you like.
But
It's just-
again, with that, would have tried to stop her before she actually touched him. And you just...
Too late.
I can't.
Because we don't know if he reinfects people or not.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to find out. What do you?
Okay. 5 total for my con save.
Okay,
She's
so you're
stunned.
stunned.
Yeah.
He's fanning
Fan.
right over
vortex
her
warping.
chest.
Okay, cool. It is still trying to resist, so it needs to roll via your stats.
Con save.
I think it's another con save, isn't it?
For, yeah, Vortex Warp, I believe, is
Yeah, it
con
is.
as well.
To your spell save DC.
Oh.
You work your way.
Do
down.
I see it? Do I end up seeing it?
Eventually, Log will find it because
Okay.
it's working.
That's
I get another
more,
one.
Oh, fuck.
He
That's
made a
more
dead
what I was
body on
asking.
the ground.
I'm gonna. I think at some point I'm gonna have to revoke that fucking deal because it's just too fucking much.
I think you need to give
Yeah,
Michael
con
a
save.
turn.
You've got so
Con
much
save, I
practice.
fail.
Nice.
So, hey, my
Defending a
crappy
mission,
rolls
you
going
like-
well tonight for that.
What'd you say? Low?
5.
Okay,
Well,
good.
yeah.
So
yeah.
it's stunned.
Failed.
You find it,
it failed its con save
and
for the
you
vortex warp.
and you put it on the ground.
So I warp it to the furthest corner from us.
Bonfire.
You bonfire. As it's the second it comes out, it does that whole and it tries to move as fast as possible to the closest host. And you try to make bonfire, kind of trying to, because it's stationary, trying to time it in the space where it's going to be when you cast the spell. No problem, you can do that. How much damage does it take?
Well, there's a save involved.
Right, it's a dex save. I just want to know the damage too.
So 10 damage.
10 damage with a 16 dex save.
That saves.
So that's no damage.
That's no damage.
So you summon the bonfire and it goes and spreads up very Venom Icarus like as though it was hit with a bunch of sound, and narrowly dodges it and then moves around the bonfire and it's moving to you
Pull
as
out my
fast
book.
as possible.
Can Michael be the closest? It just makes
You
him
can,
be.
yeah, you can wake up being like, what?
Just worm your way over. Just crawl your way over.
Well, if it's going after the closest person or whatever.
I have something I want to do, but it's not.
What are you doing? It's moving stupid fast.
Yeah, we're killing it.
Yeah.
I'll try to think at it. Come to Papa.
Oh, so
Okay.
after I see the bonfire not work, I'll pull my book out.
I mean, the bonfire works. It just
Well, it
Stop
doesn't
short.
have the effect that
Yeah.
I wanted to have.
which means there's plenty of light in the room now. What is it you wanted to do? I'm sorry.
Ooh, no, I'm pulling my book out.
You
He's
pull the book out. Right?
yeah, he's doing something.
You
Shoot.
pulled it out. He's like, it's okay, buddy. Put it back in. Like, oh, shit.
Bang bang.
Okay.
I mean, do we get actions, attacks?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's fine.
So, yeah.
Let's not get
Pistol.
that too granular with it. Go ahead.
16 to hit and a 24 to hit.
Both of them will hit.
D10s. 11 points of piercing damage and 10 points of piercing damage. 21 total.
21 total. Man, I don't need a paper for this. Looks super not great at all.
I'm still mentally calling to
Sure.
it.
Yeah. You are. It's skittering its way down the hallway.
And I'm
stunned.
letting
90 feet, right?
Yeah, at base
Yeah.
level.
Yep.
and I'm letting my book go after it.
Cool. It starts. Starts skittering down the hallway as well, and a Beyblade battle is about to start.
I'm still stunned for this one round before it's Kira's turn again.
You're saying, "Come to Papa."
Yep.
It is going to try to stretch and just kind of like jump over the book as it like El Toro that type of thing. That is only a 12 for its deck save. I'm going to say that
I give it inspiration.
you do.
I have one left. Bardic
Okay.
inspiration.
You're gonna.
I get
I
a
want
rolled
this
inspiration
thing
for
to-
disadvantage.
You want it to escape?
No, it's coming towards me.
No,
Yeah,
it's
but-
running away.
It's coming
running
towards
away.
all of you.
Oh.
Right,
No,
but
it's coming
I'm
towards all of you.
Okay.
I think
Because
it's
you are the closest
answering me
host.
because
All of you
I
are the
want it
closest.
back.
I thought it was running away down the hallway.
No,
No.
it's trying to find. It's
Okay.
it
Trying
can't
to find
exist
a
without a
host.
host. It needs to find a spot, so it's
Yes.
going towards the closest host.
Got it.
So it's a
It's
D8.
got an 8 on the D8, which brings it to a 20. So, yeah, it's able to juke the book as the book like very dog style and tries to turn around.
I'll sing it a love song as I'm. That's my.
I'm not gonna write you a Ichor song.
Yeah.
You got it. We're gonna go back to the top, which it doesn't really matter. Each of you get one more thing before it's going to reach one of you. What I'm going to do is I'm going to roll a. There's Log's body, Kira.
I'm gonna.
Argus's body. One second. Log's body, Kira. Argus's body, Trisheni, Gaul, Zemdak, and Meckel. All right, those are the options here. Meckel, you're trying to lure it.
And during my action, I will actually try to go towards it,
Sure.
past everybody else.
So here's what I'll say. Because it is such a small thing as trying to go over anything, that's 7 of options it has to do. What we'll do is that since you're trying to lure it and you're trying to run towards it, we'll roll a d8, and on a 7 or 8, it'll go towards you.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
That's
It has a higher advantage of going towards you than anybody else, but it's still quite random of what it's going to do because you're all pretty much equidistant. You guys got one more thing you can do before it gets to you.
That's what I did. So
Yeah, that's fine.
How's it looking?
Not great.
Kill it with fire. The
Firebolt,
Yes.
you got it. Go ahead, roll the hit.
counterspell. No, I'm joking. Just no,
That is 23 to hit. Or no, that's 27 to hit. Sorry.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Okay. Burn, you motherfucker. Stay away. That's 7 points of damage.
7. It's hanging on by a thread. You have 2. Do you know you have like 2d10 now, right?
Yeah, I rolled it and I got a 2 and a 5.
Next level you get,
yeah.
or no, the level after you get 3d10,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I rolled a 2 and a 5, so.
It's hanging on by a thread.
Can
It's
I?
super shaking and like doing that whole moving as fast as it possibly can because it's now cornered, and on the death's door. What's up?
I wanted to throw oil at it, like lamp oil.
Yeah.
Can
you
I wait
throw it
then
up.
to do that so that it hits with the lamp oil down?
Sure.
Like, I was
yeah.
going to do another crepe bonfire anyway, so.
Just the
Yeah.
little.
Okay. Cool. Let's just do all that. I think I think the hallway is wide enough where like no matter what you're gonna fucking get this thing with oil unless you completely miss it.
Yeah.
So why don't you just roll an improvised weapon just to see if it's
Yeah, it's an 18 on the
okay.
die.
You got it. So you're gonna hit it, create bonfire.
did I end up in the
Burn.
oil?
It's got a natural 20 for its dexterity saving throw for create bonfire, but it does set the oil on fire. You hit it with the flame, but it's on fire. It's now there's this super high pitched ultrasonic squeal as this thing is just erratically burning and moving blob like and trying to get to you. It goes to Argus. It is on fire because at the top of its turn it's going to take damage, and so it is on fire. Going to Argus / kind of Kira where they are. This burning thing like in the throes of death. Trying to find, what is it you said you wanted to do?
I had tried to leap the
Cool.
past
So
everybody.
I think what's happening is that going towards Argus's body, Kira's right there. This thing is on fire. You're leaping on. You're jumping in the air and trying to like tackle it like a loose football, like a live ball. trying to tackle on top of it. It is in the throes of death. It's taken all the damage it can take. It's dying. But it's on fire. What was Kenton's response?
We need to get this Ichor out.
He was still thinking of burning it out of Kira, I think.
Which seemed to have succeeded in that endeavor. You see, there's this kind of ray of dispersed air that kind of looks like heat waves off of asphalt, but in like a radiant, kind of like a beam, and then radiates from the beam, and then makes contact with that whole area of the body. And where you are, that appears to emanate from Kira's glass little
Care Bear stare. Go ahead.
Care Bear stare, sure. And seem to, once it finally makes contact with that area, kind of implode into a fireball. Everybody,
good.
please roll dexterity saving throw.
Oh, I don't get disadvantage on those.
Kira has evasion, so. But she still failed. What'd you get?
I got an 8. On a
So you're
dex
down
saving throw.
again.
Yeah, but I
How
don't
many
add
how many
drum.
hit points do you have?
I had 16.
Your max.
78.
I can't do that much damage, so you're fine.
Good.
16 to save?
No, I got 60. That's how
No,
many hit
I'm
points I
saying
have.
What's
for me.
Argus's spell save DC?
Who
It should be in his
knows?
book.
Oh,
It's here.
don't touch Argus.
I want to say it's like 17 or 18 or something.
What's
like
yours?
that.
I can't be 18. It's
I
17.
got a 6.
So it's probably a failure.
17.
17. Okay. So
Fail.
that's fail for you, fail for you.
17 on the dot.
So that's a success for you. Okay. So I have to roll 8d6.
I wonder if that means Argus kills himself. That would be weird.
I sacrifice myself to myself.
Yes. Now he's just a brain in an amulet.
That's a lot of sixes.
This isn't a spell, correct? Technically?
You're going to dispel it if it is?
Potentially.
Kinda is. It kinda
Is it is it or not?
I think it kinda.
Could counterspell work or not? That's what I'm asking.
Can she tug?
Here's what I'll say. I think I would say it'll work. It is a third level spell, and normally counterspell will just third level just work. What I'll say is that you just have to beat a DC 13 for your intelligence check, and it will work because this is
Not exactly.
straight primeval stuff coming from a thing. The moment
No.
for real.
A nat one. I've been rolling garbage today.
Burn, baby.
Can I give you an inspiration?
You can.
If you want.
Yeah. I mean,
You've gotten way too many today,
burn, baby?
and you've been sucking all her luck all day long.
Is that cocked? No, it's still. Intelligence check would be a 10. It's not high enough.
10, not high enough.
For a check.
For a
If
check.
it was an arcana, then we'd be having a different
Yeah,
conversation.
it's got to be intelligence.
Okay. Sorry.
So I don't take
Sorry,
any
I
damage?
failed.
Nope. We take all.
We
I
you're,
know, I
you're
know.
down.
so much.
That's 33 damage to all those that fail.
Down.
And 16 damage to those that did not. Joshendi's down
is that 33?
33. His log?
I'm fine.
No, I'm talking about the body.
Oh. Yeah, because he was at full. He didn't take anything.
Right, but he's down. What's his
Well,
max?
he's
But no, but he's been stable. He was never
What's his max?
73.
Okay, so he's fine.
Yeah.
When you're stable and you take a ton of damage like that, you do lose a death saving throw and you start rolling saving throws again.
But he's not dying.
But yeah, but he was always
Full
stable.
health.
He was always stable.
He was just stable. He's dreaming.
He's not
Does
at
he wake
0
up?
hit points and
Does it-
stable. He's at full hit points and unconscious.
Yep.
Yeah.
Does it wake him up? It's one hell of a retcon right there.
I understand. It's not that. It's
I mean,
I'm just
auto
debating whether I
fails-
want to fucking keep track of it or not.
he auto fails his deck save.
Yeah.
So he takes
it's,
the full
It's not
damage.
that. I just want to debate whether I want to keep track of it. Not.
Okay.
It's fine. You're up, and you're up still.
Yep.
Okay. It burns for quite a bit longer than it usually does. And you pull your kind of like leather hot material working stuff that a lot of forgers have, like a big leather hide under it and move there, and also just kind of duck behind his body, and
That tracks.
you dive under his body, and you're down. Kira's beam appears to come from her chest. She's okay. She doesn't look great, but she's okay. You see Argus's body is burnt to a crisp. Like burnt to a crisp. Like you see a lot of his clothes are kind of like gone. His chest is like melted open, and part of his bones are starting to char. You can smell the smell of cooked other white meat,
Are you hungry?
and you see parts of the char and almost ash of like the curvature of the ribs start to kind of collapse under their own weight as embers pull it down.
Is the axe gone? Or the hammer?
Axe- The hammer? No, the hammer's still there.
Okay. I'm dead, so or unconscious.
Yeah.
That's what you see. You don't see the Ichor anywhere.
So he did it, right?
Just let us know when we start making death saves.
Yep.
We all have Goodberry, right?
Yeah.
So I'll go give Trecheni a Goodberry.
With
No, don't
what?
touch her.
Oh, right, Mage Hand.
There you go.
Does that mean I take a point because he went to them first?
of death saving
Yeah.
throw? Yeah, sure. Go ahead and roll and see what happens. Death saving throw is never at advantage
Oh.
or disadvantage.
Okay.
Unless I say so.
You got a berry.
Yeah, but it's infected.
Oh, right. It's infected.
I can cast it again.
Okay.
He's gonna puke, but I think it'll be okay. Better than being dead. All right.
Yeah.
Cast Goodberry again, because I did prep it today. And I'm not infected. Mage in a mage armor, or mage handed over to Meckel.
You see Kira screaming in agony as you see the skin bubbling like cheese around the glass. It is now like a red hot iron ball, like red hot piece of glass that's like dripping out. And she's like, ah.
We don't care. We're saving Meckel. I'm joking.
She has quite a bit of hit points, but it's
Not good.
getting to the point where it's starting to be, it's really whittling away. And molten glass drips down onto the stone floor as now there's just this abscess of third-degree burn scar tissue, like dug into her chest, like Last of the Mohicans style.
How big are we talking? The amulet. Like, is it
The amulet?
the
Or the glass?
the
thing?
glass?
It's like maybe yay big.
Okay, so like medallion sized.
Yeah, something
Thing.
like that.
Should we pry it out?
That's kind of what I was thinking.
It's dripping out. It's molten glass now. It's like dripping out of her chest and onto the ground. You see like smoke coming out of her ears and nose and mouth.
Yeah, I'll take a dagger and I'll try and. Don't touch her. I'm using the dagger.
No.
Okay.
No. If
Okay, then you do it.
I'm clean.
Use a ladle.
Yeah.
All right, you do it.
Okay.
Yes, Adam. You raised your hand.
Catapult.
Oh, yeah.
Yank it out through magic
Where are you putting it? Where are you throwing it?
in the puddle. Like, if it's dripping out of her, I'm gonna yank it out.
Could you put it in the Argus?
Like
Dust.
90% of it has dripped out. It's just like
Yeah, I want to take the last of it that's still hurting
Sure.
her and like throw it out of her into the puddle.
okay, sure.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. You can just make sure you like scoop out the rest of the molten
Yeah.
pus, as it were.
Pretty much.
Yeah, you can start to see it cool as the bright white hot is starting to become a bright orange and slowly turning to red.
Does Argus still have that doll?
Yeah.
Yeah.
See why not?
It's probably burned to a crisp by now.
Okay.
Try to
Maybe not.
give Argus a good berry to try to stabilize him because I'm assuming that he's.
He's
do
not.
Do you want to try to insert it into the empty ocular orbit of his charred skull, or try to just
Yeah.
place it inside of his now empty rib cage that is falling apart?
Okay, never mind.
I got the. From his description, I got the feeling that he is
Gone.
skeletal, like halfway
Crematorium.
through crematorium.
Yeah. Okay.
He's
Michael
not
was
really
just
a
sitting
body.
there,
Just the
somewhat
way he'd want to go.
He's not really a body anymore.
hyperventilating. And yes, I rolled. We got a 3, but Michael hasn't. He's just sitting there staring at the charred remains of
His god.
Well, he is the flame now.
You see
Alright,
the
let's
glass
see.
is slowly cooling.
Did it reform into a shape, or is it
It did
just
not.
like slag?
Slag.
I mean, we can try to look for.
You want to touch it?
No, it's a blob. Is what I was.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's just.
It's just.
Did he put the doll in the bag of holding, or is it just on? Okay,
He
it's
would
on
have had
him.
it on him if he had it. I don't know what.
Not
that
all of it. I mean, he has magical stuff on him. Not all of his stuff is like scorched and burnt.
Yeah,
Like there's still,
I
remains.
just had a weird random thought. Probably won't help now.
It's just for
I
the
mean, this is all
mechanics of
weird
understanding,
random
like, a
thoughts at this
supply.
point. So
Right.
what's
It's definitely the fuck around and find out stage still.
what's your thought? Okay.
It looked like him. It had a soul.
You want to make him a doll?
I don't know.
He has no body to come back to, though.
Whatever it is you want. Kira, as the smoke is coming out, and she's breathing heavy from the pain as she finally clutches, and she begins to meditate, and because she can use some key to try to heal herself, she's gonna try to heal herself.
Argus.
She's whatever echo of him was in her, she's like, I don't know what it is you want to do, but a sliver of the primeval entity of fire is cooling and dying. So whatever you want to do, you do it now.
Can you do your bonfire again?
Yeah.
Put it right on the thing. Okay, at least we have that. It won't be cooling and dying anymore.
Okay, cool. You want to stick it into the cold, hot white eyes of the coals of the fire. Try to keep it like that, yeah.
I'll just-
How do you get it there?
It's bon-
You just set a bonfire on top of it?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, cool. You got it.
Well, they're focused on something Michael hasn't noticed yet.
It's getting real hot in here because there's the hallway's on fire. There's another bonfire. There's slag.
I'll
It's
grab
getting hot in here.
out of my
Smells.
pack. I'll grab out one of the gloves that Argus got for me when my hands were doing that weird thing. Go over to the ashes of the body and start sweeping him into
You're
the
still in
glow.
Manacle, yeah.
manacles.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Never mind. I don't do that.
Yeah.
I just sit there, struggling.
You did like jump onto the area, and you just
Right.
kind of rolled over. So you're like laying
In oil and everything else. Well, not oil.
supine next to the charred remains, mostly still intact remains, but very, very charred, of your idol.
I mean, I will do that. I will start bringing Argus's body over
Sure.
to the fire.
The skeleton and a lot of the flesh has kind of been melted and attached to it, so it's still mostly intact. It's just like it's like corpse now.
Jerky.
Yeah, less ash and more bunch of charred, brittle pieces.
I could really use some teriyaki.
But yeah, if you want to move it away, you can.
No, to the fire.
You want to throw it on the fire?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, you can throw the body on the fire.
I'll start rolling over towards the fire.
Okay, you got it. You barrel roll over to the fire.
And into it if I can.
You want to roll into the fire?
Yeah.
Okay. Roll a
I just kinda-
dexterity.
Unless
Okay.
somebody stops
That's
me.
what, I just kind of kick him away from the edge of his close to it.
Just like, no, you stay there.
You are very badly hurt.
Yeah, you don't need to burn off.
I don't know why Meko wants to harm himself so long.
Can you make a con save too because you ate 2 good berries?
Yeah.
No.
It's a con save, not a
Damn
check.
it, I keep... I liked the other one before. I got a 1 on the die this time.
That's the the
Yeah,
fourth
it's
one natural one
awful.
you've rolled today?
Yeah.
You're still in the corner puking
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
because you've eaten 2 days worth of food.
I think you roll once and then you realize like, oh, bleh, and then you just vomit up.
Just keep rolling in
supine,
it.
So it's just you just see bird's eye view, face down, Meko, hands, and then just slowly vomit puddle starts to just spread.
And it's made of Ichor, so it starts moving towards non.
No. God, I would be very evil if I did that. You throw the remains onto the fire,
Yes.
and the slag remains hot. You start to see the remains catch.
Can I start praying to my friend?
And I start praying to my... Oh, no, I can't. Right now I'm
As
praying to the
because
porcelain
and
god.
thinking and like talking about I know what you've been talking about and all the things you've been saying about you've got the doubt what's happening because these guys are not actually basically going to the diatribes that he's been spewing the last couple months and like seeing it and trying to bring him back and being like, you know what, you're right, basically using logic and reason, basically using the same sort of stuff that I do with Lammy but with him.
You got it. You absolutely can do that if you want.
Okay. For what it's worth.
I pray through my horking.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Come on, Argus.
Did you want to salvage anything from the body before you threw it onto the fire?
Didn't sound like we really had a lot of time.
Well, I mean, probably the hammer would be the main thing.
Yeah.
We had a lot of stuff on them.
We'll get the things off of
I
him.
mean, like the hammer and then his magical sickle mace thing he never uses.
Yeah, you can get most of his like inventory. His body is the thing that was hurt more.
Perfect.
It's the
that him?
inventory
Yep.
that was
Yep. That would be
like
him.
that. So you can grab the doll, you can grab the hammer, you can grab the.
He had two different breastplates, right? Or two different.
Yeah, I think so.
He had 2 different sets of armor.
You can grab his journal,
Yeah.
which is only charred.
I mean, like, he wouldn't have his backpack on him at this moment. So, like, all that sort of stuff would probably not be on him.
I mean, we
Why
were
wouldn't
sleeping
he?
anyways, right?
His sparkly glove, his
Yes,
sequin
gotta get
glove,
the
his
single
sequin glove.
sequin glove.
Why wouldn't he have his bag on him?
Like, would he be... We just woke up.
Yeah, we were sleeping, weren't we? Or not sleeping.
I don't think Argus
a
goes
wardrobe
anywhere
change?
without his bag that has coffee in it.
Okay.
I think the second.
Zemdak has my bag of coffee.
Yeah.
It's in the bag of home.
His coffee's in my bag.
Is Argus one of those people that's like, as soon as he wakes
It's
up,
a dark
"That's my
roast
stuff."
now.
Yeah.
Okay. So then, yeah.
Well, no, I leave the coffee in there because I need him to.
No, I mean like, was all your stuff on you?
For the most part,
Yeah. Like you can sound like
have
none,
tons.
like none of his like stuff is like
That's you.
like
I got that.
incinerated. It's mostly his body that's incinerated.
Yeah.
Would have gotten it off of him.
Yeah, if you want to get his stuff. So you have the doll, you have the glove, the hammer, his basic inventory.
Combination
anything.
of mage hands and.
Yeah, that's fine.
we'll
Before
say.
you throw the body onto the pyre, you
You
grab
just
his,
hit dead.
Doctor's
on you.
potions.
Yeah, that too.
grab the potions. You can grab his journal.
Yep.
So you start to pray to him.
Yeah.
You have all of these items of his inventory before you. When you think about that, go ahead and roll a religion check then.
See what happens when you leave.
No, I only count the last like 10 minutes.
Fucking garbage. Seriously, I haven't rolled above a 10. Well, no, I rolled once above a 10, but 12.
12. Okay. What's anybody else doing?
Throwing up.
That too. Is you see Trisheni like praying and saying out loud like, "Come on, come on."
I'm more arguing with you. I mean, like, well, you have a good point here. Like, I shouldn't be praying to you, but also, yeah.
Come on, baby, light my fire.
Are you gonna convert?
Well, we already know Meckel's not going to be writing anything for you.
No. No more writing from Beckel.
So I'm still just concentrating on keeping the bonfire continuously going.
Yeah. Okay. Just concentrating on keeping it burning, keeping it hot enough through a concerted effort in order to keep the slag glass, hot and malleable. You're doing that. What about you, Zemdak?
You had been putting the body on the fire, right? Like,
Yeah, I mean that's you could
Yeah.
fine. And then you have all of his paraphernalia arrayed, kind of serial killer style in front of you.
Can you at least turn him over occasionally?
I don't know.
What are you doing, Michael, other than heaving?
I will try to prop myself up on my knees and start scooching over towards the fire.
Okay. Are you trying to pray, or
Yeah, as I'm.
what do you say? Or are you reciting the book of
I am not
Kindling, or-
reciting that. But I will. Very simple chant to just Argus, as I'm. I'm a man of few words.
rocking back and forth on your knees?
Yeah,
chanting,
just in.
"Argus,"
Yep.
sweating profusely.
I pull a fist-sized chunk of spent terrazine out of my bag, and I place that in the fire.
Okay. You start to see it also get hot. Kind of the same kind of structure as glass, somewhat. More of a crystalline. Also start to be somewhat malleable.
I actually start. Oh, make sure I can do this with. I can. I will start doing vicious mockery, mocking him for leaving me so soon. Come on, get back up! Get back up! You suck as a fire! Get back up!
You suck as a
You
campfire.
smell like old cow hide burning.
It
Does
is
he?
at this moment, Meckel, you remember you have no more kebabs.
I know. Get up or I will eat you.
He'll do it too.
We will become one.
Your crystal bonfire, the short rest,
Yep.
the bonfire of short rest.
Yeah, like the
thing,
mobile bonfire thing. Yeah.
that goes in the fire as well.
You got it.
I'm putting all of my faith into these spells.
You got it.
And then I start
You
doing
roll
it in
something
deep
for,
speech.
for vicious mockery, right? Forget the saving throw. Just roll the damage. Psychic damage.
Yeah, it's a D4. You take a point of psychic damage.
So what's 1? The bonfire adds an extra D6 to it's like a song of rest, isn't it?
Oh, his bonfire.
Yeah.
Or
Which
his
is your-
Oh, the
Yeah.
charm?
Yeah. The bonfire charm.
I
was
think
that?
it just lets you re-roll one, or it takes ones as twos, or do you re-roll ones?
It's one of those. It's not a D6 that you add to it, though.
Okay. I think you're right. I think it's 1s as 2s, isn't it?
I mean, it's
Yeah, I don't know the paperweight.
It's an image of fire. I'm adding it to the fire.
I guess technically this would give you disadvantage on your next attack roll. So if I'd make you angry enough
Wouldn't
to
worry
form
about that
punch
too
me.
much.
Alright, I don't know what the thing is for it.
I think I have it.
so there's some magical shit here. I don't know if anyone's that.
Does my
Everything we
vicious
got.
mockery seem to do anything?
We're
I don't know
gonna
that
get
we
to
got
that
a
in a
sheet
second.
for it.
Just dump all the potions.
If we did,
All Doctor's poisons on there?
Hit die roll of 1 is treated as a 2.
That's what I thought.
Yep. So, your vicious mockery roll of 1 is a 2 instead. So we got 2 there. But you adding Terrazine is going to allow you to roll another D4. Is there another 1? So it's another 2.
I'm getting there. I'm
So
trying to
that's-
think.
That's 4. You were praying. I made you do a religion check. What'd you
It
get?
was 14,
14.
I
Okay.
believe.
So that's
12.
5, 10, not quite
12.
15. So that's another 2.
I have a
That's-
bottle of whiskey, and I will pour that onto the fire.
I thought he was going
Was
to
it
pee
from
on
his
the fire.
sister's bar, too? Or
No, I think this is what I got at the
I don't think Log keeps track of
kitchens
where he takes it
in.
from. Oh, he does.
What was that?
You keep track of where you take it from?
Well, because this is so I have more rations plus whiskey. And I'm pretty sure this was from the kitchens in the Steer Crag.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. When you had the staff when you were in the capital.
The raid.
Yeah.
Right. When I got my
The
cleaver.
fang. Yeah.
Yeah, when I got my cleaver.
Okay.
So I'll pour one out.
I got a lot of
For
diamonds,
Argent.
guys.
Can I
do you pour the one out or do you pour the whole bottle out?
The whole bottle.
The whole bottle.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a d4 for me.
I also have holy water.
4.
4. So we have
From me.
4,
4
5,
plus
6,
2,
10.
10. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Argus, you're gonna roll in the tower.
Well, that's fun.
No, this tower.
I get that. But what am I rolling?
You have a choice here. You either roll a d20, and is this the first time you've been brought back? Okay. You either roll a d20, and because your body is destroyed, I'm gonna say if it was, you have to beat a 3. Okay? You have to meet or beat a 3. We'll see what happens. Or you can roll Divine Intervention.
Come back as a fire elemental.
You have advantage on the Divine Intervention. You have the buffer of 10 that they have given you. If you succeed on this, like a phoenix from the flames, you are reborn as something much greater.
But if he rolls a d20,
You have a higher chance of success with a d20.
Yeah.
by a lot.
Yeah. Meter beat a 3. That's a 90% chance.
There you go.
Or you have.
Now keep in mind, he's been using all the good rolls this evening.
Oh,
Which is-
fucking
You have a
night.
20.
Keep in mind, it is Argus too.
What are you trained? In,
Right.
Are you trained in coming back from the dead?
Who knows?
Oh, okay.
I mean,
So
the whole
disadvantaged.
world inspiration things can be used on things like this. This is one of those things that you save all those up for.
Yeah.
So you do have advantage on the divine
Two
intervention.
20% rolls on the D100. Or a single 90% roll.
I fully expected Adam to tell you the odds
I-
within 5 seconds of me. Within 5 seconds of me saying, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I just I mentally called it.
I already got that.
Yeah.
I say you become more godlike just to feed into my plans.
Well, I get that, but I don't want to lose Argus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is the thing.
If you come back and your body is a burnt shell, can you fix yourself basically?
Not really. Unless I succeed on something else. Not that I know of.
I mean, his hand has always been the skeleton hand ever since the beginning, so.
Not without like regeneration.
Which I don't get till a lot higher level.
Yeah. It's almost worth the risk.
To get a body back, yeah.
But it's you.
Otherwise, I'm just
You
going to
make
make
the
you
call.
carry on staves.
I'm worried about what you guys have brought me back to. Whatever happened to my body.
Don't be.
I-
It never ends up
Because
bad.
I wasn't, I haven't listened
So
to
we could just
anything.
put you in Log's body and then,
Basically, your body is being burnt on the pyre right now.
You were
And
here when the
You gotta be fucking
when you burnt the first time?
throw that away.
No.
Nope.
Your divine intervention that failed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you became a medallion
Right.
on her.
And that's where we stopped.
Yes.
A glass fiery
Yes.
teardrop.
So we did a thing. We killed some of the Ichor. The whole room went up in a big giant fireball.
You would've
became
loved it.
A charred husk of a corpse.
Yeah, you got the Care Bear stare.
And the medallion essentially started just melting.
yeah, melting from Kira. So
So we
Speaking of Kira,
put it all in a pile and
We're just keeping you aflame.
this, for all intents and purposes, primeval ritual of fire that is happening in the hallways of the Wa'ana'ote temple before the Morhi Rai is recognized as such. Tears that would fall from her eyes are instead, rather than falling from the bottom of the crevasses of her eyelids, instead evaporate from the top of her eyelids as the heat is still emanating off of her body. She pulls herself up and she heals the wound. Almost, you can see a scar there, but it's the indent has been filled in. She has quite a bit of energy, but she is low on energy and health at this moment. But looks like there is some sort of permanent kind of star-like scar. The tears that would be evaporate into steam as she approaches and kind of shambles her way towards the fire. She looks at all of you and she says, "Fire can't die. None of the elements can die. But they will be reborn or they'll be lost for we don't know how long. I'm not going to let this one die just yet. I've lost too many already." She reaches up her hands and forms the open hoof around like the heat of the fire, and you can hear, you can see the hotness and the white and brown around the skin as it begins to burn. Just when you quickly touch the red hot eye with your flesh, and it kind of cooks it for a minute, just kind of sears it. You see her doing that, and you see this the fire lurch as almost like an arcane field made of ki, like a shield, begins to surround the fire, not putting it out, but concentrating its heat, keeping it in like a furnace, preventing for the heat from escaping, so it roils in on itself, and you see the flame get higher, not preventing it from intaking air, but white hot coals now, the smoke engulfing itself, the black smoke no longer there, but now white vapor that kind of fills the top before dissipating. No chance of being able to suffocate. And you can just see this kind of egg that she's putting over this to try to concentrate the heat. She's using the last of what she has to be able to do this. She's going to roll her martial art die. So that is an 8. So that will be a total of 18 that you can add to the percentile should you so wish. Or your d20 has been increased to a 4 rather than a 3. I'm sorry, decreased to a 2. What am I talking about?
I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So we are in the temple of the primevals.
Yes.
We're in the closest thing to. So I think I'm gonna go the big boy.
Yeah. We're in the heart of the mountain too.
Go big or go home.
I like
So you have
the amble.
18 margin of error.
28 or lower.
And
And-
you have all of your followers here.
And
And
you
you
get
have
the
advantage.
Well, a disadvantage for this technically because
Yes.
we want low.
Well, that's fine.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
You just get 2 rolls and you get to pick either one. 2 rolls, you get to pick either one.
Yeah.
Yes.
Should I use the big metal one?
And
Yeah,
world
okay.
inspirations can be used on this
Yeah,
for
you
a
use
reroll
whatever
if
one you
so.
feel is luckier.
Just so you're aware.
One of you
how
touch
this,
less.
Just so you're aware how this works.
Or more.
I don't think it actually matters for world inspiration because either you get it or you don't. But world inspirations are you don't get advantage. You
get to roll
and
again.
take the new total, but it won't matter in this instance because either you get it or you don't.
Get it.
He's divine.
Again, you have like all his stuff and paraphernalia fanned out.
Yeah. I think Trishani would have placed it like an altar because she would have studied some of that stuff. All that.
Gall,
How is it categorized?
She would have.
Zemdak has been helping
Yeah.
make sure it's laid out in an orderly dwarvish
It
fashion.
needs to be in a certain order.
Yeah.
From toe to head.
So I have to get a 28 or lower, is what we're
28 or
saying.
lower.
71.
Okay, one more.
I have something else here that you don't know about. But we'll see.
87.
Well,
It was almost a 6.
It was almost. Yeah.
But we can still do world inspirations, right?
You see as the fire begins to kind of collapse in on itself. You see the bonfire, one of the large beams collapses and it causes a lot of other from the TP to be kind of fall down. And Kira tries to push and make the shell more concentrated. The journal flips open and the pages flip and most of it is charred, but you can see small passages that kind of come out as you see the script of it. Very similar to how when you light the carbon and the ash under a pot that's been collecting all the carbon, kind of does that spread, that ember spread type of thing. You see it follows along the script of gods are power siphons. I am a part of a prime evil from the journal, and it starts to burn through it to create like a hole in the page in the exact where it was written. Not so much that it destroys it, but you can see like the whole of the actual, very precise, good DPI. There are other patches that come about to offering to send their energy into a being still produces energy. these siphons taint our magic. Where your power resides. Can this power be harnessed? All these passages begin to, as the pages begin to move back and forth. Trisheni, this is before you. You're the one like leaning before this and being like, and you can see this Argus trying to speak to you in like in the midst of a god in the throes of death, reaching out through whatever they can grasp onto. One last moment. All other flames I have heard of have more heat than mine.
Since I'm now beside the fire, which of your arms is the skeletal one?
My left.
I will actually say, I sacrifice, and then I
You
lean
you're,
in.
You're still manacled.
Shit, I
You'll
keep
have to throw
forgetting
both
that.
hands in if you want to.
I have to throw everything in.
You can turn.
So you
over.
roll out of your vomit.
Yep. Scooch over as all of this is going on, or whatever.
Because you got on your knees and you're doing
Yeah.
the thing, yeah.
And I will try to put just my left arm as much as I can.
I
With
think doing so, you're going to get a good part of
But this one's already scarred, or already has all of the.
You want to just lean into it?
Yeah, I mean, my
Okay.
intention is to give the
Elbow?
arm because of all that crap, plus, So, yes, I'm sacrificing
All that crap.
all the cuts.
The writing.
You're kind of cauterize all the
Yeah.
wounds and stuff.
Well, that and.
Your left arm.
I'm
correct.
Yeah.
So you try to lift it up. Well, it's behind your back.
Right.
So I think the only way for you to be able to do this is to turn away from it and lean back onto
Right.
the bottom.
But my intention the entire time is this for that kind of thing. I'm making him
Sure.
a deal. I'll give you this, you come back.
I think this is actually dramatically and story-wise very beautiful because your intent is to sacrifice only a part of you, but you realize because of the way you are manacled and chained and bound, that equal exchange doesn't work in the transfer of energy. Energy, it always exists, and matter doesn't exist, but heat is one of the most wasteful forms of energy, and things get released in heat, and as such, you will be burning your entire back, shoulder, back, buttocks, both
Oh, no,
arms.
it will. I have 1 hit point.
But that's what this motion
Right.
will do, especially with the dexterity
And
you have. at the
Meckel
moment.
would accept it, because that's Meckel.
So you do your best to shuffle back and just.
But I
close your
actually
eyes,
do
breathe.
say out loud,
What do you say?
I sacrifice for your need, and then
Yeah, you do your best to shuffle up. You close your eyes. You say, "I sacrifice your need," and you just
for your need, not your need.
trust fall back into
Anyone
the
who
fire.
pays attention, it reminds you of the book we saw with Willow.
Yeah.
The sacrifice of
Going
the
back.
druids or the primeval people into the volcano.
A lot of you have that
I'd like
kind
to
of
point out, I
flashback
have no
in the
clue.
moment.
I know. give me a clue,
I have no clue what.
You fall back, trust fall into the fire,
'cause that's what I-
and you are out.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And
Well,
I did not tantrum.
Here's what's going to happen. You get bonuses to stuff and everything like this. Every time because I know you guys are going to want to spend some world inspirations on this. Every time you spend one, right now, you are at 1 failed death save. That's how, because you're
Okay.
burning, you fell, you had 1 hit point, you're at 1 death save. Every time you re-roll, because I know you're going to re-roll right now. I know that's going to happen. That's part of this. So any further re-rolls will automatically cause another failed death save. So you get 1 more for free, and then you can take another one, but Meckel's dead. Meckel made the full sacrifice for that. And that's up to whether the fire wants to douse itself to save one of its followers, or to continue to burn and accept the
I kind of
sacrifice.
feel like I just made the situation worse.
What's
For
new,
you?
However, because of that, you continue to have advantage on each of these re-rolls. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because your 1 follower that has given you power because of this belief, or at least your diehard follower, is literally making the ultimate sacrifice in the best way possible per scripture.
Not written scripture though.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
All of that makes sense.
No.
Are we good? Are we kosher?
Not your
Poor
bad.
Adam. You okay, bud?
Yeah.
Ten.
Hell yeah. The pages flip and change.
That was my
Maybe it's what
right?
channels the flame that lets it burn the hottest and the brightest. I am here to find what these powers do without their influence. Who did they eliminate? Whose souls am I channeling? Is it faith that opened me up to use my power? Was it pulled out of me? Why did I incinerate her? Through my hammer, maybe I can channel this for the antithesis of the Pantheon. I think there's a part that moves to a blank page and a cross in it in a charred, just ragged, ravage, wildfire type font. It just scrawled across the page in no particular alignment or orientation. It just says, "I am reborn," as it just burns it into the page, and then the whole journal just catches fire, and its flame begins to twister and whirlpool like being sucked into the bonfire as Kira's doing her best to keep her face away from the just white, hot, powerful flames as the entirety of the bonfire begins to glow white. Mekl now within the bubble. We'll get to you in a second.
Okay.
I need everybody to roll a Constitution saving throw to see if they are able to witness what is happening within the blinding light of the white hot flame.
Does that include me?
And me.
You will not witness this
Okay.
from your perspective. You don't have. You are an idea right now.
Okay.
And me. Do I need to roll?
No, there's no way. Yeah, you're in it. You're in it to win it at this point.
Oh, I guess I'm already unconscious. So
You're inside back first.
yeah.
Whatever's happening is happening right here.
Are we gonna meld even more?
I don't wanna.
That was your choice.
18.
You basically
18.
brought me back.
That's a success.
That one for a 2.
No.
Log is just
The
really
dark
bright, and you're like,
light.
oh,
Gall.
Yeah, I just got another point.
this is unfair. We have to change this rule. It's
Cap-
so
they're
unfair.
not even like similarly sounding like Rasheni and Masheni though. Like they're
But you
they're
have been,
worlds apart.
but you,
Cap-
Cody, sitting in that chair, have only ever been Log for 3 years.
Kaplan
But
To
I've
expect me
been-
to then change it to Gaul in the matter for 2 sessions, like, is
That's why I'm making the deal.
yeah. And now I think I am changing the terms of the deal.
Cap it per
Pray do I
episode.
do not change them further.
Just cap it per episode. Like he only gets that.
1 or 2.
I'm gonna say I'm gonna have to say if you continue to be Gaul, we're gonna have to say 1 per episode. Pray I do not alter them further. I have altered the terms of the deal.
Dirty
it has to be because you've gotten 5 today. I
Well,
think,
but
so
we
far.
aren't getting.
like 3 or 4, maybe. Like, you know.
You've only brought me down to negative hit points 4 or 5 times today, so it's okay.
And we've
you
been
get?
needing
30,
those
20.
inspirations.
30, 20.
So.
We're not getting them anymore.
So
for a
Gaul, it's like
Right.
fucking bright, damn. As a creature of the darkness, like no, lummy, sunburn.
Oh, you got his
Used
burning
to-
hair
Used to
now.
looking into forges and flame
Also,
work
you just
metal.
go click, and the goggles come down.
Sunglasses.
The blast goggles come down, and you're just like,
Welding goggles activated.
My
I
fur
think
is singeing.
they're- in the back of Zemdek's mind, he's still like, "What the fuck is happening? Where's the red yarn?" But in the front of like witnessing the birth of a god. So Trisheni and Zemdek are the only ones who witnesses.
What about Kira?
Roland.
What? Okay.
I threw the die away because I hated what was happening with that. Her last rolls were a 1, a 2, a 1, and a 1.
Bullshit.
Welcome to my
crazy.
club.
This is what happens
So
when
that's a
you
D12. Hold on.
You should have survived the bird.
She does not save. She doesn't see what's happening either. She has her eyes closed and she's concentrating as much as she possibly can with the last of her key. Zemdek, Trisheni.
Yeah.
You see among the array of paraphernalia before you from Argus's belongings, the doll, marionette style, raise up limply into the air with no strings to hold them down.
I knew you were going to fucking do that.
Strings don't beat down.
Begin to raise about 6 feet in the air. Its head go. You hear the clattering, and you see a flash in the eyes of this purple flash. The mouth go and reach back as the flame of the bonfire begins to flame tornado, like flame twister, and being sucked right into the mouth of the doll. And all of the light in the air from all of the flames dashed and doused in a moment. As you hear the sound of wood, this doll clattering to the ground. You hear what sounds like wood scraping up against stone. Those of you that can see in the dark can see the doll, like with one arm useful, like dragging itself towards the remnants of the charred wood from the bonfire spell that is still there, which is now physical there. It's just there now. To like get to the bottom of it. It's super creepy. And then you see there's built into the hands, which I don't think you noticed before, in the palms of the hands, there's 2 pieces of flint that it just is going like with one hand limp, the other one. And there's just this flashbang of flash as the bonfire reignites, but in red, bright crimson flame. The timber that kept the bonfire together begins to separate and radiate out like a pair of wings, like a phoenix from the fire. The doll is here, superimposed back. You can see these timber kind of spreading along this way. If this is the doll, the timber is like spreading like this on either side, like phoenix wings on fire. Giant angel wings. You see Meckel's body charred and singed and scarred, but surprisingly not as harmed as you would expect, given the amount of heat that you just experienced, is via like the gust of heat slid to a cooler part of the hallway, and barrel rolls a little bit away, but is cradled almost by some of the more spent pieces of timber and like a pillow of ash. The doll ignites. Rise. Bright crimson flame erupts as the wood splits, and you see a bony hand grab the edge of the wood of the split down the center skull of the doll, and you feel something pull, and you see this fleshy, charred face of soot of Argus with still beautiful, nice beard, pulling themselves out of this much too small creature as they disgorge and birth themselves from this now burning. And as they push pieces of this eggshell of this doll away from them, they start to fall to pieces of dust and ash, still floating up there. And as more and more of you comes out, the timber falls, and rather than, it does make that clink, clink, clink sound of wood hitting stone, but the third clink, 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 clink then turns to ash as it's almost flash incinerated. Eventually you see Argus, modesty intact,
Good job.
on the ground, but as he was being pulled from this, and the doll now also falls, split in two. The only thing that doesn't turn straight to ash, split in twain. The parts that are at the barrier between you being pulled out of the doll and you then reasserting yourself as like flesh are full, actual, physical flame, like elemental flame. And magma, like molten rock. There are those that say that the dwarves were carved from the stone of the mountain and given life through the blood of the mountain. And you are witnessing this, Trisheni and Zemdak, before your very eyes. And you fall, and the sizzling, your waist down now, that blackened, not obsidian, but the volcanic stone that then begins to slowly cool and change color, and rather than becoming more black, becomes more flesh-like, and hair, humanoid. And you gasp. You gasp.
What? I can see shit. The fuck?
You breathe. And you're there.
Does he have both of his hands now?
He does. He still maintains the burnt one.
Oh.
What happened? Did you guys get the Ichor?
Not all of it.
We're still sick.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I was gonna do some drugs for it, but you know.
Kira's
Like
okay.
burnt Meckle in here.
You,
I think one moment, Argus, I think the first thing you notice, because it is so important to you, is that there are still embers burning from the fire behind you. But they're about to be doused. Like they're dying out.
Can I collect them in any way?
Yeah. Do you want to try to and
Yeah.
keep them going?
I don't know. Like, how much do I know of what's going on?
That's you.
Do I sense what this fire is?
The-
do I
the-
sense, like...
The information that we're given were the journal passages that I went through. What you felt of being reborn and what you saw of the people around you is what you understood. Everything is very dissociative, but you do feel like you came back from some sort of brink. But remember what one of your tenets is. Well, I mean, tenets don't really matter, but still what you are. And you look and you see a fire dying behind you. And you have a choice. See a fire dying behind you, and you see Meckle dying behind you. Roll another death saving throw for me, please.
4. So that's 2.
it wasn't a nat one at least.
Yeah.
Can I healing word Meckle and then go heal the fire?
You tell me.
I mean, I had the spell slots for it.
I know you do, but
Can I do
What do
both
you-
at the same time?
which one are you doing first?
One's a bonus action. I'm doing them at the same time.
Get that granular for me. Embrace the
Suck.
embrace the space, the moment, the choice.
I am going to heal Meckle first.
Okay.
He likes me.
You see Meckle like wheezing through massively scar-tissued interior esophageal and lungs, and as the heat has entered him and just scarred massive parts of his insides. How do you healing word? What is the impetus?
Do I have any sense that he
This is instinct.
helped save me
Instinct.
in any way, shape, or form? I had no clue. Because that's going to change whatever word I'm going to say.
what you see is what you see. You were just reborn of fire, and you see your one and only die-hard ride or die follower scorched and dying.
Manacled.
You
in the fire.
Manacled. Yeah. That is true.
see how voluntary that was. I mean, you read into that as much as you want to read into that.
You know I'm not into that stuff.
I know more than you know.
You've shared things.
I've seen inside your brain. You're more important than to die like this. And I throw a healing word while I go try to grab some stuff.
As the ember between the fire,
Flask of lamp oil, tongs. I'm gonna pick up one of the smaller embers and place it into the flask.
okay. Although the fire is dead, it is still extremely hot here because the stone has retained so much of the fucking heat that it will cook you alive and set you on fire as you get this close. Which is like you're gonna take damage from this as long as you're okay with that.
Second idea instead of that.
You start to walk. You're like, oh, that's hot. That's hot.
Pull out a candle and I light it from one of the embers.
Okay, it is again so hot. The wax of the candle will melt almost entirely before you're able to get it to light the wick.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? Like if it's hot enough to set your
melt
boots
it
on fire and cause your flesh to begin to melt within seconds, imagine what it's going to do to a candle. You can do these things. You can absolutely do these things. I'm just letting you know you're getting the instant jolt of the synapse firing and the feelings of understanding that this is fucking stupid hot. This will hurt me.
Yeah, fuck it. I'll go with my first idea.
Okay, cool.
9 hit points. I got max.
You can do this if you survive this heat.
Okay.
He's been running well all night, so you know.
It'll be fine.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't. I'm full health because I heal every round.
I heal every round, thanks to them.
so we take a flashback of me using healing.
I put a
word
cap
that
on that for a reason.
You
Didn't I?
didn't.
When,
It's based on how full I am.
right, but it only works in combat, right? Oh, right.
Make a note, we'll nerf that later.
Make a note, please, for me, so that I can make sure to just balance. But
I mean, when you're
Last healing
undead, you're
word to you,
undead,
right? I
right?
went fire friendly.
That would be funny.
I didn't know. I rolled it.
I rolled 3s and 4s on my tantrum checks.
Oh yeah, sorry. I can only heal half of the damage that I've taken.
right, you can only heal up to maximum of half of your max.
Yeah.
You take 42 points of fire damage.
Okay.
Are you still up?
So I was at 64. So 42 more. I'm at 12, right? No,
12.
No.
So you're able to, if you want to,
22.
Yeah.
Yeah.
both of you hear this at the same time, right? As you pick this up, the last tiny little ember that is available on just sitting on that ash, as the smoke almost makes it go out, and you try to put it in the lamp oil and try to keep the fire burning. You hear, and I think you hear just the tiniest bit of echo from this. The crackling, the sound that you're so familiar with that you haven't heard in a while. This voice, and you hear the echoes of this voice as though it were radiance, rays of heat that somehow cook your brain and allow you to experience this for just a fleeting moment as you are literally cooking in the like 1200 degree temperatures you're stepping into. If you've ever smelt cooked undead flesh.
Hopefully no one has.
Yeah.
I
did
have.
once.
Especially undead flesh. Especially, I was gonna say, especially undead.
Yeah.
Nature was
was wrong to choose you.
Who? What?
Nature was wrong to choose you, it says. And then and there's a moment where you're not sure whether you got it into it, because it doused for it, alights, and you have it contained in this lamp. And it is not like an orange and yellow and white type of flame. It is a bright crimson, starkly red flame. Like red light district flame, like fully red, like UV spectrum, red. Art Roy red. You can call it the Roxanne lamp now if you want.
You just label that. Jar.
Print off my label.
You don't have
Roxy.
to, but you did put on the red light.
Yeah.
So.
Didn't have to.
So that happens, and you go to Meckel, as that's what you hear is you say no to this, and you go to Meckel, and you heal him. And it hurts a lot.
Yeah.
It hurts a lot as your flesh and muscle and bone begin to melt, and as per your Icarus and other types of tendons and everything begin to melt and reform, kind of similar to how the Witchers kind of dissolve themselves, or caterpillars and chrysalis dissolve themselves and complete into like a liquid, like a ooze, and then completely rebuild themselves inside. That's kind of what's happening with you in like a case of ash that kind of begins to wrap around you as you create your own type of furnace, as you speak these words, and it starts to reform Meckel. And the scars are, because you're being reformed like this, the scars are no longer there from the carving. The heat scars, however, that you did when you trust-falled back in there remain. So the palms, the underarms, and all the way up to here. And a decent portion of your back has these splayed out flash star-like scar tissue, like burned scar tissue. But you are alive, you're okay, you can breathe. Argus is there. His beard is long enough to maintain his modesty.
They have like little like flames just sort of
On his
sitting there.
nipples?
No, I
What
realized
is it?
that, but no, I
Are
was
you his
thinking the end of
balls?
his
What is
beard.
happening? Oh, you mean like if it was a curved, like kind of
like the Blackbeard thing, you know, where he puts
No,
stuff.
it's not black. It's a different campaign.
Fair enough. We need to get you some burning nipple rings.
You're naked. Just FYI.
You were reborn. We saw this happen. Ichor's gone from us. These guys are still infected.
Hey, we share the same birthday.
Was your birthday today?
Gaul.
Yeah,
thought
you
Gaul-
birthed me.
Oh, well.
Did Locke wake up?
Yes, technically.
So it's almost like Lammy's like, one of us, you disgorged something that a doll disgorged.
Ow.
You're
That bottle is slightly smaller than that bottle.
I'm sorry we put it in the wrong spot.
asshole.
I seem an inch taller, and then I realize I'm standing on some ash.
What?
You were almost gone. You went in?
What happened?
See Kira, like, kind of, you didn't see her for a while, and like she kind of dusts off a bunch of the ashes, a bunch of it's fallen on top of her, and she moves one of the broken timbers.
Are you okay?
You were inside of me, in a way. Don't make it weird.
I didn't. You did.
I mean,
That came from your head.
Wait,
I didn't say a word.
you were in my
No,
head,
yeah, but that came from you.
in my body.
Yeah, but that came from you.
I didn't know I could do that. I didn't know you could do that.
I didn't know I could do that either.
Do you all want the
It
room? for
really
tonight?
hurt.
what are you guys talking about?
Yeah.
I was
It
led to
wasn't
believe that once
intentionally.
they were extinguished, they're gone. I mean, eventually it will be reborn depending on the element. It's, of course, that it would take however, like, if Earth was destroyed, I mean, it could take hundreds of millions of years for the sediment to
Well-
regrow. But, I mean,
It sounds, from the way this looks, the hag doll reborn me.
I helped.
He did.
Yeah,
We all helped a little bit.
There's a reason I kept that thing on me this whole
I
time.
know.
but
Can we
Extra body.
can we sleep
What
now?
life?
I didn't.
I'm
We s-
really tired.
This is.
We woke up like a
I'm sorry. This is new too. This is good because I didn't know that I could house and host a sliver of the primeval powers. This is good. It hurts like
Is that
fucking
good?
hell.
Should you be holding a sliver of the primeval
If
powers?
I need to keep it safe,
But
maybe that's part of what I am.
but did you hold it because I put myself there?
I don't know. I don't know.
I was trying to burn the ichor out of you.
I mean, I feel okay.
It looked like it's gone from her. We used his fan and it was.
I fanned her.
Oh my!
Should we fan her again just to make. Are you okay with that?
Why?
Yeah.
Okay. Nothing there, right?
Yeah.
I
You don't
give
see
you the
anything.
glove that I've been holding on to since you're naked.
What? The
glove.
sparkly glove that I
Yeah,
have
it-
from my tinker.
No,
from my original roll from
the
campaign?
glove I was gonna fill your ashes with.
Oh,
Oh wait, no, I'm still tied up. Never mind.
Yeah.
I don't do anything. I'm like,
You're still manacled? You can
I'm still
stand up.
manacled. No, that hurts.
I'll start picking up my stuff.
Yeah.
Start picking up the stuff. The two broken, charred pieces of the doll.
I'm gonna keep it.
I knew you would.
Why would I not keep that?
This is new. This is good.
This is
kind of.
everything that happens to me is new.
I think there's a lot of new stuff happening. I'm starting to realize that.
Do you have any what? Do you understand at all what happened?
I would ask Rivik.
But he's not here.
I don't think he's coming back.
Why? Why?
The creature took him.
Or did he take the creature?
Either way, the creature might have gotten it within him.
He said it was better this way.
Can somebody unchain me?
I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to be selfish, but everyone expects me to know everything of like what I was in the past, and right now, I'm feeling a little alone.
You're still human, and we're here. There's a lot that we all are supposed to know.
Yeah, I'm
in
the
this
only
world.
one. I mean, present company excluded.
What does that mean?
It means you're the only one who's human. I'm a dwarf. Shit.
I'm a Maiton. Yes.
Oh,
bugbear,
No.
Really, I'm a figment of my own imagination, but that's a whole different thing.
I don't even want to touch that.
Don't unpack it. It's
No, it's a lot.
If I can do this with air,
but you don't know where they are. How are you gonna collect them?
I have rumors. I don't know. Breathe real deep. You want to help? You're the one that did this. That hurt like hell, by the way.
I'm sorry.
Why do you have a hammer?
I got it from the other piece of the primeval. It's my soul forge hammer. I can,
Okay.
It's coming pretty
Soul
handy.
Forge hammer? Do you think there's a little on the nose?
Yeah, I'm a dwarf, aren't I?
Call him like I said.
My naming structure is very task that explodes or flask that explodes.
Was your mother vindictive?
She was German.
Vindictive's a hard word. I don't know why she.
I'm sorry. I'm not in a great space right now. I
How
haven't
can
been
I
this
help?
exhausted for a while. No, you're fine. It's good. It's
Do you want some drugs? I'm about to do some.
Gall, not right
the
now.
fact that I thought about that for more than 1 second just confirms that I need to rest.
do you need a hug?
No,
Yeah.
From
not
the Ichor monster?
no. Apparently, we've just realized what happens with touch. Is everybody clean?
Nope.
No.
These two.
That's why I'm gonna do drugs.
How is that going to help you?
You're gonna
get
do
clean?
drugs to get clean?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Like you burned yourself from the inside, so I'm gonna do some arcane to like burn.
Your insides aren't like my insides.
I think
They're squishy and like bloody, right?
Mine can handle extreme heat and energy.
Are you saying mine can't?
Yes.
Oh. So we can't try?
I mean, you are Gaul, and technically Log still exists. So if you explode, technically Log can bring you back in a way.
That's if he wakes up.
If you say so.
Is my family under threat?
No.
Not
Here.
if we contain them.
No, we
For
need.
now.
So we still have to maintain the quarantine? Okay.
Yeah.
for us
It's
two
all right.
at least.
I understand.
Yeah.
I'm about this close to just start pummeling you into the ground until you stop being this because
How are you going to touch them? How are you planning on pummeling
She's
them?
been using. Her
got cool stuff I can use.
Good. But how about
She
we
like
use it
whips
to
her
try to,
hair and she's like, I'm really good at this.
Yeah, I remember.
Stabbed a couple people in the shoulder already.
You were swinging from it when I first met you.
She can stun
Pretty
through
cool,
that.
right?
She can use her life energy stuff and stun them
Stun through her hair?
through the blade at the end of her hair.
But then technically, can't the Ichor go through your hair?
It's-
She's got key shit, so it like.
Over the course of this recent history, we've come to the assumption that things that have monastic energy infused of them can no longer be conductors of whatever this infectious corruption is.
I really wonder what my...
Osfer said
okay
use
to do.
monk weapons.
Why does that name sound familiar?
That's for
I thought
good,
it did
Meadow.
before, but I don't know why.
I swear I had a memory of him as one of the statues.
Remember, I know I turned into, or I didn't. Log turned into him on stilts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I still don't know why it sounds familiar. I mean, probably have to meditate on it.
Well,
Right, so you're gonna punch me or what?
That him being a statue thing was I think a bit of a misremember because I remember I think he was talking about the Sentinels, not him, but it's okay. Don't worry about
I don't think so.
it. Am I wrong?
you're wrong.
Okay.
He was...
Because I was going through it and I'm like, I don't remember. I read through that like several times. I'm like, I don't remember this.
It was like not one of the Sentinels, but it was one of the statues like you had
In
seen
a
at the
temple.
base.
Of the temple.
Yeah, at a temple.
Of the
There was
Wanate?
there was a memory that I had that wasn't necessarily mine.
Right, and I had it too, or I had some recollection.
Yeah.
What a great story out. I was a memory, but it wasn't mine. Good.
Oh, so like, you gonna punch me or like, how we
Yeah,
doing
we
this?
gotta get the Ichor out to
How
both
is
of you.
that going to help?
Is that what they
I
got us
understand that it's
stunned?
stunned. How did they get it out of you?
So she stunned me. He used the fin.
I'm going to
saw,
slap you or
and he
stab you. Pick one.
Vortex. So I can do
How
something.
about the not stabby one?
Okay. It hurts more. And she like KO. Wait. Smacks you right in the jawline with a thing.
Grab the fan, somebody, and
We don't have it.
No one else can fan, I thought. Only you could fan.
Right, yeah, only I can use the fan.
You should have thought about that
Drag
before.
Log's body over and use the fan with Log's body.
right.
Oh my god.
We also don't have a
That's
way to get it
so
out.
crazy.
Yeah, we
It
do.
just might
I have
work.
vortex warp still.
Oh, you have it.
Yeah.
Roll con save.
Because only Log and Gaul can touch the fan. So
Yeah.
God damn it.
we'll make him touch the fan.
World save,
You wanna fail?
world
Yeah,
inspiration.
dirty 20.
Oh.
But I can willingly fail.
You
right?
can't because the
'Cause the
thing
Ichor
within you
protects
is
it,
trying to resist, and it's using your body to resist. But you do take 15
Inspiration
points
to
of
make yourself give
damage.
yourself disadvantage.
I'll just let her hit at me again.
Wait, stop. Let's plan this out better than last time.
Let's sleep on it.
Where are we
No.
vortex warping it to? What are we doing with it? So that
Burning
the thing doesn't happen where we all blow up.
Right.
How'd you all
I
blow
can
up?
You blew it. Well,
I can move it farther away than what it was this.
Just
But
last
you
let
still
me,
need to keep it in quarantine. Where are you guys?
It moves so fast.
Let me have
yeah. So we need to do something better than just hope that we destroy it.
What
because-
about
Yeah,
Meckle's
she was-
mouth?
back to it?
I'm just like,
Brushing the ash
Why
off.
don't you vortex warp it into Meckle's mouth?
well, just put it near me.
I could put the,
In your mouth sounds good.
stick out your tongue. I need the surface to put it on.
When you feel it there, just bite down.
My tongue?
No, the creature.
Oh. Okay.
I appreciate the caution, but I need you to entirely understand that I have been trusted with very split-second, very fast decisions, and if we don't do this right now,
Yeah, but if you also don't have a plan, split-second decisions.
if you
don't
take
help.
an hour to make a plan, I will make one for you.
We're not trying to do that. We're just taking 2 seconds. All right, stick out your tongue. We'll vortex warp it on your tongue. You ready to bite down?
Yep.
I guess. Keep you in the manacles, or
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Why is
No.
he in manacles?
It's
Okay, let's get this done first, and I'll ask
Yeah.
questions later.
My book is still out, so I'll tell my book to go near him in case he misses.
Yeah.
You got it.
put your
I-
book in
I'm
between.
glaring at the book.
Listen. Okay.
Okay, whack. I mean, you're not trying to...
Yeah, I'm letting her.
You hear this?
It's another
from-
15 points of damage,
Okay.
and con save.
16.
16. Her DC is 17, so you see it. So you're stunned.
Yep.
All right. So then we use
How much
Log's
damage
fan.
How much
Wave
damage did you
his-
say that was?
16.
15.
Oh, 15.
I mean,
Weekend at Bernie's. Log's hand with the fan.
Yeah, because you realize like he tried to hand it to somebody and just went
Yeah.
back to his thing.
Right.
So, yeah, you kind of marionette his hand. It works.
And see it?
That's a bad image.
Click. I need you to highlight that immediately.
Oh, did you? Okay.
I'm gonna be using that for so many videos.
See the creature vortex warp it onto Meckel's tongue.
Chaos rain. That's whatever. Right into your mouth.
Yep.
So you like kind of come up the ash, you cough up the ash. You're all like, "Bleh, nah," and then
Con save, please. Vortex
from
warp.
you. It's using your.
Yeah, I don't
stats.
want him in my mouth.
You think that, but
Cody, be very careful.
we've had enough people inside
12.
of the today.
Fail.
You just haven't had the right dick yet. Jesus Christ.
The Ichor.
Name of the episode.
Oh no!
That's what inside the counts.
I hate all of you so much.
Burning inside her.
Yeah.
Is my mouth full?
Circling back.
All right.
Vortex warp.
Circling back.
As soon as I feel something on,
Splooge.
as soon as I feel something on my tongue, I swallow.
Fantastic reaction to her splooge.
I'm done. You run the rest of the game.
You didn't see that one coming, did you?
I'm trying so hard
she
to
said.
pee my pants.
That's what she said.
It's another good name for an episode.
Yeah.
Trying so hard. I hate all of you. With love.
But yet you invite us back all the time.
Today's
You guys keep
episode
coming
brought
back, so
by
I'm willing.
5-year-old humor.
Oh man.
So what happened?
Please. Everyone please apologize.
Nope. To who?
This is an adult stream.
No kink shaming.
where the fuck were we?
Vortex warping into Meckel's mouth.
Right.
It's not any better.
Also a good title for an episode.
You're rolling a con save to see if
Yeah, con save.
Or he failed it.
You failed.
He
so
failed.
Closed hub, open mouth. No. All right. No.
No.
That's not a thing. That's nothing.
No.
It is now copyrighted.
Sorry, I looked that one up.
Con save
What was
failed.
the con? It was
Con
the
save?
save.
It was a 12. It was a fail.
I'm sorry. Nope. Not.
So
I'm
then
not.
it
Yeah. So you
splooged into his mouth.
Noelle.
Yes.
My
It is.
love.
It's Ichor. It's goop.
Are you
what do you
trying
want
to tell me
from
something?
Just don't get any in my eye, okay?
No guarantee.
Not on the dress.
I never. Never.
Let's move on. So
Yeah. Yeah.
Per the word. Per the wordage. Adam's so done with her shit. Per the wordage of the spell, you can't put it into an occupied space.
okay.
So you can sploosh on the ground next
And then I'll lick
to
it
Right
up, I
next to him.
right next. to him.
But
There's
it
a
just
towel
You
nearby.
can lick it up if you want to. Hate all of you. So you guys are the worst.
Can I put it in my mouth before the book?
God
gets
damn
read?
He wants a contested roll to see if he can get it in his
Yeah.
mouth before the book does.
Yeah.
Who gets to swallow?
Who gets it? Can I swallow faster than your book? Yeah.
Sticky pages.
Sticky.
Okay.
oh my god.
This is what happens when you kill Argus.
This is a curse upon both our houses. Is that what you're doing?
2 mouths, 1 Ichor.
Oh, Mike.
Now I
Nah,
see it
you
as
know
the
what?
betrayal.
I'm done. I can't. I'm gonna let you air that shit out. I have to pee. I can't. Do some splooshing of my own. I can't. No.
Would now be a good time to make a advertisement for Prince of Ages?
On Etsy. Check it out.
Prince of Ages. Good stuff.
It
Nothing
won't splooge
dirty
in
is
your
there.
mouth.
Actually, no. Unless you want it painted dirty, then, you know.
We can make it look like it was splooged on.
That costs extra.
You're gonna go in there and there's gonna be pee all over the wall.
Okay.
2 hands, TJ. 2 hands.
Didn't you learn how to laugh and aim at the same time?
The giggles. So wait, okay, so you in the book try to.
I guess we're fighting over the splooge.
All right.
Yep.
All right. So, what type of roll is that then?
I don't know. It's an opposed grapple opposite or something. I don't know.
Maybe.
I did like the
Or
idea of
dex
the
check to see
opposed
who-
swallow.
I seriously see Lady and the Tramp where you both keep getting
And then
both
just meet in the middle.
The noodle for both sides and just stretches and stretches until
I almost missed.
Oh, you should totally drop a graphic of that to put on a shirt. Totally.
Meckle in a
Meckle in the book.
slurping a Icarus
Yes.
Just a big old
strand.
straw.
I'm not using a
What's
straw.
it like a? Could be another term of it's a different type of felching, but with like.
Can you not do that
Hey, all right.
hand gesture?
Can we move on?
Said,
So-
okay, no. You don't get to give, none of you get to give me shit about any of this, especially since Adam just disclosed. Well, no, I'm gonna
Let's just.
I'm not gonna out
hey,
him.
So what?
We'll
what,
make
What
a highlight or
happens-
something just of Adam doing.
So what? What? What is the role?
You're in charge of the highlights. You're gonna have to highlight yourself. Doing the herky jerk.
It's just a part of the bloopers reel. All right, let's move on. We're playing the game.
What?
I'm
Check.
sorry, Ken. I'm just you.
What's
I
the
gave
opposed
you everything
check?
I had, and it's gone. It's all on the floor now.
That's what.
That's what.
I can't. At this point, we have such the sleepy ha's. No matter what I say, you're gonna be
For
like,
all of
"That's
you who
calm,
don't
that's
know,
set."
the time changed today.
Yeah.
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 Hey.
And he didn't bring any of the food he made.
Okay.
So what? Okay. So
What?
So
What
What-
check?
Coffee.
what check?
What is for what?
TJ?
I
What
forget
check
where we
for
are.
I'm
in the
trying.
book
Meckel
wanted
is
to
trying
get
to
the
put
Ichor.
something into his mouth, and the book is trying to do the same
Matthew.
thing.
Meckel
What?
and the book are fighting
That's-
over the Ichor. Who is eating it?
Okay.
Yeah,
You put it on the floor.
Yes.
Closer
right
to
in,
me.
Right
You
in front
wanna
of
lick it
Meckel.
up. Don't. You can lick it up. Free
Okay.
action, object interaction.
I mean, he did
but is the
prepare
book
his
trying-
action.
I did
Also-
prepare my action.
He did.
I did stand there. I was like, "What is that? A hegwal or whatever that?"
Ken is so
Arg
done
just
with
looks
our
around
shit.
and like, what the hell did I come back to?
All of a sudden, he bursts into flame. I'm leaving.
Well, okay, at the very least, all of us who have been in relationships know that licking is a free action. No? Really? Are you serious? No? Okay.
I thought that cost extra.
Yeah. What the hell, man? Give me your
your
contacts.
relationship.
Oh yeah. That's going up on the board.
Bites cost extra. That's the problem. Oh my god. Cut all of this.
There's no cutting.
There's
And then-
no
There's
cutting.
no
and then-
cutting anymore.
And then put it in the front.
Please, no cutting. It's not good.
so-
It's not healthy.
But
Do I
does he
just
have to compete
absorb it?
with the book?
Yeah.
Right. So I think so. Let's do it's a contestant between is it the book or you that get to the
Ichor first.
substance first.
But she's putting it more towards me than the book.
Literally in
So
front
you
of
get an
Meckel.
advantage.
Yeah.
The book is a little bit in between to interpose.
Yeah, I mean it's fine. I think the book doesn't have a bonus to. It doesn't have stats per se, so it just won't have a bonus to this roll, but it'll still be an opposed thing.
Okay.
I'll say it's an opposed.
You're gonna say slip, aren't
Dexterity.
you? Okay.
So there's no bonuses to it?
No.
15.
The book gets it.
The book gets it. Yep. Your aim was off.
Sorry.
She's not used to it.
Throw like a girl.
Sorry, Ken. Don't let Nicole watch this episode.
In fact, can we put a warning
You
specifically
were
for
looking at
spouses?
me like it's so disapproving. All of you brought me here, okay?
You're
You
the
broke
DM.
me
You're
down.
in charge of our imagination.
Do you really think I could be in charge of you, Chucklefucks? Like, come on.
You try. I try.
I try my best, and then you
You roll
destroy
four
me.
because it.
For a nat one, that's what I rolled for.
Okay.
All right. So we've got it out of what happens with it. It's just sucked in into the book.
Do we really want Gall's book to be having Ichor? I mean, it's kind of that goes
It's
straight
kind-
to that
A curse
person
on
that
both
Log
your
doesn't
children.
deal with anymore.
Yeah.
That's giving them power.
But no, it ate the two fought, and now there's just like one little like rocking guy in a corner now.
Yeah, not that.
So-
I'm talking about your old patron, or this
We have
book
to
came
resolve
from.
this thing. The book is going to snap onto it, and you like tackle right on top of the book. You're like, no.
I punched the book.
You punch the book. The book's like snaps at you.
All right.
Um,
round
I
round
pick it up and
Fireworks better.
Spells.
Where's your torchy?
round two. Are you ready, Zemdak?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Same thing.
Gall, you are shadow touched, correct?
Mhm.
You know how you can use that once per day for free? You can now use it twice per day for free.
Only Gall.
I now
Still
get
take
on the
The
opposite.
creature formerly known as Gollog.
Galog.
Galog.
Galog. The new deity.
We can only one deity in this campaign.
Adam is like, end this, please. I want to go to sleep.
All right, so we do the same thing.
Except this time, I'm on the opposite side of the group from that
Cool.
damn.
Same
book.
thing, same rolls. Let's go.
Yeah. All right, so
To
the
Zemdak
back
this time,
out.
right?
Zemdak. So con for the
Let the book
cure
out
to-
again.
Cure to
No.
hit.
Hey, real quick for Zemdak, you've been suffocating this thing for a while, so you will have disadvantage on your con save to resist the stun. Does that make sense?
The stun and the vortex warp, or just the stun?
Both, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, because it's weakened. Why did I roll that one? I need to do this one. It's 18 points of damage to you, Zemdak. Con save?
11.
That's a failure.
Do another con save so I can.
Vortex.
Yeah, so disadvantage on these.
Yeah, that was at disadvantage.
Another one for the vortex warp. Because it's what you want.
16. No, 15.
Fail.
Okay.
Still try to give it to Meckel.
Dex.
No.
I will say that the book has disadvantage on this deck save because it's still,
It's full.
unless you want to give it time. Do you guys want to wait between these two things?
I don't think we're waiting.
No.
At all.
Yeah, I think we
Yeah, I think it's
probably
still
do
it's still chewing, and it's like, oh, more food.
so disadvantage.
Yeah.
I get a 19.
So this is flat for him. So
Yep.
it's a 10.
10. Okay, you get it.
I absorb it, no issue.
Do you reach out and grab it like your hand, or do you
I'll just grab it by
like
the hand.
haunted mansion?
No,
that
I
weird
will
CG thing. No.
just grab it and absorb it in my hand.
Into your hand? Okay, sorry. You grab it, absorb it into your hand. It's as if it never existed. Meckel now has his spell save DC is increased by 1 permanently.
Oh, nice.
That's pretty powerful.
Yeah.
More.
Okay, I think we're all clean now.
What's the cost of these powers? What's the cost? I want you to
Everybody-
keep track of how many things each creature of yours has devoured, please. And thank you.
Am I considered your creature for these purposes?
Oh, so you're the one that broke? Okay.
I broke? What?
Never mind. Don't worry about it. My brain was dirty again. Of like pieces of Ichor or those types of instances, like you absorbed one thing when you did the thing. You absorbed another piece of Ichor just right now. You had the book eat. This will be the third
This
thing
is-
the
this
book
is
is.
the third.
The
Yeah.
third thing. I want you to
Yes.
just make sure you keep track of that.
It's the third
Okay?
for me also.
All of you seem free and clear now. The quarantine can be lifted at the moment.
Except for Rubik.
He's not here.
We need to figure out where he is.
Argus, you feel different. Like, different.
You're jelly.
Right.
Very different. Kind of naked.
No, you have a glove.
I got a sparkly glove.
Is it on your hand or is it on?
What good is it going to do on his
Cody, it's a sad day in hell that I'm the one that gets there before you say it out loud. My brain went the same fucking space.
You've
Except
been
for
crying.
my comment in my
I
head
have been.
would have been a lot worse. It is a human-sized glove, so it's the only place it'll fit.
That would also make a good title.
It's
The only place I'll fit. If I fits, I glove sits.
Can't quit.
No glove, no love. No. Okay, we'll figure it out.
So Argus is naked. What's the point? And just like
We should totally end this. So
I know-
episode just that.
I know
Him standing
Argus-
in a hallway. Naked.
Argus is literally always in his armor. He never really takes it off.
So do you have like
You were
farmer tan kind of thing going on?
The
sort
armor
of
was disenchanted.
burnt corpse
Right.
kind of thing, so we sort of just like slid you out of it,
Yeah, like your
threw you in the fire.
rib cage was completely buckled and open.
It
and
was really
stuff.
kind of like
hell did you
a
guys
pepper
do?
We
in
didn't
grinder.
do
You-
this.
Yeah, fire came out of nowhere. You burned to mostly ash. So
I mean, it tracks.
right, it's how you would have wanted to go.
It's what I had to go. I mean, there's not really like a want to. It wasn't like a choice involved.
No,
But it felt right.
so
Is anybody else thirsty?
He is.
How do you know?
Because I
I
told
can
him.
I could tell, Jimmy. Just look at him.
So me feeling different is it's more than obviously just me being naked.
You feel a lot different. You're used to being warm to the touch.
Yeah.
You feel like hot to the touch, like searing, kind of hot to the touch. As far as you can tell.
So when I reach down and try to like pick up armor or anything, does it like
It's metal. It's not that bad.
okay?
It's not that hot.
None of my stuff starts to like
Do you want it to?
no. I don't want to burn my stuff.
Question for Meckel on the same thing. When you touched any of the people that you've touched today, did you want to spread stuff to them?
No, I want to collect the stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why. But it's kind of hard to do when your hands are.
Do I
Behind
feel
your
like
back.
I could just emulate anything?
This is one way to find out.
But I don't know what I burned today. I don't have much. What's around the room? Nothing,
Stone.
right? Stone.
Kind of in the hallway between two rooms.
There was a book.
No.
Books,
Put it
but
back
easy.
down.
I've got an extra
See his
good berry
journal,
if you
all
want to
your
burn
shit.
that.
I mean, there's a couple lamps that aren't lit.
I'll touch a lamp and see if I can just without
It starts
casting
to
a spell.
smoke. It's just not quite high enough to make it ignite.
Can I will it to be?
Like with the cantrip?
No, without casting a spell.
I think like just your innate temperature is like just shy of 451.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
No hugs for
So
you.
all like the and the smoke and the smoldering, but not a
Not
combustion.
an actual fire. Yeah.
Do you want? You said you want to will combustion?
I want to see if I can do it without casting a spell.
You know in which you know a way that would do that, and that would be a fire frenzy.
I don't want to go into a fire frenzy.
You sure? This isn't DM asking. This is as you attempt to set something on fire with your innate energy, and you touch something, and something begins to smoke, and your logical mind says, "I don't want to go into a fire frenzy." The other part of you that is now more embodying the deity of primeval fire, which is burn, 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 rebirth, burn, 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 desire, push, power, unending, just uncontrollable. The other part of your brain is like, sure about that?
I don't have much to burn here. It's all stone. Doesn't sound like a fun place to burn things.
Bird in the hand.
Just because we have wood to burn here, it doesn't mean there's not something fun like a forest we could light on fire.
Wow.
There'll always be forests. This is just a torch.
Do you need a hand?
E.
You do
I
have
think
a
I got
couple.
it, and then I'll burn it. I'll go into a fire frenzy if I
Yep.
can.
Yeah, if you, for this point, too, set precedent for mechanics. You can go into a fire frenzy. You don't see Argus like he usually goes into a fire frenzy. You see Argus, his flesh, muscle, and bone just burn off entirely, completely immolated. Not slowly, quickly, gradually. Like you can see layers, and there's nothing left except for what is standing there now, a whirling typhoon of a fire elemental.
Do I have control over it?
You do?
Can I go, like, do I feel like I have the power to extinguish it?
To stop it?
Yeah.
For as far as roll an insight check for me at advantage.
20.
20. You think it follows all of the rules, mechanic rules of fire frenzy. You just, when you are frenzied, rather than being fiery Argus, you are also a fire elemental and have all the stats of a fire elemental, except for your, like, mental stats.
So can I not cast...
You pretty much moon, circle, druid, when you go into a fire frenzy, also transform into a fire elemental.
But can I still cast other spells?
You can.
So I can still, like, cast...
But it can only be damaging spells, just like as if you were in a fire frenzy. Your fire frenzy form, your physical form, is now that of a fire elemental. You also, as you do this, I mean, for purposes of this, you could, because rather than having to wait the minutes, everything, you can wind it down and then pass through. You're starting to realize that fire doesn't hurt you at all anymore. Both Argus, no matter what form he is in, is now completely immune to fire damage. You were reborn into something greater. You are actually an embodied piece of the primeval flame itself. Kira again cries and weeps. And she looks at you. Who was the person that discussed and was startled to learn that the paladin of the keeper of the white flame perhaps might not be all lost? Was it Log? Because of like the recall order and stuff like that.
Log used the recall.
Yeah, I did the recall as far as who was
So I remember
startled.
you guys had discussed a little bit while you were
Yeah.
at the table eating food with everybody in the temple.
I feel like I said something, but
I think most of that discussion was between you and her.
it's because of Log. Log talked about how...
I did a recall. I think I maybe freed him.
We
Yeah.
mentioned being on the moon and such.
Yeah.
I mean, you could try to find out.
Can't all find out.
I mean,
You had
What do
some
you
twig.
use to communicate with the satellite?
so far, Twig.
Where's Twig?
Poofed. At the moment.
Kira looks at you and is like, this is good. You realized. This is good. Does it hurt?
No.
Even better. You said you know the blue flame?
Yes.
You said you know the white flame. The
I
keeper
know.
of it, anyway.
I know the White Flame's champion. But I've only know what he's told me about the White Flame.
What's the other?
The Black Flame.
Right, of course.
We all know where she is.
Yes. Honestly, I think she's going to be the most difficult one. Are you sure you're not ready?
I'm not ready. Look at these chuckle fucks. They need me.
Does that hurt?
If you hold it
Oh,
there,
actually, no, I would.
Because your manacles?
Yeah.
it's kind of like holding. It's kind of like holding something that's really, really hot at the microwave. You do the. It's like hot potato. If you hold it there,
Just,
it'll hurt.
just checking. Ow.
I'm just saying, Earth is whole.
And air is not. How is that going to happen? How are we gonna like?
I'm
you
doing-
you need help.
Yes.
You can't do that by yourself.
Yes, I know. I'm doing my best.
But
Look,
I'm just saying you need us to help you.
Yeah.
Yes.
So having me go now is a stupid move.
It's just bird in the hand.
Yeah.
Once you're reunited, all of you
But what
together,
yeah.
then you're much
A
more
bird in the
difficult.
hand, yes, but what happens when there's so many in the bush that you can't grab? You need more than one hand
What?
to grab the birds in the bush.
I'm not
A bird in the hand is better than two in the bush.
right.
So you need more hands to grab more birds in the bush. You only have two hands. I get that one bird you already have is fine, but you need that bird to help you free the other birds so that everyone can get along.
No, I was meaning that if we unify all of you, then that's another elemental we taken care of.
Yes, but we can help you.
More apart than you can together? I don't mean me. It's not about me.
No, but we can help unify air by help figure out what's going on.
We can look in the bushes.
You can't do this by yourself. You've been trying.
It's my charge. Part of it.
Yeah, but
I-
I'm saying you need help.
Argus,
Yes. Kira.
I'm a 22-year-old human woman who has been given the task of something that is millennia older than me. And I'm just trying to survive and make my parents proud and do something that's going to better the world.
I am a 40-year-old dwarf that was born into
Why
this.
do you say it like that, by the way? Sorry. No, please continue.
Because it's the same as you saying I'm a 22-year-old human.
No, I mean, you say dwarf instead of dwarf. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Because I was. If you met my parents, you would understand there's a lot of combo about the way
Sure.
they talk and which way is the
Yeah,
correct
someone
way
said
to
your mother
pronounce
was
things.
German. It's fine.
I'm just saying. We're all just here trying to impress what we are. I'm here to try to keep my family safe and my friends safe. I want to count you as one of them.
All right.
And we have a lot in this world that's going on right now.
Are we all okay?
No.
This is not.
None of us are.
Depends
I'll
on-
rephrase. Are we okay? As in, I no longer need to maintain this quarantine.
Yes.
As clean as we're going to be.
We can totally take off the
Okay.
map.
I could let
We
you
have
know.
a vampire, someone who actually doesn't exist, someone who's gone loony, and this Ichor monster, and a fire elemental. Yeah, we're fine.
Brings back memories. I'll keep you posted on what I can find out. In
Okay.
the meantime,
Do you want me to send to Rivik?
if you can,
I can.
you can
But what do
try.
I ask?
Where the hell are you?
Yeah, start with that.
Where are you? Are
Where
you?
are
okay?
you? Are you alive? Are you coming back?
Are you in the?
What happened? Everything. All the questions.
Can you grab some kebabs on the way back?
Maybe not that.
Not
Are the
that one?
Ichor and you
did you
together?
leave me?
Are you one?
What?
Well, because like if they were fighting the Ichor too, like could be.
Yeah. I'll cast sending.
Okay.
We're going to ad hoc this.
What do you say?
Do it live.
Where are you? Did you survive? Is the Ichor gone? Do you need help? What can we do? Are you coming back?
Kebabs.
Roll d20 for me.
6.
Okay. You get like a bit of feedback before something kind of like get the right frequency, and there is a response that appears to be like not something like being forced to make this response, but whatever is happening is pushing through extreme duress. make sure I get this name right.
Everybody knows.
Okay. Through almost gale kind of sounds like as far as wind up against a microphone. The Primators have returned. Trust the Coven. They know best. I will hold them here. Sky be with you. How many words is that? I think that's like 23.
That Sky be with you?
Sky be with you.
19.
That's only 19.
19? Okay, hold on. May it shatter as before. And you feel before the spell ends as if they were pulled to even another plane and like boop boop get a busy tone before, as if like you're trying to hit a moving target with the spell. That makes sense?
Like he's teleporting through planes. The feeling.
Something
Not what
like that.
Like,
Something to that effect, perhaps. Yeah. And you got a word, Primator, Primetor.
E.
Prime and then Tor. Primator. So y'all just kind of like,
I'll relay that to everyone.
so Kira's just like, should I get you back to what you were doing? This is a lot. I think I'm going to try to use what you just taught me of how I can contain you, kind of, and see if I can capture some of the more flighty
Air.
air
Alrighty.
pieces.
Good luck.
Well, capture, but
If you need us, we're pretty good at baking things.
I mean, I think I kind of always know where you are now.
Okay.
'Cause You've
Good.
been part of me. I wonder if this is part of what I was.
That's probably. If you're charged for this, I mean, can you sense any of the others you have
Speaking
met?
of which, your friend, the
Meckle.
yes, are
He does have a name.
you still manacled?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Again, why is he manacled?
So there's a question mark at the end of it that says your friend.
I mean, he was doing stuff to himself, and
He's
it was
doing silly things.
Yeah.
He wanted to.
are you done?
his babysitter wasn't here,
I,
so we had to do
I've learned
something.
a lot about his past.
I will no longer write anything.
Okay, I'm sorry. Mage hand and unlock the manacles.
Have you been part of the order before?
The what?
The order of the Open Hoof or any of the other monastic orders? Have you studied any of our text?
Up until like
A couple days ago.
I couldn't read.
Yeah.
So then how do you know of the original sacrifice? How do you know of the original ritual? How did you know that that's what I needed you to do?
I just did what I wanted.
He does that a lot.
That Ichor is really not.
It really. Oh, we haven't had dinner.
She speaks under her breath, and only you notice this because you can read lips.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah.
Matthew, I'm sorry.
Excuse me.
Actually,
Actually.
you both notice as they kind of turn, and they will know the ways as if they were born to them. And that's where we're gonna end our session, guys. We will see you next time. As always, stay safe out there. Bye.
Bye.